I'm sure there is, but like the dark web version of ChatGPT, where you can ask it anything, you know?
Do you change its voice? Or is it
Yeah, you can change its voice.
Yeah, you can change the voice. Yeah.
I gave mine a name. I call her Becky.
Oh, shit.
My friend named hers Tupac, and like he kind of sounds like a computerized version. It's crazy.
Can anybody tell me why Nancy Pelosi told the reporter to shut up in a very rude and mean way? Worse than Trump ever did. I mean, Trump.
She's a nasty bitch.
I've never seen so much spew out of her face.
Do we think see, this is the thing, like, do you think anybody who, whether they're left, anybody likes Nancy Pelosi? Like,
a lot of people like her. She was voted in year after year for 40 years.
So all of those guys was voted
in history, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on. She's arguably the most effective speaker of the House.
Right, but the problem is that you called Trump a dictator. She was very much a dictator in her. She was awesome. She whipped those people in line. But when Trump whips his people in line, he's a dictator. But when she did it, she's some kind of a master congresswoman.
Back up. What was the question that the reporter asked her?
She asked her, "Why did you refuse National Guard?" She goes, "Shut up!" She turned around. She was literally walking into her cruiser or whatever the hell it was. She stopped dead in her tracks, turned around with so much fury in her face, and she goes, "Shut up! I did not National Guard. Trump didn't send it." And she said, "Why are you blah blah blah?" But I've never seen so much anger come out of her face before.
That would piss me off too, if somebody's still trying to push any kind of narrative other than the man sat there and ate a fucking sandwich and enjoyed
Alex, what you're not contending with, and what she's never truly contended with, is that there's video evidence of her, proof of her, saying in a car, in a dimly lit car, the night of the event, January 6th, she goes, "I will take responsibility for not," something I can play for you guys right now. She clearly, it was her daughter who was doing the documentary. So this is, the daughter fought tooth and nail for it not to release under FOIA, but it was released, and she's caught on video saying to someone else in the car, we have to take accountability. That's on us, something like that. No one ever put that in front of her for her to have to deal and respond to that. So that's what this reporter did in a gavel as she's running to her car. She goes, "Why did you refuse the National Guard?" In response to what she clearly said in a video that was never supposed to see the light of day. But whenever she gets planted, she gets so angry and furious. And to me, it only reveals how much liability she did have that day. She told her to shut up. When she clearly, let's get a video for you guys if you want to hear it. Am I talking to myself or is anyone alive in here?
I mean, you're just talking to a bunch of people that don't really want to hear it.
Okay, everybody, I need you to click at the top.
I don't think anybody here is a Nancy Pelosi apologist or like really. I mean, that's the thing.
You just said she should be rightfully upset at the question when you know that question was legitimate based on that video.
She can be rightfully. She's a nasty, crotchety old bitch. Like she can be upset about whatever she wants. I don't care.
No, but you said she's justifiably upset at the question. When I'm telling you she's not.
I'm saying that she should be upset that somebody at this point is trying. Like, what is the purpose of that reporter asking?
The purpose is because she's never had to respond to that video.
Where is this reporter from? What?
I couldn't tell you that. I just know that the question was asked and she got very upset. And if you look, just YouTube, Nancy Pelosi, January 6th, she's very clearly taking responsibility for not sending the National Guard.
I would say this though, like at the end of the day, just for me, my personal concern is the the people that beat the Capitol Guards, resulting in death, not so much, and then the people that were pardoned, that were convicted and pardoned for that, is much bigger concern to me. So.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the grades of this concern.
Okay, y'all,
we're talking about
at the top. We're about to close the room.
He took responsibility in one video. She won't take responsibility.
We're about to close the room.
All right, what's up, Patty?
Now, Infinity, go to the room. We're going to continue your conversation.
But they won't let me in that room though because somebody got me
Dude,
blocked.
let's go.
They blocked me. I can't get in.
Nobody has you blocked.
Let me see.
Let's
He
be
said, hey,
Let's be
he's not available to me back. When I press the link, it don't work.
Alright, I'll tell them.
Thank you. Maga Miso.
Alright, y'all. Get out, get out, get out. Mega, go. You know it. Your mama goes to the room at the top. I told lady. Everybody, I'm about to shut this room down. Y'all got 10 seconds. Hopefully y'all not asleep. Go to the room at the top. Go to the room at the top. Alf, go to the room at the top. Son. Come on, y'all. Let's get up out of here. Mel, bye. Go to the room at the top. Snickerdoodle. All you Patty. Relly. Whatever your name is. Mildred. Ari. Go to the room at the top. Room at the top. Point. Quandra. Jamila. Top Gun. Tonika. Plastic. Come on, y'all. I'm like, Point, take your ass to the next room because I'm about to boom this bitch. Anthony, she said she's working on it. I'm gonna send a new link in your back channels, okay?
Who? You already called my name?
Yeah. I see you in like different rooms. What kind of rooms do you typically frequent?
Beth?
The Israel Palestine Buttercup. Come on, Buttercup.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I see your rooms all the time. I'm just like, I wanna go. I wanna talk about that shit. So I wish you would bounce around more often, Buttercup.
Aw, it's okay. It's not for everyone. It's probably better for your mental health to avoid those rooms anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And you're the one inciting the riot.
Hey, I'm trying to make peace with everyone. I'm trying to be a bridge.
Do you know my friend Jake?
I don't think so.
Actually, we're not friends. He saw as a plus sign. I see him. Man.
You guys are killing me. You're killing me.
Why are you not killing me?
Every single word is like a poison dart to my neck.
But why are you here, man?
I don't know. Why am I here?
So get out of here.
Why are we all here?
We should all leave, shouldn't we?
No, you
No, why are we
guys.
on Earth? Why are we here existentially?
This is Buttercup. We're here to define why we're here. That's what we're here for.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally an answer.
And I think that's the dumbest answer ever because then like when you figure out why you're here and you lose that meaning, then what's next? You figure out another reason why we're here? Like it's just a bunch of bull crap. I think we all should just die.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Heavy stuff, Buttercup. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't know you were a philosopher.
Oh, I'm not like a heavy philosopher, but I know.
Have we talked before under a different name?
No, we've never spoken before, Buttercup. But yeah, I'm not the most intelligent dude, but I am pretty funny.
I thought that was pretty clever what you just said.
Oh, appreciate it. That's just some bullshit I found off the internet. Anyways.
Good to see ya. Good to see ya.
Yeah, but I feel like now the spotlight's on me, and I don't really have much to say. You guys can go back and kill me.
I need somebody to apologize to me right now.
For
Tell me
what?
what I don't know. Just tell me something you're sorry for. I'll tell you sorry back.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm so popular on this app.
Oh
I'm
wow.
just so cool. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so popular too.
I'm so offensively cool.
And I don't usually speak up as much as like maybe a Buttercup character, but people like I'm a good person,
And you're sorry for it? You're sorry about it?
and I'm sorry about it. Yeah, I forgot that part. I get political.
Danny, are you sorry? Danny pinged me in here, so I'm trying to
What is this, young people? Or Rosh Hashanah? What are we, Holy Spirit? How about we talk about what we're thankful for?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
American holiday.
I am thankful for my kid that could read so well that I was writing all sorts of stuff, and he could read everything I wrote. So I'm thankful for that. For sure.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Danny, but I would like to announce I totally was a Zionist occupier in your room earlier. You know, shutting down the conversation, making the conversation go, modding other people. So yeah, I'm just, you know.
You have to tell what you're
Typical.
for Rick.
Typical Zionist occupier.
That's right. I was just saying how, you know, I'm giving Buttercup a mod in the room. Because
Can I say what I'm
as the
thankful
Zionist
for?
occupier, I make the fucking decision. Just kidding. What's up? Oh,
I was just saying, can I say what I'm thankful for?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Please say what you're thankful for.
Yes,
And then after Thanksgiving, you know what I'm gonna ask? I'm gonna say, what's your New Year's resolution? But let's start with thankful. Start.
Alright, cool. So I'm thankful that I don't have a tube up my dick and it's not guzzling pee out of me, and I'm happy I can take a piss in peace.
Did that happen to you one time? I feel like there's a story behind
That's
it.
never happened.
I love that.
That's never happened to me.
It sounds like you thankful that you can walk and chew.
Yeah, do all the things.
So water, keeping thumbs.
But that was so specific.
Yeah, that was insane.
I was trying to
That was
garner
insanely
laughter.
specific.
I was trying to garner laughter, and
And we thought it was like a medical confession. We were like, are you okay? Were you in an accident? What happened?
Okay, I'll go next. I'm thankful for family, like my immediate family, like when we get together and we have that fellowship, it is like no other. But there's also another family, it's the Clubhouse family. And I
Aww.
would like the Clubhouse family to know that when people say it's just an app, it's not just an app, like you're also my family. And I appreciate all of you that are out there that have been my friends.
Anyway, so Brock brings up a great point. This activity is like, what are you thankful for? You can either go real life, you can also do what are you thankful for Clubhouse edition. And that is a bit of a crazy one. It's a little bit better because like, you know, it's tough talking about people's real lives and like, it's actually sad because one thing that I did realize on this app is like, there's a lot of people who don't even, you know, celebrate Thanksgiving or even have like loved ones or family to celebrate with. So,
100%.
you know, I guess like you just have to really keep things in perspective. And when you're talking about Clubhouse, it's a little easier. But when you talk about real life, it kind of sometimes like, at least for me, like it makes me really appreciate how lucky I am.
And a lot of people are on Clubhouse because of family or friends. Right?
It's right. They're just like, you know, introverts who like want to be social and they can't actually go out and talk to someone. A lot of people just use this app for therapy. Like they want to scream into this and
That's what I use it
insult
as.
people and fight. And look, we love the fighting and the insults. Some people come on this app to bully other people.
Oh, no, not that.
You know,
It's like high school. I love it.
Like, quit trying to pimp the Powerpuff Girls, man. Like, they were cute then, they're cute now. Like, what are we doing?
We need to
Keep
collect
the
all three in
family
one room.
together.
We need to collect all three in one room.
Yeah, exactly. That would be freaking. Yeah, but we don't need an imposter. Like, anyone can create the third profile. decide. We decide.
Oh, the third.
There's a Blossom, there's a Bubbles. My friend Judy is Blossom.
I
And
thought we
then
were talking about the third temple.
Who is Gail Keller?
Oh, go
Oh my
ahead.
God, let's go. Jacob on a backup account.
On the back of.
Who is Gail? This is the meme, by the way. We're gonna
It's
turn
not your
on
name.
This is my meme. Alright, we're gonna keep it in the audience.
That's nice. I like that.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I'm low-key kind of terrified of like sharing my stories with people on Clubhouse because some of these motherfuckers are demented.
What about how you like had trouble pissing or whatever it was you just said you were painful?
No, that's never happened to me. I don't know what you're talking about. That's never happened.
How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
Oh, okay.
I know I sound like a child. It's okay. I'm old. I get.
You sound like a little fresh.
Well,
A lot of people in the room. Saeed coming up. Carol.
I'm 28 for nothing.
28 for nothing? Why don't you put your ass out there?
I don't know what that means to hear.
Yeah, pop your ass, bitch.
I'm not gay. That's not nice.
Well, then don't complain about not being as desirable by
I never said I wasn't desirable.
would you like to introduce the conversations that meant whether it's Clubhouse or non-Clubhouse? Doesn't matter which one you're thankful for with Thanksgiving coming up. You could do Clubhouse edition. It's a little easier. Nah. I think it's crazy that I don't get a green bean and Dan.
Oh my God.
Audience.
Whoa, where'd Uncle go?
Yeah, where's Uncle go? Anyway, hey Caroline, I'm Blake.
I'm Ashley.
Dan, did Uncle get kicked out of your room?
No.
How we got though?
No, he did not.
Well, Rose has a trigger.
Oh, wait, this room? No, he
Yeah.
didn't kick out. This room would be crazy, bro.
I don't know. Someone find out.
This is a cool tattoo. It's a tattoo of a broccoli.
Yeah.
It's a tattoo of a broccoli from the 80s.
Alright, check your tax channel.
Okay.
We'll see.
Right.
I'm not ready.
Nobody, well, Julian, one thing I will say that I respect about Julian is, unlike, some of the other shit that we had going on here, Julian's not boring. And if he's going to be a little messy, and a little bit of drama, and a little bit of whatever, like, it's not going to bore me. So shout out to you, Julian. That was a funny-ass message. But I hate to break it to you, this is not my room. Even though I am occupying it and, potentially, taking over at some points, it's not fair to say this is my room. This is Danny's room.
Caroline, what are you thankful for?
Well, you're welcome, right?
Alright, good to see you back, Uncle. As is Zionist occupier in the room, we're going to give Uncle the respect that he deserves.
Have you guys been talking about these since they left? Oh,
No,
I guess I was on the wall.
Yeah, we've been talking about you the whole time.
No, I didn't know if you and Rose were beefing. She has a little bit of a quick trigger.
Oh, no, I don't. I think we're good.
Nice, yeah.
Is Rose here?
No,
Julie's here.
I didn't know if you got kicked, to be honest.
No, I was in my own room before, and then I joined here, and
Yeah, you were just bored, and so you left. I get it. We're not that big.
then I'm asking Danny how her hosting these rooms go with her, being, you know what? Fuck off. I don't even give a shit. I don't have to change the trail. Trail Danny.
Me hosting the rooms and what?
Wait, who's Gail Keller?
person you ever realized.
Danny. I don't think you realize how many Long Islanders I kick out of my rooms. Like I don't think you understand that. Like if you were really trying to do something like with like Long Island or like exposing like racial disparity, shit like that. See, it's yeah. Okay, she doesn't even want to engage.
I'm confused what you're talking about with Long Island. Like, what do you mean?
Alan Gear.
Honestly, I'm gonna I'm making my own room.
He created a little bit of content in this room. Whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't understand what that means.
I don't know.
That
Somebody
didn't make
happened.
any sense.
I don't know.
What was that Long Island thing about?
Shout out to Alan Gear for always providing
About
entertainment.
making people.
Danny, we can't all enable you every moment of the day. At some point, Danny, we have to fucking say, fuck you, bitch.
Sorry, can you shut up for a second, Rick? Are you trying to...
Nah, I can't. I'm too fucking vocal.
Rick, what did I say? I didn't say anything in this room.
No, you weren't in here. I don't know if it's like my place to like bring it up and rehash it here, but like there was a little bit of back and forth going on, and I don't exactly know what happened because I wasn't in the room. But it sounds like just some good old drama that we love to see. So shout out to you for providing the entertainment.
What did I do?
I feel like the drama would be better with Rose in the audience, so I just put her there.
Oh, I mean, no, Rose, it did have to do with Rose.
Hey, honey, take your kids to school, bitch. Take your kids to school and shut the fuck up.
I unblocked everyone.
There was some
I know, but I've been working on this, and no one cares.
Rick, what?
There was a room with Rose and Mary and maybe some other people, I don't know, but it was just, we provided a little bit of content in here. So
What, was it recorded? You weren't there, so why are you saying you provided content?
that's what I'm telling you, because it was talked about in here. I wasn't there, you're right, I have no idea what happened. But
So, are you sign-offing me? Are you basically...
No, I'm just reporting the news. I'm telling you what was going on. You
created recorded content of me and Boo Boo, like, arguing.
I mean, I don't know where you get that from. There's no recording. We're just,
You just made that up. No, because you just said content.
People are saying that.
Yeah, content doesn't, I mean, look, there were no clips.
You turned us into content. Did you, like, put us on social media?
Fractal, you're missing the point. I was someone who had no idea any of this, and then it got brought up. So I'm just saying, shout out to you for, creating the content. I don't know if it was you or your room or whoever. I'm giving you props. So clips, there was no spies. It was just
When you
having a conversation.
when you say content, you didn't mean internet content.
I mean content, but like there was no clips. It wasn't like we were like listening to the room to what happened. It was honestly kind of just like he said, she said.
Is
I
this
don't even know what room this is about.
is this a euphemism? Is this another euphemism for drama?
It wasn't good drama, to be honest. It was actually really shitty and it was really boring. But I'm just letting you know that.
I don't understand, Yasmin. I can't
Yasmin wasn't here.
Okay, leave Rick alone. You're a filthy motherfucker. No, yeah, I know. Like, you did nothing wrong. You're fine.
Yeah, but no, there's no recordings, there's no mold.
What did I do?
I don't know. What happened
You're such a media.
What happened in the room with Mary?
Sounds like
you were being a little
with Mary?
I don't know. I wasn't fully paying attention because, to be honest, when both of them were talking, it put me to sleep. It was extremely boring. But it sounded like something happened either in your room or a room that you were a part of.
Oh my god, okay. Can you out, Karen?
What did I do?
You can jump
I don't know. Like, what do you feel about this room? Yeah.
They could be all color. I really don't know. I'm too high making crackers and cheese. Don't ask me.
No crackers and cheese, you high motherfucker.
Okay, does anyone want to hear a very underrated combination? It's kind of like a fat person.
Do it.
So like,
Try it.
So good. Cream cheese and Cheez-Its.
Fuck off.
It's amazing. I haven't had it in so long, but like just thinking about it, it's like, all right, let's get some Cheez-Its and some cream cheese.
I hate my life.
You know the weirdest thing? I just got a thing saying this room is not available, and then I came back in.
Does someone have you blocked in here?
No.
Clearly not.
Hey, Caroline.
Maybe it's like one of the million people that you blocked.
That was obviously Saeed.
No, it was bad. This is my room. This
I
is
swear
literally
to God, on
fucking
my
room.
mom's life, it wasn't me.
This is literally my fucking room.
I swear to God, it wasn't me.
Whoa. Who's moving Danny down?
It wasn't me. I
Saeed.
swear to God.
I don't feel comfortable being top left.
Yeah, I can go down.
Yeah, I don't like this either, bro. I don't want to be this. No, I'm out, bro. I'm out.
I'm happy to go down too.
Why are people being decided, sir?
Who stole my room?
That's right. Well, look, Danny. It looks like the people are giving it back.
I don't know. It looks like there's Billy, Tam, and Yasmin are not. Like, I don't know. It looks like they're
Good
not.
luck, Danny.
I mean,
What to do? What to do?
Now say my name. Billy's like, say my name.
Not saying my name.
oh.
Hello.
What the?
Come on, Billy, say something. I'm giving.
Why is that? Well, hey, I'll never go up Bill
Billy, come on.
Say that. Wait, how is this Billy Drew now?
This is my room.
Someone,
my room.
yeah, someone was trying to cuck Danny, cuck the room from Danny. So, out of respect, people are moving down to give Danny the room back. But it looks like
No, I'm cleaning it. I'm cleaning it for myself.
honestly, a room with Sahi as in Danny would honestly be a great room.
What's happening?
Nothing.
Danny, you want to be modded?
Oh, you took my room. This is literally my room. You can take
Danny, if I mod you, are you not going to remove us? Oh, wow. You don't need to do that. Yeah, it's me. Also me.
cheese and crackers. I don't give a shit about your room.
Yeah, we love cheese and crackers. We love that shit. Just close your ear holes and let me drink.
How come you took over my room? You had your own room that failed, and then you came to my room when yours failed, and then kicked me out of my own fucking room?
Danny, don't pretend that my room fell, because I leave the server
I
tonight.
was on TikTok, and someone called me and asked me to come back on Clubhouse because you felt so low and fucking sucked.
Yeah, we legit were summoned to the room to make you feel better.
What? Your room was filled, and
We somehow, for some godforsaken reason, we gave a little shit about you. They didn't realize that, right? A little bit. A little tiny shit about you. But when you excuse this bullshit, we don't give a shit. Now, go to Death Jam, bitch.
Okay, that's not nice to say an anti-Semitic joke, is it? Yes.
didn't like anti-Semites. They're terrible people.
Alright. Wait, can we let them up here? Rose, are you saying horrible things about me?
Israel will conquer the world. 2026 is a time to.
Maybe a few years from now.
Wait, Alex,
Yeah.
you got my I'm TikTok bro. Add me to the room.
TikTok, you're in the room, bitch. What the fuck?
No, the other room. Where we're talking shit about. Add me to that.
About who?
Really nice comment about Santa. Is this okay?
And there you go, boo boo. Don't abuse it.
Thank you, Mommy.
Can I get a more too?
Oh shit, I really the audio on my
My room.
You talking about my not to hit like moderator, but I did
This is
yourself.
my fucking room. I'm gonna start a new room then. I'm a bird.
Wait, why did they make you a moderator? Oh, who changed the speaker's friend scan? You boo boo.
You are cocksucking whores. That's what I think.
This is my room. Why are you letting
It ain't your room no more, bitch. It ain't your room no more. It's mine, bitch. It's mine. I own this shit. I'm gonna come on your face.
Oh my gosh, no, I never said you could.
Open your mouth.
No, I was
Open it,
I was
bitch.
gonna have your baby, but I took Dimitri's instead.
Oh, you have my not have mine.
I miss my husband. Where is he?
Bad to you fucking Great Gatsby bitch. You look like shit. This is horrible.
Alright, now that I got my first tattoo. Yeah, you're drunk, dude. Chill. So much drama. You're causing so much drama on Clubhouse. It's making people freak out in the DMs.
Brock,
What?
you come to me. You're like an hour away.
No, I'm not.
An hour and a half.
45 minutes.
No, hold on. That's like 3 hours.
I drove so
Hold on. Let me look it up.
I would have not done that, and Danny told you not to do it. I was like, just stay at home.
really?
Yeah, I was in that room.
Approximately
Why'd you tell me not to go?
3 hours.
Why did I tell you not to go? Because I was fucking driving.
That's the only reason.
Oh my goodness. Stop. No, Daddy. Don't, Daddy.
Are you crying because your dad's raping you? Are you actually crying because your dad's raping you?
Can you not talk about this? Like, seriously.
Someone else.
You can only empower yourself.
Like, Fractal, I'm going to punish you because you didn't eat all your saffron, you little bitch.
Okay. Brock, you're 2 hours and 38 minutes away.
38.
Brock, come here. You'll get head when you arrive. We'll be fine.
No. You said I could sleep in the spare bedroom.
You can. Brock, you can sleep in the garage if you want. There's a detached garage.
Is there a heater?
I can give you one.
Yeah, let's do that. I won't be like in the same room as you.
You know what I would give you? You know what I'd give you head, and I would care if you reciprocated.
Oh my god. Instead of talking about
Brock, no.
He's drunk and gay on Clubhouse.
You're drunk and gay on Clubhouse, bitch.
No, I'm not. I'm drunk and straight. I'll shoot you straight.
Okay, well then show up in my front lawn with a limp dick.
I'll throw water balloons at your house.
Oh my god, is this part of the time?
No, Brock. I literally need to get fucked by you, dude. Like, where are you? I am. I'm an hour and a half away. Like, if you want to empty your fucking cock in someone's mouth, I'm right here.
You just sound like Fractal right now.
Okay.
It's like the game.
Well, me and Brock have a unique relationship, and
Yeah, I can tell. Is it mutual though? That's the question.
no, unfortunately it is. It's weird.
Yeah, it's so unique it'll make your pussy fart.
It made my pussy fart for sure.
That's how you know it's good.
See, this is how I know. So he can meet me and everything, and like, but no, he can't. Just fuck up.
Wow. Remember exit 20? Remember that?
I'm on highway.
You drove right past us.
Nah,
I don't remember exit 20.
Okay, so I just had a saying that Ted just like wants to, he only wants to have sex with you when he's on drugs.
Leave him out of this, okay?
Who is that?
No, Fractal?
Not on my phone. Who is that? Fractal?
That's Fractal, yeah. It's the creepy noises.
Yeah.
What?
Wait.
No, but that's basically
How
what
does Nectar the last most mod on this road? I wish it down. But, and Nectar.
Wait, what's creepy about what I just said then?
No, you said it was the laugh. The sound of laughter.
You're a son of a bitch faggot. Fuck your mother.
Um,
Fuck you, cunt ass nigger. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you son of a
Just stop this, Sonny. No, stop this.
You're small, you stupid faggot.
of my show over years.
All of the shit where we can even have, where we live is soft enough and comfortable enough of a life to where we have these conversations. It's because of the West. Because, I mean, quite frankly, like, people that don't have an easy life that are, you know, they're a lot more likely to be tribal. They're a lot more, you know, it's not just on racial lines. People have been tribal throughout history. And they're, like, we have it so much better than them, but because we don't have the real, I guess, like, hardships that we have to live through, like, you know, some other groups of people, especially in the past, we just harp on this trivial bullshit. And people remain collectivist, and they just, you know, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you almost force, like, people like myself's hands where it's just like, oh, you're all about your race, oh, you're all about your people, amazing. So you don't want us to be colorblind? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just say, yep, white fucking power, amazing. Yep, fuck you people. And that is the position they put you in. And it's just like, how much do they want to play this game? Because I'm just being realistic. Like, who will fucking win? See, you have white people that are profiting off of H-1B1 visas, importing third world people for cheap labor. But when you really threaten, when the people that really pull the strings feel threatened, it's not, you think it's going to work out in your fucking favor? It's not. Like, it's fucking stupid. Like, how much do you really want to press this bullshit? And what is your ultimate goal? To build something your people have never been able to build before? If there's one thing we do know about white people, is that they can wage incredibly violent fucking wars very effectively. And they're pretty good organizationally. Like, they are a group of people that you really generally don't want to fuck with. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the end goal is with all of these people with fucking, they're just like nonstop sob stories and like bitch fest. It's fucking obnoxious. What's up, Lord? You said Jesus is black?
God is black.
God is black, not Jesus, but God.
God, Jesus is God, who was his father. They're both black.
Oh, so that nigga was walking through Jerusalem with his Jerusalem cruiser sandals, and they were actually probably more like, you know, Nike Jordans and the boombox preaching his shit.
No, the Yeezy sandals, the Kanye West sandals. That's funny. Those are the ones he had, the Yeezy ones.
So, I mean, if Jesus...
You know, that's why Kanye West went to Yeezy, because it sounds close to, like, Jesus. So that's why he goes by Yeezy.
If Jesus, my Lord and Savior, is black, and he is my nigga, and you cannot deny me to call my Lord and Savior the endearing term, as you guys like to use it, that you use against each other.
He's not your Savior, though.
Jesus...
He's not coming to save you.
Is he going to save you?
I mean, you obviously don't read the Bible. You're an atheist, though, so how do you think you know he's coming to save you?
Why is he going to save you?
I'm just saying, you're an atheist, though, so why do you think he's coming to save you?
I've never claimed to be an atheist. What are you talking about?
You don't know the Bible, so you obviously sound like an atheist. You need an atheist or an agnostic.
No. I'm asking. Well, first of all, you're making the claim that Jesus was a whole ass nigga.
I'm not making a claim, bro. That's what the Bible says.
Yes, he was. You said
the Bible. I didn't say it. The Bible said it, bro. You the atheist. We can read the Bible, but I don't think you're ready for that.
But you show me where Jesus was black. Okay,
You ready to see all the prophets being black?
yes, show me in the Bible where it says he's black. Don't show me some pictures or depictions of Jesus. Show me in the Bible where it says Jesus was black. I'd love to hear it. I mean, that's the thing, though. This is all love. If Jesus was black, he's my nigga. He's my nigga father.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him to show his servants things which must shortly come to pass. And he signified it by his angel unto his servant John, who bear the record of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus Christ. All of the things that he saw, blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy. Now I'm going to jump to the Revelation. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool. So
They were white like wool. Amazing.
So he had white woolly hair.
Yes, I have woolly hair too, and I'm white. It's amazing.
Well, he has white woolly hair. So his hair was white and woolly.
Yeah, but my hair is woolly and it's not white.
When you go to my PTR and look at that afro, that's what his hair looked like.
But instead of black, it was white.
I know, that's not what woolly means, you retard. No. My hair, okay, hold on. Actually, my head.
Snow was his hair.
Okay, hold on, retard. Hold on.
Flame of fire.
Mm-hmm.
And his feet like onto 5 brass. Now, brass is a derivative of brown.
Wow.
Not only that, that is a derivative
A
of
guy from the Levant was brown? Who would have ever thought
Not
that?
only is it a derivative of brown, but as if they burnt in the first furnace. So he burnt anything. He burnt fucking white rice. What does it turn into?
Brown.
Okay, it turns brown or black if you burn it.
Oh, okay, so in other words, he could have been brown.
We're going to talk
Amazing.
this Christ's words out his own mouth.
Okay, let's go.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 2,
Mm-hmm.
verse 18. And unto the angel of the church in Thyatira write these things. This is saith the Son of God, who has his eyes like unto a flame of fire, and his feet like fine brass. So that's Christ now saying, yeah, Paul was right about his description. That's what I look like. Yeah, a black man. A burnt black man.
Oh,
A burnt black man.
no, I would say that, like, they call it a Jew fro for a reason, and that's because, like Jews, which come from the Levant, where Jesus is from, tend to have coarse, fucked up, unruly, unmanageable hair. To be fair, they look like Brillo pads. My hair, in fact, kind of is Brillo padish, which I'm ashamed to say. So, I don't think that proves that they were black. And you can talk about his feet all you want, and that they were brown. Okay, so are a lot of people in the Levant. It does not prove that Jesus was an OG nigga. Like, no offense.
I just gave you scriptures. Oh, you want some more? Alright, so you want to see where the prophets are black too? Not only Christ, but
Hold on. I can settle this really quick for both. You can have your Jamal clause and your Jamal Christ, and you can have your Jesus is a sin. Like whatever Sky Daddy vision you want, hate it. You know what? No one gives a fuck at this point. Because every time on Clubhouse, I hear an argument about eugenics or how like social patterns are there, and then someone wants to throw in the God revelation, and I'm gonna take this one crazy passage out of the Bible and twist it and maniacally change it to be this way. Have it. Like I don't fucking care. Like, who cares what your faith is? No one can take that from you. It's yours. You know what? Do whatever you want to. You want to believe God was a checkerboard, a girl, fucking trans, and had dicks with tits. I don't fucking care. Tell God, worship it how you want to. It has 6 arms and you're Indian priestess. Go for it. It's all you. You want to sacrifice goats on a Sunday night? Have fun. Goats good meal. I don't fucking care. It's not my concern. But you guys like always do this religious battle and it goes nowhere and it sounds retarded at the end of the day. Just let you know.
It does, and I know this. Like, we can look at the different tribes that were spreading out of Israel, and okay, there were different colors. We can look at the Hamites, we can look, you know, the black people. We can look at all of these people. Now, are you ready for what I'm about? Hold on. Shut your black mouth. How does that sound? Shut your black fucking mouth. You heretical piece of shit. Shut your fucking. No. You will shut your Negro mouth in the name of Jesus Christ. Jesus just needed you. That was divine intervention. I didn't do it. Now, Jesus Christ. Wow. Look at this naughty Negro. Jesus, I pray that you use this man. Jesus, thank you for answering my prayers. Thank you, Jesus. Now, I didn't do that. Jesus, that was divine intervention. But Jesus, I pray that you mute his mouth. Jesus, you can't show me no scripture. Jesus, I pray to the Lord that you would mute. You will mute this man. Jesus. Are you ready for the prophet? Jesus. I don't got nothing to defend your point. Jesus. I pray. 13. Verse Jesus. I'm praying. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. So what I'm saying is, Jesus, thank you again for muting him. Thank you. He was a really unruly Negro. Jesus, please mute that Negro once again, please. I really appreciate it. Okay, thank you, Jesus. So what I was trying to say is that when it comes to our religion, Christianity, we are all children of God. We're all children of God. We're all children of God. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and have to use human intervention and I'm gonna have to just like mass mute. So, we are all children of God, at least that's what Christianity teaches us. We cannot take the religion and make it like an ethnocentric version of the religion to only serve one of God's children, in other words, white people or black people. So what you're doing, just like if white people do it, it's heretical. It's heretical. Amazing. But just like how white people can't do it, a dirty nappy-headed Negro like yourself cannot do it. You cannot do it. Okay? You see what I'm saying? What you're doing is heretical. It is blasphemy. It's bad. And quite frankly, you're Negrifying Jesus Christ who came from the Levant. The people from the Levant were not niggas. Like, we have to just wait. I got the verse. You don't want to hear it. I got the verse. Okay, let's hear the verse. We haven't proved anything yet. Let's hear the verse. I already proved you. Go ahead, nigga. Go ahead. Prove the prophets. Okay. This is the book of Acts, chapter 13, verse 1. Now, there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simon, that was called nigger. So what? What you gotta say now? You're a nigger. What are you trying to say? Yeah, you're right. I'm smart, so I know what it means. No, what is that? No, what you said made no sense. You're the trash who don't know what it means. You don't read the Bible, so you don't know that the prophets. You're trying to tell me Jesus was black. You don't know the prophets are black, and you don't know that. The prophets are black. How many prophets are there? Hold on, Negro. You said the prophets were black. How many prophets do we have in Christianity?
More than I can burn on a fire.
How many prophets do we have in Christianity? Oh, he left. Yeah. Fucking retard.
I wouldn't know how many. I don't follow you guys like.
Zero.
Well, zero. Let me thank you. I learned something today. I'm not a Christian. I never protested to be one. I allowed everybody to have their own faith. So, I'm one of those road people.
Well, I mean, I love it. I listened to like the Nick Fuentes and the Groyper retards who were raised Catholic like myself, and they're like, they feel like they can like merge this like white nationalist identity with being Catholic, which, you know, to be fair, Catholics have done a really good job of being racist and religious at the same time. But, you know, but at the same time, it's not really, you can't really be both. Like, you have to choose which values do you care about more. Are you race first or are you Catholic first? And a lot of them will say Catholic, but it's not really. They just want to pick and choose what they value the most.
I get lost in this one argument, and someone has yet to make it to me. And in all seriousness, I'm not joking on this one. I'm going to be all serious right now. I have heard room after room all this fighting about who came where, who was first, what color Jesus was. I've heard this, like which race. It seems to be the preeminent question. But I'm kind of confused by this because none of the Bible, I've read it, none of the Bible gives a shit about race. It doesn't seem to be expressed in Christ's teachings, and nor does it seem to be expressed in the First Testament, except for a couple passages that refer to it. I'm kind of lost or torn as to why it matters more about what race Jamal Christ was versus the actual overall meaning of, like, maybe you shouldn't do bad shit to people around you.
No, that's the thing. So like even if Jesus was black, the message still stands. We're all God's children. You know, as a Catholic, you don't get to like say, oh, you're not one of us because you're, I don't know, like, ew, look at your skin color. It's not a thing. I mean, but if we're going off of, the reason I push back against people like him is, number one, he's somebody who's trying to weaponize a religion for his race, which I would say that white people can't do that either. In fact, there's a very healthy medium between black and white people. You had largely brown people in the Levant that, like Jesus, more likely than not was a shade of brown, who, his people, I will say, this is where the religion came from. So it's just so fucking retarded that people try to like Aryanize or Negroify, Jesus. Like it's so fucking stupid, and it goes against the whole messaging. Like why? I know why they do it, but I just don't take these people seriously. They're malicious actors.
I don't know. I've witnessed so many skydiving fights on this app between Jews and Christians, Catholics versus Christians, Presbyterians, Baptists, BHI. Those are always fun and entertaining. Those guys are fucking morons. If there was ever a religion, if it was a toss-up between BHI and Mormonism, I would take fucking Mormonism. I would literally sit in mass every day of the week. And those guys are dumb. And like, you got the Latter-day Saints people, you got a whole thing. And each one has goods. I don't mock you for it. I just sit here and go, gee, like, you guys are all worried about the wrong shit. Okay, whatever. And I still ask this question. It's really funny. Christ disappeared for like half of his life, and no one can figure out where. But what's odd is all the Celtic and all the Indian religions seem to comport with Christianity, because there's certain things that are done, certain practices that were mentioned in the Bible that
come from other worlds. And also, too, let's not forget, on the night of your dear Lord and Savior's birth, Merry Christmas to all those, and blessed be thou, and whatever other shit you guys say. The whole thing is, you guys believe that 3 magicians who followed astronomy and used the stars to reveal some overall message to a king that was just born out of a, quote, virgin's womb, which I have a hard time swallowing that one. But imagine getting out of fucking jail for that one. That is the ultimate birth control fucking lesson. But you managed to get that story and believe that, but yet some reason you can't believe deities of all. Not only that, you also believe that God beat the other gods in Egypt when Pharaoh tried to test them. But I still hear people like, there's no other gods but my God. I'm confused.
Well, yeah, I get it, and so like I'm very, like I said, I'm not a religious person, but I was raised Catholic. But it's just like, okay, here we can look at the bond. You have like, what you had Zoroastrianism, and then I forget which group of people, the other main group of people that had a religion that basically, I can normally recall it, I can't right now, but like there's a lot of elements of both religions that end up then you end up going to Judaism, and then you get Christianity, which it seems like there is definitely some recycling, and I like the very cynical part of me says like, I don't know, like maybe we're just all indoctrinated by religions from these like these I don't know, Tony Robbins types that lived in the Levant that were just like huge chucksters, and they were good at selling people on bullshit. Which is, I think, a real possibility, and I don't want to believe it. I want to believe like the religion I was raised around, but there's like such lacking evidence that I just can't take it seriously.
Yeah, have you talked to the Tyler room?
Sure.
I think it kind of depends on, I think white people have been on that good for the world, but like you look at Pizarro's and Cortez's conquest of South America and how brutal that was. If you look at Belgian Congo and how brutal that was. If you look at the fact that most people on Earth speak no European language because there was in prehistory young Naya conquerors that killed lots of people. Like Europeans have done a lot of killing and conquering in the world. And mostly that's not a fact of them being evil, but just the fact that they have been like technologically advanced. But there has been a lot of bloodshed by the hands of Europeans, but like that doesn't mean that on net Europe gave like democracy and the Enlightenment and all of the sort of like old Western civilization, which is a really good thing. So it's like maybe things where the wokesters focus only on the harms that we did, and they ignore the good stuff. That doesn't mean that we should just then say, oh, we did all the good stuff. We only did good stuff. Like no, there's been a lot of conquests that we did.
Well, I agree. So this room is open. Is like it's politically correct. They had Tim. Do you know who Tim Wise is?
No.
Just look up Tim Wise. W-I-S-E. He's the most prolific, like, anti-white, anti-racist that's existed for, like, at least a couple of decades.
I know the term Uncle Tim doesn't.
Yeah, he's like, okay, so you know who he is. He was in a room, and, this is obviously, there's, like, hyperbole with this title. Like, and as I said before, yes, white people which at one point in time, especially if you go back like, I don't know, 600 years ago, amongst the most advanced, they could just like go wherever they wanted to in the world and dominate. Yes, we did like horrible shit, not only to other people, but to each other. And but I would say what you did see this like unique advancement in the Western world where whites, like for example, we can look at the British where there's like no, slavery's wrong, like fuck this shit. In fact, you know what? We're just gonna go ahead and just stop. Our Navy is gonna stop people from transporting slaves. We have the Civil War, which I'm not, obviously wasn't completely about slavery, but largely it was. I would, and then if we just look at like, especially in the last 100 years, and I'm talking. And when I was saying this earlier, it was like the last 500 years plus. We are, and when I say we, I'm not one of these geniuses or brave people that ended up, causing any of this, but they definitely. I would say almost all of the innovation and advancements you get are largely from people of European descent. But if not, largely from, countries that were founded by Europeans or in European countries by foreigners. And I don't think anybody can really argue against that. And even leftists I've talked to, they don't disagree with that. And, different regions of the world were more powerful and innovative at certain points in time. This has been a time where we have been the most innovative, and we've obviously increased the standards of living and the treatment of people and human rights. I would say far more so than anybody else. Those last few hundred years.
Well, you can consider longer periods of time because empires have been built over thousands of years. And yes, these are white people, as you say, but it's myopic of you to attribute to credit this to white people. The continent of Africa where black people is different in certain ways than the rest of the world, especially to compare Europe to Africa, and the geography and that which follows from geography, namely isolated groups. There are many more languages. I think that, I know that for a fact, but I think that's a contributory factor in the having an inhibitory effect on the creation of large kingdoms that can spread out and conquer, colonize, trade, become wealthy, and therefore partake in the cutting edge of technology. So it's not really whiteness, it's just the peculiarity of the specifics of Africa being different than, for instance, Europe has smoothly flowing rivers, the Danube and other rivers that are highly navigable. And Africa has rivers that with waterfalls and turbulent areas that are difficult to navigate, causing communities to be isolated here. Landlocked communities are created, and languages arise. That's what humans do. They develop languages, whether they be in Africa or in Europe. But when people don't move around as much due to the geography, they develop smaller language groups of people speaking a language. It's more difficult for a lot of things, for empire creation, for trade and therefore wealth building, and the spreading of power abroad and outreach into other parts of the world. So it's only by chance.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I do think so when you had the Greek and Roman empires, when they first encountered the Germanic people, the people of northwestern Europe, they were very primitive people that were chucking spears. They did have some fairly seaworthy vessels and all of that, but they were, by all accounts, they were primitive in comparison to them. And I would say it's kind of similar. Like, I think you can look at groups like the Native Americans, where they were very separated from, the Mediterranean in particular, where a lot of our Western culture really gained momentum, formatted. But it's when it comes to sub-Saharan Africa, like, yes, absolutely, because North Africa was for a large period of time they were a lot more advanced than northwestern Europe, and that's because, like,
why are you coddling this guy? He was obviously wrong.
I don't think he was wrong.
Okay.
No, I don't think he was wrong. No, because at points in time, we can look at what we would consider, like, let's say Germany or Switzerland or some of the most innovative places in Europe today. They were 1,500 years ago, like, they were nothing. These people were absolutely behind, and I would say once you have a group of people that are so disconnected, where you have technology and even sciences and math, all of this shit that was shared, from Mesopotamia, from North Africa to Southern Europe and Asia, and then, of course, the Europeans were building off of that. And then they're highly advanced, and they end up encountering these people that are like 20,000 years separated. What are these Native Americans are going to be taken off guard? Sub-Saharan Africans, the exact same thing. It's I don't know. There is where you are and at what time is going to play a lot into it. Just like despite your race, if you're somebody of Sub-Saharan African descent and you so happen to be in the United States, you're likely going to have a lot better outcome than if you are in Benin or Zimbabwe. That is a real thing.
Since the middle of the 20th century, Africa has been growing. It has been increasing in economic activity.
Why are you
say something?
Are you talking to the one person? You know you're black.
What do you want to say to me? I don't understand you.
You're not fooling anybody. You're a black guy.
What's the difference if I'm black or white? Does that matter?
No, not really, but I don't like to be tricked. It's not going to work.
You're not black. Shut up, Daniel.
Are you not black?
It doesn't matter if I'm black or white. That's my point. What? Your criticism is that I am black? I mean, come on.
Daniel, I appreciate trolling, but, like, not now.
Sorry, I was trolling there. I'm supposed to.
And like another thing is, you need ports in order to send ships abroad, and the coast of Africa, sub-Saharan, doesn't have many good ports. It's because it has a very smooth coastline. So all the ports that are found on other continents, that's going to advantage them. That's going to allow them to spread their power abroad.
How did slave ships land in Africa if there was no good ports on the coast of Africa?
I would assume there are some ports. I mean, no doubt there are some ports. But when we're talking about empire building, I think it would be an inhibitory factor to have fewer ports.
What ports did the Mongols have when Genghis Khan started out?
I don't know this in detail. I can't even.
Mongols don't even have a sea.
It's landlocked. There's no.
Well, are they a power that has extended itself? What I heard when I entered this conversation, what it says in the title, is that white people have been a blessing to the world. And in a certain interpretation, yes, but that's a myopic interpretation. It's a short-sighted interpretation. It's not white people. It's people from areas in which geography helped them to develop in certain ways, like empire building.
Well, Devin, this was like, so you had Tim Wise, who was so the politically correct room had Tim Wise, who's a white guy who has been like always. He's not. I wouldn't call him an anti-racist. He's been more anti-white than he is anti-racist, and he was there, and so in this room, just saying like all of the how we need to erase whiteness, all of this stupid shit, and so this is basically the room. Somebody boomed the room, and I ended up making this making this title, it's a little hyperbolic, it's just basically shitting on the room.
Who left the door open?
I have no idea.
I'm sorry.
Somebody must have left food out and the door open. It's Daniel near Samer.
It could be that there are counterbalancing factors. I mean, it could very well be that those who speak multiple languages, which is one effect of language groups in close proximity, they might have different abilities, but those different abilities may not be the abilities to grow wealthy through trade and to extend power far abroad.
Do you not own an oven?
An oven?
Oh shit, I'm eating my bed.
No, he's always using the microwave. I just wonder if you do you own a toaster oven or an air fryer?
So this whole obsession with race is kind of, a person is kidding themselves either way. Whether you consider yourself black or white, no offense intended, but it's a misplaced obsession.
I think a lot of explanations that people give for why, for example, different parts of the world were differently developed at the start of agriculture or whatever, is a lot of it just doesn't need to be explained, because just think about how for the most of human history, for the more than 100,000 years of human history, every human was living as like a hunter-gatherer. There's no technological development, and this was lasting for hundreds of thousands of years. So if there's going to be like a couple thousand-year difference between when this group decides to settle down and start planting things versus the other one, well, I mean, does that really need explanation other than some people most people weren't going to do that and weren't doing that for most of human history, and then a few people started somewhere, but it shouldn't surprise you that most humans stay in the default state of humanity. So I think a lot of times people look for explanations where you don't even really need an explanation.
Is this something you created? Like, this is an idea you created yourself? Like,
what's the thing I said just now? Yeah.
Oh, shit, man.
Well, there's no need for an explanation further back in time than 2,000 years ago. But considering the past 2,000...
Because that's when Jesus came.
But that's what the calendar says.
Listen, there are different explanations for why different groups formed agriculture first. There is going to be some story to be told. But I'm just saying, mostly the answer is just going to be, the default state was hunter-gatherers. And the fact that some people decided to stop doing that is like a strange aberration, and you wouldn't expect it to happen everywhere simultaneously, given that humans are just chilling as hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years. That's kind of our default state.
I don't know why it happened, 2,000 years ago.
It didn't happen 2,000 years ago.
Why not?
It happened much older than that. Like, agriculture started 10,000 years ago, and like Göbekli Tepe is very, very old. Actually, I would say that agriculture maybe started like, I don't know when people think agriculture started. The Göbekli Tepe is like 10,000 years ago, and agriculture maybe started a few thousand years after that.
But even if you look at the history of Europe, you had like the pastoralists, you had the it was the pastoralists, and then what was it? You had the
West hunters.
Yeah, you had hunter gatherers, and then you had somewhat of like a mix between they were like herders and.
You know the thing where Europe has been like genocided and replaced like several times in its history. Like you're like aware of this?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, and that's the funny thing is that if we look at the origin of European people, these are people that did not come from Europe. But
so like just think about it, you have Homo erectus, they're in Europe, and then they get killed by Neanderthals. Neanderthals get killed by Homo sapiens. Then you have Homo sapiens living as hunter-gatherers, and then there's various pastoralists that come in. You have the Anatolians that come in. You have the Yamnaya come in. They basically just completely replace the hunter-gatherers. You have, and then even in like more recent prehistory, you have the Celtic invasions, and then the Germanics come in. You have, just like various different ones. Like no one who made Stonehenge, like their descendants don't exist. They were like think about everything that happened in Britain. You had like the first Britain hunter-gatherers, then you had the the Britons who built Stonehenge, then you had the Celts come in, then you had the Anglo-Saxons come in, then you have the Vikings come in, and you have the Normans come in. It's just been and that's just England, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and this is one of the so we're even a liberal. It's some of the people the only people I really talk to from Discord anymore are they're liberal, but I remember having a conversation. It's can you imagine being in the Iberian Peninsula and you saw the Visigoths come in and they were conquering all of your people, and they were like, oh my god, my fellow whites, that did not fucking happen. It's so fucking retarded.
So for the title room, can you prove that white people exist? Oh shit!
It's a crude categorization of the group of people from Europe.
Can we say that white people don't exist in the Bible, and neither do black people?
I don't think. Yeah, I would say largely in the Levant, and I would say that you had different tribes.
Exactly.
And so they were of different colors, and so white. That concept, not something that exists in the Bible.
It's the reason why the Israelites. Black people did exist in the Bible. What did you? Okay, well, I'll let you go get your scripture and then come back and prove it. Simon the Niger, there you go. Boom. Yeah, but the name meant black is the skin, not the color of a race. There's no race. Niger meant black. It was a name. It wasn't a race. Slow down for a second, brother. Well, you made a point that I wanted to debunk your point. Hold on. You're not debunking anything. You debunk yourself. So, race, you said black. You said nobody was called black. That's what you said. You didn't even mention race. But let's just be clear about this. Race as a construct, this modern concept of race, not only is it fake news, it never exists. You're not answering my question. That was literally his point. Minister, shut the fuck up. Let me finish. So you didn't properly articulate what you meant.
He's not saying phenotypically there wasn't black people. It's not
exactly.
The ideal of race is a societal construct.
Stop. Oh my God.
So you're just arguing with yourself.
You're asking yourself. Yeah. No, I'm not. This is the thing. You guys are so retarded. You guys don't know that the idea of a black race, it doesn't even make sense today. Stop. Oh my gosh. only listening to point. Just let me get one sentence out because you guys are fucking retarded. So first of all, let's just clarify something. There were black people.
He didn't say there wasn't.
God damn it, yes he did. He literally said the way that black is not a race. Yeah, no, stop. There was not a black skin. God, yo,
Hold on. Let him say his thing. Just let him do it.
God damn, these people are retarded. His original statement was, Amos, you fucking retard, was that there was no white people and there was no black people. That was his original statement, okay?
You should ask for clarity.
Oh my, yeah, you know what, bro? It's cool, right?
I don't want to move you down, dude. Let him fucking finish. I'm sick of having to make conversations last so much longer because you keep on interrupting people. Just let him finish.
God damn. Okay. This is very good distinction to make. Of course, the concept of black people in terms of a race did not exist. There's only one race, okay? But here's the problem. This is what I'm trying to articulate to you guys. There were people described as black in the Bible. This is important to understand. People were described as black in the Bible, but there's no race. These are two different things, okay? For example, I'll give you an example. The concept of Ethiopia or even fucking Sudan. Sudan literally means black people. Ethiopia means burnt faces. There were people described as black, literally in the Bible. You can go to Song of Solomon, where the woman says, I am black. So people were described as black. The concept of a racial category did not exist until recently. These are two different things. So let me repeat. People were described as black, but there's no racial construct as black. Do you not understand this distinction?
Okay, so back to what Nucky said. People identify with their tribes. And so when we have conversations go on a modern text, even the way you're describing the words we're using, like Simon, the dictionaries are actually modern terms of the skin color. And we just assume that when you talk about skin color, you're talking about our people. Like the Israelites say that women can't wear dresses because in Deuteronomy 27, it says men and women's clothes should not resemble each other. And they say, well, that must mean pants. So people are just taking, and it really means they will wear tunics. So basically dresses, and women wear fancy dresses. Basically people are misinterpreting the Bible. There is no black race in the Bible. There's no white race in the Bible. A lot of us don't believe in the Bible. It does have a historical context. What I'm trying to say is when we have these conversations, the world in the Western world is fucked up because you can't talk without saying black and white. That's my point. Because you identify them as a race.
You know what I'm saying? So let me be very clear. You can go to the Tibets from thousands of years, 3,000-4,000 years ago. They were even described as black, like very dark, like Dravidians, Tamils, etc. They were described as black, right? Again, this is why there's some Israelites in the Bible described as black. Let me be very clear.
When you're talking about their skin color, which is a lot from their fucking race.
Stop, wait. Again, you guys are not listening, brother. Listen, just listen closely. We are all in agreement. There is no racial concept. This is a new concept. The point I'm trying to explain to you, because he wanted to talk about the Hebrew Israelites, and he don't want to talk about Hebrew Israelites.
According to deuterium, which is a heavy hydrogen, a stable isotope of hydrogen with a nucleus containing one proton and one
Yo, Mark, welcome to the stage. You want to say something?
What the fuck? I didn't touch him. I don't know who did it, but
I was using the Israelite as an example because people that try to debate on basis of color are generally incorrect, and it's prevalent in Western culture. And we have to learn how to talk. We have to learn how to talk in terms of nationality and of tribal and ethnicity, because that's really what it boils down to. There's no white Europeans, either black Americans. There was no ethnicity back then. You said what?
There was no ethnicity. The fact that
No.
Hold on, no.
Why are you interrupting Lester when he was giving us?
So when we were if you look at the Bible, like we can look at the Hamites, the Pharisees, we can look at all of the different fucking tribes that existed back then. We can let's just look at Europe. You have people that resemble each other. You're not going to be able to physically pick them out from each other. but they come from a certain bloodline. Their religion is different, and they're 100% enemies. Like I don't.
Lumping everybody together is why people, I don't want to like use the word black. Africans come from Nigeria and they fight with us because they don't come over here as black Africans. They come over here as fucking Nigerians. So when you strip people of their tribalness, their culture, you strip a lot away. And people just don't want to do the work to identify with that. You know what I'm saying? That's why we laugh at the fucking black Hebrew Israelites. Because they say, oh, I'm an Israelite. And they say, oh, but white people can't be Israelites. But white doesn't fucking exist. And how the fuck do they know? Because they don't trace their lineage. They just go, oh, my skin's black. I'm an Israelite. I'm saved. You know, they're weird.
Okay, well, I've never quite understood that whole thing. So, okay,
it's really simple. The black Hebrew Israelites are just morons who are ashamed of.
Not any less moronic than you Ashkenazi Jews.
They appropriate other people's cultures because they're ashamed of their ancestors. It's not very hard to understand.
You're European Jews. You don't claim your own history too. So there you go. So let me just say this for the record. White people not only are not a blessing to the world, but you're actually the worst thing to happen. So
are you generalizing? Are you generalizing?
I absolutely just generalized.
I thought people weren't a monolith.
What are you talking about? What?
Yeah, no. Answer that, right? Nobody's a monolith.
Answer what? White people are a curse to the world. There you go. Talk in terms of their tribes. Say the Spanish people, say the words you want. Be more specific, because white people don't exist.
The language you're speaking right now is because of white people. Right now.
Exactly.
The clothes
Sam, when you talk
that you are wearing right now, the clothes that you are wearing right now, the style, right? I don't know unless you're wearing.
Nah, this is a retarded real bit.
No. Let's get it. Let's get it.
So, this point is so stupid. So I speak this language. What is your point about that?
There's a reason for that, right?
Yeah, because those fucking people slaughtered our ancestors.
Or else you would be clicking and clacking right now, bro.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing.
Those same Spanish people that let's say killed your ancestors. I will say this: the Spanish Golden Age started in 1492 after the Inquisition, which they imposed Muslim rule. They kicked out the Jews as well, but they did have their Golden Age. Now, when it comes to Catholics, I look at the Spanish as being far more like jihadi-like than any other Christians in any point in time, which kind of makes sense because they were like ruled over for like 800 years by Muslims. So it makes sense at that point. But yeah, I don't.
Get that big.
What?
Yeah, go ahead. This is a quote by Susan Sontag, who was a very prominent intellectual in the 20th century. And she says, "The truth is that Mozart, Pascal, Boolean algebra, Shakespeare, parliamentary government, Baroque churches, Newton, the emancipation of women, Kant, Balakin ballets, don't redeem what this particular civilization has wrought upon the world. The white race is a cancer of human history. It is the white race and it alone, its ideologies and inventions, which eradicates autonomous civilizations wherever it's spread, which has upset the ecological balance of the planet, which now threatens the very existence of life itself." So this is 20th century, European thinker.
Yeah, well, the 20th century is the reason why we are segmented.
This much of a.
There's not a group.
Susan Sontag was a fucking. That was fucking horrible. She was such a constructionist that wanted to. She literally wanted to fucking gut everything that was Western. She hated everything about it.
She just named all these good things about it. She says even that enough is not enough to save it. That it's still a cancer. And this just shows you the sort of masochism and self-hatred of white people and Europeans of their civilization that they could even think something like that. Like very obviously European.
It's a moving turn.
What makes you think Susan Sontag is a font of wisdom?
She's not a font of wisdom. I'm using her as evidence of the sort of masochism and self-hatred of white people and the level of
So she's not a source of wisdom, but you're using her as evidence. What the like? What kind of self?
No. She's a radical. No. She was absolutely a radical.
Another thing is too, like when you know that every.
I give you a quote of Adolf Hitler to show you how bad Hitler is. You shouldn't say, "Oh, you think Hitler's dumb, so you're using her as evidence." Yeah, you can use someone's stupidity as evidence for their stupidity. And I'm just showing you.
Don't explain people down. Is it you, Sam?
That's the only way he could talk to me. Without me being on there, he would. If I was like, you wouldn't say anything. This is the only way you could talk to me.
It's just literally, I'm just trying to make a point, and you guys are like,
I understand that. You need to learn how to have a conversation about what you do.
Okay, hold on a second. You so like, shut the fuck up. No chump. Okay, look, this is my room, so whatever beef you have with Sam, I really don't care. Now, the thing is, though, is that when he's talking, I did make him a moderator, so you have to respect the rules. If you think you're going to be able to take cheap shots at him on my stage, it's not going to happen. So, like,
just for me looking down, I had to hit him with a little sign. Because that's a little,
Okay, but you're not okay. But I'm just asking to show some respect. I opened the room. And I don't know you, and so just please don't do that in my space.
Just don't interrupt me. My point is really quick. My point is just that we have a lot of self-hatred in the West. Obviously, with the invention of the polio vaccine, penicillin, democracy, like all of the glories of Western civilization, the Colosseum, Mozart, classical music, all of this stuff, all of this like amazing culture. And to think that because, we're going to just say all of it is it's all a cancer. It's just a sort of level of self-hatred and cynicism that just is not worthy of you. It's not a reasonable way to think about things.
So your point is that she's stupid, right?
No. I have much better points than that. I have much better points than that.
What point are you making?
Yeah, you didn't understand it, and you just maybe never will.
Well, I do agree that, like, to say, to bash all of the accomplishments, so I do agree that is self-hate. And that's the biggest problem. And you know what's funny? The furthest away that we are from the events that actually occurred, the stronger they feel about it, which is ironic shit about, like, it's just the stupidest thing. You weren't there. You fucking, when that shit happened, you weren't even a sperm cell in your dad's balls. You understand that?
Yeah, but at the same time, here's the thing, though. But at the same time, you were not a sperm cell in your dad's balls when, your people were being.
That's why I don't
persecute. Okay, so you don't want. So in other words, are you telling me that you're against DEI, you're against reparations, you're against all of this shit for things that happened before you were a sperm cell?
100%. Are you kidding? Like, I'm sorry. And that doesn't mean that I want to take away other people's rights to, like, fight for that. No, hell no. That would be selfish. But that's just my opinion.
Wait, so do you think you were going to get a different response to the guy named Little Trump?
Sam, I think it's offensive to say. I think it's all right. To bring up the Susan lady, I don't know who he is, so I didn't know it again. Sam, I think it's offensive to use a left-wingist white person, I'm trying not to use whites, I'm trying to train myself, a left-wingist American woman, Caucasian woman, to make a point about a term that was in the 17th century. You know how easy it is to lump everybody together? Let's start calling the Chinese people the yellow people. Let's start calling the light browns. Turn them into a race. Why not? What I'm trying to say is, your point, if you're educated, you know world history, just stop yourself. Stop using white and black and just start identifying people by their culture. So if you say, you know what, the British came over here and did this, or the Spaniards did this, or just give people the respect. Or say, I don't know what my tribe is. They have a word for people that adopt new tribes. You can pick your tribe and choose a tribe. You can pick your nationality, your race. just being a colorist and using colorist points and Western stuff, it's really destructive, and it's really why a lot of Native people that were in this country, they just disappeared because we can't talk about them. That's why the word colored was there. Everybody that wasn't white was just colored or European or whatever. What I'm trying to say is use your education to speak differently, because that's the way the world works.
No, and I agree. So like there are, as a white person, I do not like being confused. I have a big nose and like Brillo pad hair, and I get confused with being a greasy guinea. I'm not a potato nigger, aka an Irish. I'm not any of these people. I'm not any of these people, but you guys conflate us together. I'm sorry. I'm not any of those people. I'm not those people. I'm not Irish blood. And I'm not Easy Guinea. I'm not even because their accent is so disgusting. I don't even want to repeat it. And we are not the same. And you guys are, and some of us, to be fair, some of us in Europe persecuted each because, some of them deserved it, if I'm just being honest.
That's a great point, and it was funny. Shout out to you. That was hilarious. But he made a really strong point and brought comedy.
Nothing about that statement was comedic. It was just
potato nigga was hilarious.
No, it's just it was just accurate. That's all it was.
No. That was funny.
I thought it was hilarious.
I know, but it's not comedy. It's just accurate.
It's cop. What?
Let's not go on. The white boy said the N-word. Let's move the fuck on, because either way, come on.
I think potato.
I don't think that we should blame whole groups of people for things that their ancestors did. So I don't really like blaming Germans for Nazi Germany, given that the people alive today didn't do it. But if you're gonna do that, if you are insistent on doing it, then you're gonna have to be like, okay, well, Germany did Nazi Germany, but it also had Goethe and Gödel and they say all these great German intellectuals, Immanuel Kant, Beethoven. And appreciate that Germany wasn't just Nazi Germany. That Germany has a long history. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. And I just kind of hate that. I don't even want to do this. Blame your ancestors for what they did game. But if you're gonna do it, actually balance the debts and credits.
Well, Sam, you make up an excellent point. If we were to look at Germany, and for a lot of you who know, I think Sam probably knows, but before World War II, even when it comes to the National Socialist Workers' Party, a couple of decades before the war started, which ethnic group in Germany was super enthusiastic at being German first?
Prussians. I don't know.
No, Jews.
What really? Actually.
No. Look this up. If you look up German, if you look at Jews in Germany, they not only were drastically overrepresented when it comes to serving into in World War I, but when it came to frontline combat, they were definitely overrepresented. Jews have a history of the history with Jews in Europe. They were pretty oppressive of them, and it was always very hit or miss. They'd have their good times and they'd have their bad times. But before World War II, the Jews in Germany were very Germany first. They were, and even when they came here in the United States and were immigrating. It was nearly impossible to say what are you? They'd just say I'm German. They couldn't tell the difference between the German Jews and the Germans. Whereas Tsarist Russia, those Jews didn't even say they were Russian. They're just we're Jews. Why? Because they were given zero fucking freedoms in Tsarist Russia, but. The really sad part about what happened to the Jews in World War II is that you had a group of people that were given a lot of freedoms, and they did flourish in Germany for a bit, maybe 100 years, and because because they were accepted, they embraced the identity. You're like, holy shit. You mean I could be one of you people? I could be a fucking nationalist? Amazing. I love this country. And so they were like diehard Germans. And then you have like a faggot like Hitler who was just like, oh, the international finances, you know, and he just fucking decides he wants to, you know, genocide the Jews.
Yeah.
Hitler's a piece of shit.
Absolutely.
And it was sad. But no, I mean.
That's why a lot of Zionists, when I try to talk about Jews, they go, well, we should assimilate and stuff like that. They go, like, yeah, that was tried in Germany. They're like, the assimilated Jews were killed just as much as the non-assimilated Jews. Like, we tried assimilation. So I've heard Jews push back on my idea that they should just, the way to stop anti-Semitism is like full assimilation. So, I mean, it's an interesting point. I still think that there is something to be said about just full assimilation, being part of the host culture and not differentiating yourself. I think that actually is long term going to be better for Jews. But it's true that it's not a fail-safe strategy.
No, I agree. I would say what was kind of peculiar at that time is like with like eugenics was poorly understood but very widely adopted, and so. You know, I'm sure, as you know, it didn't matter if you were Jewish. They didn't care about, you know, luckily, are you Jewish? They don't care. If you were half Jewish, the chance of you not being sent to a camp, whether or not your mother was Jewish, it was basically zero. But if you had just one grandparent that was Jewish, it was a crap toss. Like you could not. Who knows? And it was the thing about them is that it was a eugenics program, and so it was. Hitler was like he's just such a grotesque piece of shit. Just think the 25 million lives that were lost.
Yeah.
Primarily white European men. Yes, there's 11 people. 11, I believe, was it 11 million people in total that were in the Holocaust? But when it comes to overall war. He was just such a contemptible piece of shit.
Something pointed out to me recently was like, if you're a leader and the end of your leadership ends in millions of your people dying, the mass rape of your women, you know, you weren't a very good leader. Like, you fucked up. And it's one of the reasons why it's so silly that really right-wing people still try to say Hitler was good. Like, he failed miserably. He caused mass devastation on Germany. If he had just been philo-Semitic instead of anti-Semitic, and then just conquered Poland and did nothing else, people would probably still say he was a great leader, you know? But it's because he was a fucking psycho who wanted to like fight against the entire world and cause genocides that caused the mass rape and killing of his people.
Yeah, I mean, Hitler was a piece of shit, you know, it's so weird. I don't know why. Today, you get these pro-white people. I can kind of get why they do it. It's just like, they call you a Nazi. It's basically in a way you almost want to rebel by I'm a fucking Nazi. Amazing. But the Germans were responsible for the deaths of so many people. And let's just say like you're a pro-white guy. You know, and you're a white identitarian. He's responsible for the deaths of so many white people, and you know, it's astounding that people really look at him. And even if we look at General Jack Pershing, he said after World War I, his biggest regret was that he didn't put boots on the ground, you know, in Germany, because he felt that Germany would end up starting another war, which they did. Like this was a criticism of the United States and other Europeans. Like they were before they genocided Jews. After World War I, they thought of Germany as just being like a fucking cancer to Europe. But for whatever reason, a lot of these Wignat faggots want to LARP and say like, oh, Hitler was amazing, 1488. Okay, cool. You're such a rebel, bro. But No, he fucking sucked. He was a disgusting piece of shit.
You know what I think? It was the worst thing ever that the United States did. I can't believe the United States under Barack Hussein Obama let in like so many illegal immigrants and legal immigrants. Legal immigrants is actually the biggest problem because
He didn't let in that many illegal immigrants.
Yes, it is.
No. Somebody on the right. No. Biden did not let in.
Let me just no, he didn't. I don't understand why you get so emotional. Barack Hussein Obama is the reason why Ilhan Omar is in the United States House of Representatives. That's a fact because he brought in so many of them. And I don't understand why you focus so long. Me as a black man, I want Europe and the United States and other Western countries to stay Western and European. I wanted to become like Islamist. I think it's horrible. Wait a second, Kagame. Even your own country is full of bullshit. But
he's from South Sudan. He can't be a coon. He's not American.
Okay, let me talk to him then. Kagame,
Black America, I don't know what you're talking about from America.
So why are you praising Kagame? Kagame is one of the worst dictators in the whole country.
Oh, you're no. Wait, hold on a second. First of all, shut up. So here's the thing, right? Paul Kagame not only you don't know what you're talking about. You literally have no idea.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Hold on, guys. I have the answer. In total, HX 8.6 million people became legal U.S. citizens under Barack Obama's two presidencies, his two terms, and 1.7 million illegals entered the country.
Exactly. It's a terrible thing what happened. America.
Yeah, but under Biden, we had like fucking 8 to 11.
Yeah, I know. Million. He's making a point. He's not comparing it with.
It's like I'm trying to make a point.
Go ahead.
He's trying to take a shit on Obama's chest. That's all he's on.
It's a terrible thing. Like with Obama and everything else, Biden did the same horrible thing. Like you're bringing in monsters. Like in South Sudan, we're down to 7 mosques. We used to have like thousands of mosques. We're down to 7. We're trying to get rid of all. We're trying to blow them up because we don't want Islam in our country. Islam is such a virulent, disgusting religion. We want to get rid of these people. These people are just terrible people.
Obama
and the United States are like taking them. It's true. Why are you taking these people that we're getting rid of? It's horrible. It just doesn't make sense to me. These people, they worship Muhammad, and this is horrible. I don't understand.
We got it. You want to suck the white man's penis? We got it. Cool.
No, I'm not
Somebody said someone sent an invite to Abby. It's horrible.
I sent her an invite.
Thank you, Pepe. You don't have to whine when you say it.
Jesus Christ.
These are horrible people. I don't understand why you guys make them.
I got a question about the title. What makes white people a blessing?
No, this is a hyperbole. Hold on a second. This is
all the fucking missiles and
hold on.
I don't understand why you don't understand this.
Okay, hold on. No. Check.
Somebody to answer the question.
Yeah, so no, this is just like this title was just like it's hyperbole, but you had Tim Weiss, this faggot that was in a room on the politically correct, a left-leaning room or house on this app.
Just a reaction.
Yeah, and so like it's just like I don't really care.
It's like clickbait.
No. So basically, after the room ended, it was basically me. It was basically like me saying like, yeah, you know what, fuck you people.
Why don't you tell the truth? Like the white countries are definitely better than the black countries. They're definitely better than Asian countries.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're better than Asian. Well, no. Because if you were to look at,
you're such a pussy, Pepe.
No. So if you were to look at, hold on, shut the fuck up, Nasir. Hold on. So if you were to look at like like Bulgaria versus I don't know, Japan. I would rather 100 times over rather live in Japan than Bulgaria. So
Yeah,
it's like, okay, I get it that like white Western countries generally are far better to live in, but I mean, it's a, I would say as opposed to Ukraine, Russia.
I have to go to South Sudan like 3 months of the year, and it's a fucking hellhole.
All right. Hey, chick, let me ask you a question. You can't sit. Hold on.
Let's let him finish.
But it's true, like, bro. I went to Rwanda. I was like, yeah, that's kind of okay, but it's not the same like going to Australia. Like in Australia, if I'm fucking disabled, like in Australia, we pay our tax dollars for hookers to have sex with disabled people. That's what we pay for with our tax dollars.
Right.
We pay for that.
Are you
so if you're disabled, like,
right. That's why I interrupt. It's like 7 people
guys.
Hey, check. You can't say the United States. I know. It's 7 people are gonna jump in. I'm trying to ask you a simple fucking question. Where would you?
That was a really interesting point.
Just a second.
A simple question, bro.
All right. You can't say the United States.
Let him finish. Like,
oh my God, you can't say the United States. You can't say Switzerland. H. Oh my God. Where would you rather live? Where would you rather live in a white country over Japan?
Listen, bro. We have something. Listen. I'm trying to tell you. You guys can't even listen to something so simple. In Australia, we have Medicare, which is 2% of your income taxes, which are paid for. And then you have another 2% if you're not married, and you earn over $90,000. That's another thing. And another thing that happens is that if you earn that, you have to pay for the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and it means that disabled people can try to have like a functioning life. You want them to have a good life. And one of the main things we pay for them to go on trips overseas to get with escorts and hookers or whatever they want.
You've got me interested. So, the government is paying for the escort?
Yeah.
And what are they charging an hour?
They're charging about like $600 an hour.
Wait, you just to say, you just live. Wait, no, let me ask the question.
No, Nasir, shut the fuck up and let him finish answering the question. God damn.
Wait, it's nothing.
Nasir, shut the fuck up and let him finish.
So they can charge $600. They can charge $600 Australian or $600 US. Like, how much? Australian dollars or US an hour?
US. So
$600 US. And the government is paying for this.
We all pay for it, like it's our taxpayers' dollars. So if a disabled person wants to have sex, like, it's pretty hard for a disabled person to do, so we'll pay for it. It's called the National Disability Insurance Scheme. You all can Google this, so I can put up a link.
It's beautiful.
And we pay for them to go overseas, to go to Thailand, America, England, Israel, whatever.
And how do they qualify? How do they qualify?
You have to be disabled.
Okay, so I want to hear this. How do you qualify? What qualifies as a disability? Because that's also an issue in the U.S. People will qualify for disability that may be different than how you.
It doesn't matter how you qualify, because if you have a disability, and I'll tell you why. Because the United States subsidizes it. And this is what I was getting to. Americans are subsidizing drugs for Australian disabled people to go overseas to hookers.
She's asking, what do you have to qualify for disability?
Let's say you have Crohn's disease.
There you go.
Disability. Let's say you have 2 broken legs disability. Let's say you're in a wheelchair.
You don't get disability for non-permanent things like broken legs.
So when you say disability, so what if someone just needs like a mental health couple months? Will they qualify as a disability?
100%.
Because that qualifies in the U.S.
100%. So in Australia, you have Medicare and NDIS. So like Medicare is like NHS in the United Kingdom. So you have like full-on healthcare, everything else. That's for the rest of the country. It costs 3 times the amount of the disabled people. We went from about 100,000 disabled people to like 400,000 disabled people because they knew, like, if you qualified as a disability, like you can go have sex with as many women as you want. You can go overseas. You can go travel.
How?
Doesn't
Does
make
the
any difference.
government give you the money, or do they pay the hooker directly?
No. They give you the money, so you get paid the money. So
How do they know you're
every
using
single
it for
month
a
they get
hooker?
paid the money. Huh?
How do they know you're using it for a hooker, or do they pay that service directly?
They pay the service directly.
So do the hookers get like tax ID numbers and everything?
Yeah, 100%. They bring the hookers over in the cars, the government cars, and everything else like that, and then they sleep with the disabled.
In Australia?
And then they go on their own way. It's totally illegal. It's a whole like thing. Yeah.
I try to say that's
I've
something
done
really
my
beautiful.
questioning, guys. That was
Sounds
pretty
really beautiful
interesting.
to have that because mentally, like disabled people have really hard lives, and sex is like one of the things that makes a life good. So I'm glad that they're helping disabled people have better lives.
I'm not
Yeah,
putting the
everybody
value
was
judgment on it.
really
I'm
happy.
just
This
so
is the same
curious
person.
how it operates, guys. Like really interesting.
Because you have like an NDIS plan, so like you have $16,000 in your plate, and you can use that to, let's say, you can use it to pay your workers or whatever. But then you have like another scheme where it's with women and like alcohol or whatever. So we want disabled people in Australia to have a good time. So they'll be like, yeah, I want to have sex with this type of women. So we just do that because it's like better use of our taxpayer dollars because we waste it anyway.
They used to be able to do it, but now it's no longer. You can't use the NDAS funded stuff for sex workers. The government, there was a backlash and you can't do it anymore. So
no, that's a lie. Yeah, you can still do it.
Here's what it says. Here's a chance for you to say. The narrow opening triggered a backlash in 2024. The government announced it would ban NDIS funding for sex work and reform since they've moved to explicitly exclude sexual service and sex worker service from NDIS funded supports. As of the current rules, the scheme is being locked down so that sex worker services are not covered. Disabled people can see sex workers legal, but that's with their own money, not government subsidies, but by the NDIS. So Australia used to be civilized, used to be a beautiful place.
No, Sam. Me and my brother run an NDIS company. It's not a true thing. They just did it for media coverage and everything else like that. A lot of stuff will drive like them to their home and everything else. And then yeah, the woman will come over, they give the sex services and everything else. You won't be shocked like Americans, but it's totally legal here. If it's escort work and everything else like that, especially in Queensland where I live. Victoria might be different, New South Wales might be different, but in Queensland it's totally legal. So that's what's happening.
Hey, Pepe, Beaver, how would you feel if that was what we did in the U.S.?
Pepe would lose his fucking mind.
I mean, I think it's disgusting. However, there are definitely disabled people who can't really get laid, and I have a sense of empathy for them, but I do think it's a disgusting. It is. I can feel it.
Pepe, it's been a long, dry spell. That's the only reason you're agreeing right now, huh?
Maybe it would stop gun violence, who knows?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, no.
I'm looking like causing gun violence and think about.
I mean, I'm kidding. I don't believe that.
Wait.
Did you see my profile picture?
Who?
This is something.
Can you refresh to see my profile picture?
Sorry. Wait. This is something that seriously has existed. I'm kind of flabbergasted.
Yeah, I'm not joking. We pay because disabled people deserve to have sex too. Because if you're disabled in a wheelchair, how are you gonna walk up to a woman and be like, yeah, can you please have sex with me? It doesn't happen. So like we fund this, the whole thing. It's better than funding illegal immigrants and drug and everything else like that. So it's a good thing. You know, these people, they deserve to have a good life. I don't see the problem.
Oh my God, I'm dying. Wait. The government is like, you're disabled, so we're gonna find you a
Exactly. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Why
No,
not?
this is gotta be a joke. There's no. Oh my God,
I'm not
seriously?
joking. You can Google it. I'm not even joking. Like, I wish I was kidding, but I'm not even joking.
What if they're just really fucking ugly? They're not disabled, but they're really ugly. Do they get paid for
Disability visa?
Or they're like, if they're assholes, if they could be domestic violence assholes, and that's why they're not getting any.
No. In the company and stuff, you go through the page and you message them. You're like, do you like entertain disabled people? They'll be like, yeah, sure. And then you have like a car that goes picks up the women, brings them to the house. You leave the house, and then you tell them what their disabilities are, and then they cater to their disabilities, and then they're able to have sex. So that's it, really. It's not really a big deal. Like, I prefer God and all the other bullshit. It's true. I'm not even joking. Like, guys, just Google ABC Australia. This is what our taxpayers are doing.
Taxpayers
by the way, guys. What people are lying. It's true.
Taxpayer dollars are going so that people who have disabilities are assumed they can't get any, and
yeah, like if you're disabled in a chair, what is wrong with helping them getting some? I don't see the problem.
I'm no expert in that, but I thought people in a wheelchair could still have.
Well, no, I mean this is like even documentaries from the '90s I remember watching where, like in Holland, where it would show like disabled people. They would go and that was like one of the main arguments they'd have for like legalizing prostitution.
Whoa.
Yeah, and prostitution is even legal. Prostitution is legalized in Queensland, by the way.
That is like it's legal. Where she's a sex worker and she has like the guy that was in the real weird looking guy's like disabled and she has sex with him. Ellen Hunt in that movie.
The guy. Wait a second. Like the guy gets the pic. Like you get a catalog and you're like, which one do you want? And then you like contact them and you're like,
the company sex, the weird ones. I've seen it. I check.
Wait a second. You're like, you want to be with this one and this one and this one, and then you give them the right of choice because just because they're disabled doesn't mean they're not a human being. They're like, yeah, I like this one with the fat ass, I like this one with the small tits, whatever.
Yeah, I check.
And then, wait a second, brother. Wait a second. And then you can go pick them up and everything else like that, and you let them do their thing. You give them a bit of dignity, you leave, and then you go home. It's just the way it is. And I prefer
So sex is considered a disability something but like a vacation or like a
when you imagine being a man or a woman being like attracted to somebody, you can't have sex with them. Like, yeah, of course. If you're a man,
what about a vacation? If someone's disabled, they might want a vacation, not just a sex.
Well, that's the reason Australians are going for Bali. What do you think?
Exactly. Thank you, Carla. It's true. It's correct.
I think it's from my city.
It's 100% correct. It's true. And that's what happens. Because it's like, why do you want to deprive paralyzed people from the opportunity to have sex with beautiful women? No. Like, you want them to have a good life. Like, why is it so unbelievable making other guys?
Usually that's something the person pays for themselves, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you're disabled and you can't work, how are you going to pay for yourself? We have to help them.
Of all the things that disabled people need help with, I mean, there's things like free rides, like cars, like housing, help with, like, wheelchair ramps or something, but prostitutes, I'm aghast. Sorry, I just did. If this is where my tax dollars went, I think I would actually be a little bit unhappy with this.
Well,
they have to be paid.
Actually, like my tax dollars pay to make sure they're regulated and tested in my state. So actually, we do pay to keep the industry nice and safe and available. So just saying that. So I was just curious, Achik, do they? Yeah, it's legal where I live. Achik, do they test them? Are there all kinds of? You said it's legal in Queensland, so do they have all kinds of testing and keep the industry clean there?
Oh yeah, it's 100% safe and everything. And then they give them like a catalog like once every 2 weeks and stuff. And you're like, yeah, which woman do you want to talk to? And they'll be like, yeah, I want to talk to this one. And then they call on their behalf because you want to give them as much agency that they can have. And then they'll tell the woman that, their disabilities and everything else like that. And then the woman's like, yeah, I want to be with you or no. But usually time they say yeah, and then you pick them up, you drop them off, and then they have sex because they're like a normal other guy or woman, If you're disabled, you still deserve to have a good time. I call us bro.
You check in the Moreton Bay in Brisbane. So there are women, a couple of women over there who are being funded by the government. They are actually getting blokes who are into empathy sex, right? And they're also going to be getting paid for their disability, but also, they're being encouraged to have sex with all the blokes. And they're doing that. They're having really a lot of money. Just by having sex with those cunts who really want to have sex with somebody who has one leg or fucking no leg. It's real.
That's true. And that's all you pay for the services for. So people like you guys, you don't understand, but it's true. Like, if people here, they have problems, disabilities. Obviously, I can work and I don't need to have welfare or anything else like that. But it's like, if somebody's disabled and they have to do something, like, why are you going to deprive them of being with a woman? Like, and if they can do it like cleanly and they can pay each other money, like, what is the point of being like, yeah, you can't be with someone else? I prefer them going to like other bullshit taxes. It's terrible.
Does this extend to homosexuality?
It extends to everybody.
Yeah,
that's like men. Of course. You like men, you like women, you like women. What is the problem?
I've been actually, I'm a city and I was certified by this freak. Anyways, he told me that, you want to apply for some kind of benefits? You can do that. And he said you can apply for benefits. What the fuck? Who's going to pay for that? Taxpayers. Cunts.
Beaver was called the Sessions. The name of the movie you were thinking of.
Yeah, but Abby, I was telling you because we want our disabled people to have a good life,
Did you see that movie you were thinking of with Helen Hunt called The Sessions? Did you ever see that movie? It's about that.
I don't know what you're talking about, but all I'm saying is...
Beaver, what is she, like a sex therapist in it? I don't remember.
Like that. The guy, I don't know, the movie that guy was in, it's like a road trip maybe, or, no, that's not the guy.
He had polio or like an iron lung or something.
Yeah, he was bedridden. What's the age you can sit in Australia for this?
It's 18. It's 18. So, the 18 and then like 18-year-old men, because we don't want to disable people. Like, one of the best things, like, guys, let's just be honest. Every time you have sex with a woman that you just met, your confidence boosts. They go up like 1,000 meters.
Absolutely.
Even though we don't say that, but even disabled in a wheelchair, you don't have that chance. So the Australian government is subsidizing it.
That's philanthropy. That's philanthropy, I check. If you're going to have sex.
I don't have a problem paying those taxes. I'd rather prefer those.
No, if I'm having sex with a disabled woman, I'm actually being very philanthropist, in some sense.
Carl, you're 100% correct. I'd rather pay those taxes than other bullshit taxes that I pay for no reason. Every Australian feels like this. Why do they have to pay taxes?
If I were disabled, I would want better health care and not.
Man, these guys are being pleased by the government. Let them do that.
We already have universal health care, though. It doesn't matter.
It's going to be the most amazing thing.
right? So if you really want to have a free sex, go to the North Lakes and there's the mental health support groups. So you can have all you have to do is offer a shoulder, you can have fucking good sex with anybody who just really want to have, mental problems. I'm in OCD, I'm a fucking anxiety. Just give them a shoulder, you're gonna have a fucking good blowjob in there. Fucking
I know where I actually know where that is.
If you're entitled to held by air, then I guess you'd be entitled to sex, right?
Because if somebody is disabled, if you're 25 years of age and you're horny and stuff, why can't the government help you get hookers? What is the problem? I don't understand you people.
You are, bro.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting to hear a blessing.
What blessing are you talking about? It's just common sense.
Electricity. Electricity's one.
It's okay. I mean, we can use that one.
Transistors, computers, television, air conditioning, automobiles, planes, modern medicine, germ theory, space exploration.
You know anything that came from black people? Like, what's going on?
What's that?
You know how many things you just listed that came from black people?
0.
Oh my gosh. No, this is such a problem.
Here, Black America. Well, which ones did come from black people?
I want you to Google right now while you're at it, since you just mentioned it. The first airship that you just referred to was a black man in America. Google it right now. Just Google it.
The first what?
Airship?
The first airship. Yeah.
What's an airship?
Just Google it, Beaver.
Well, I didn't say airships. I don't know what you're talking about.
The airplane, the first airplane. You said airplane, right?
You said airship.
Hold on.
What's an airship?
Hold on. I got you.
Yeah, that was a white guy. It was a white guy.
Yeah.
But speaking of polio, did you add polio vaccine into that paper?
Well, I didn't want to overload with too much information, but yeah, that's true.
So here's what it says. Let me read it for you. So the first airship patent which was by a black man named Charles Frederick Page in 1906. He filed his patent in 1903, and it was granted to him for him to have an invention. But you can Google this, by the way. It's readily available information. He did this before the Wright brothers, brother. You know, like 5 things that black people have been to do.
No.
Yeah, I know you don't know this because you're a white guy and y'all steal everything.
So if black people invented all this stuff, why did they stop?
They didn't. What are you talking about?
What have they invented lately? Like, what did they do in the 90s and the 80s?
Sure, I'll tell you. Actually, let's go through this history, actually. This is ridiculous that you don't even know this stuff. Did you know that your actual ambulance system comes from black people?
Ambulance?
Ambulance, yes.
I thought Mercedes is the dude that invented the automobile.
Okay, I got you. Let's Google it right now. Hold on. While we're on.
The first video game console.
We do. Okay, here we go. The first ambulance system was with black men. The Freedom House Ambulance System in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1967. You don't know this shit because you're white. You don't teach this shit. You guys are goofy. That's what's wrong with the devil.
It's make-believe. It's Disney movies.
I just Googled it and read it in front of you.
Have you seen the Disney movie where the kid gets
Alright, bro. We got it.
Like the first, like the Zeppelins, the dirigibles, like that, the airship. I'm still trying to figure out what an airship is. You're talking about like the Hindenburg, like the Hindenburg was invented by black men? I know. I'm just trying to define an airship. Can you get me that?
No, I can't. I read it to you.
No.
You can't get it. No, Abby, I literally read it. I'm not gonna keep doing it.
What's an airship? Can you define it?
No, I Googled it for you.
Dirigible.
Yeah,
So like the Hindenburg. What's an airship?
Yeah, we got.
Someone get me there?
Okay, I did a really like.
What's an airship?
I'll do that next. I did a really quick Google of inventions way back.
Why do you always pressure people to, like, no one has to respond to you, Abby. No one has to answer your questions if they don't want to.
Wait a second, your piece. Don't please attack Abby like this is a horrible thing to do. It's a horrible thing to do. Like, she was just asking a question. Abby's not a nasty person. She's not a nasty person.
When he says something, I'm not negating what he's saying. I just asked what it is. I'm not negating it. I'm asking it, is he talking when he says airship? I never heard that term. So I'm asking, is that like the Hindenburg? Like a Zeppelin? Like a dirigible? Like what is he talking about? I'm not negating if he's right or wrong. Just trying to understand it. Sorry, your piece. If you have a problem with that. So can you tell me?
It's just like you're pressuring him.
I'm not pressuring. I said something. I'm trying to understand what he.
Abby, can you back off?
Man, you were doing something, man. What is man?
I have a definition for airship.
Thank you.
I mean, I have a definition for airship.
What is it?
A powered steerable light open air aircraft that uses buoyancy for lifting vast like helium to fly.
Like the Hindenburg then? Like a Zeppelin?
It looks like the airships can land without runways and can stay aloft for a long time, so they can suitable surveillance, advertising, future travel or cargo transport.
So I say dirigible, I'm saying it maybe with a Philly accent, but are we talking about the same thing?
There's a couple. It says the structure. There's non-rigid, which are blimps, and rigid are zeppelins. That falls under blimps. Yeah, that falls under the category of airship.
So like a blimp today, we would call a blimp.
Yeah, basically, I think.
It was an airship. The airship. We made the first airship.
So basically,
Why do you have the Algerian flag? Just a quick question, Meg.
Because she totally ruled the medals, the bars at the Paris Olympics, and just in Algeria, and I was just supporting her, like girl supporting girl, like way to go. A gold medal is no small thing, especially from Algeria. Like, there's so many countries that does not have send a ton of people, especially women, to the Olympics.
Algeria is a terrible, terrible country, like the most anti-Semitic country. It's a horrible country. I've been to Algeria once, and I was like, wow, no wonder why all these people left, and they went to France, Benzema, Nasri, and everything. No wonder they went to France. Algeria is a horrible, horrible country. I don't understand why you support countries that are just horrible. Why do you do that, Meg?
Okay, so a lot of them did go to France, yes, but I'm talking more about the fact that she won gold on the bars.
I understand that, but I don't understand why you leftist women always like bring up death to people, and then when death comes, you escape first. Algeria is a terrible country. When was the last time you were in Algeria, Meg? Do you remember?
Sorry, what? Bring death?
Death. You vote for death, and then you escape because you're women. Algeria is a terrible country. When was the last time you've been to Algeria? It's a horrible country, Algeria is.
Alright, Algeria may suck as a country, but hey, they're sending a woman to
why are you putting up that flag? For what?
A woman from Algeria made the Olympics, they got gold. That's pretty
terrible. It's terrible. I don't understand.
My research says a black person did not invent the airship. Just FYI.
Mr. Zeppelin, that's how it got its name. That's what I was curious.
No, I want to ask the question about Algeria because...
Brother, stop. Google Charles Frederick Page.
Yeah, he got the patent in the U.S., but it was invented by Ferdinand Zeppelin, von Zeppelin, who invented it in 1900. So, and came up with the idea to put hydrogen gas cells. And that's how it got named the Zeppelin.
So the Black Guy
was in 1900.
The Black Guy stole the patent idea in the quick rich scheme in the U.S. Is that what it is?
No, he didn't do it. You just made some bullshit up. Let's just read it here.
It's not called the Zeppelin.
Well, I'm going to read it to you right here. The first airship patent, it's in the U.S. at least. The first air, so if you, I guess you got to go ahead and, if that's how you guys going to do it. But anyway, it says the first airship patent in the U.S. was by a black man named Charles Frederick Page for his bi-balloon flyable airship. He filed a patent in 1903. Again, Charles Frederick Page. Do with that information what you will.
I'm doing what I will. It was invented by a dude whose last name is Zeppelin. That's why it's called
With the information I just gave you, what you will.
He got a patent in the United States, but it wasn't invented in the United States.
Really, the first patent in the U.S. about an airship.
And by the way, am I gonna have to look up the patent of the black guy and it's just gonna say
Yes, do it.
Hold on. I'm just gonna say it's the same way you guys like to claim that a black man invented the air conditioning. What it didn't, it was William Carrier. Air conditioning was the inventor of the fucking first AC system.
I don't even know what I'm just talking about.
And then there was a black guy who came along afterwards, like 50 years later, who made like an advancement to fucking air conditioning and had a patent, and they're like, see, he's the one. And it's like, no, it's the fucking white guy. Like the traffic light that was invented in the fucking United Kingdom in like the 1700s. Like it had nothing to do with any fucking blacks.
Also, by the way, I just looked it up.
There was some guy, fucking black guy that like add some fucking like resistance.
We got it. I just looking up too. We got it. So also just look it up. It's just 1890s. He actually in the 1890s he actually built the first actual original like plane. It was called a Mosquito Hawk in the 1890s. But yeah, the patent that he filed was in April 24th, 1903. Stop.
Invented in 1852.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, this is the way this always works.
France,
with this
by
black
Henri
greatness and black people inventing shit.
had a steam-powered airship, and it flew in France in 1852.
Okay, so
can you not just be fucking happy and proud about the guy? And there's also, you should also be happy about fucking George Washington Carver. I mean, that man is one of the greatest inventors of the fucking 20th century. He was fucking late 19th century, late 19th, early 20th century. You know, he made up 300 different ways to use fucking peanuts. He made over who recognized that by growing cotton fields continuously back to back depleted the soil with fucking peanuts because it dumps a bunch of fucking nitrogen into the soil. He also worked with Henry Ford in working with Vonser Diesel to actually use peanut oil. You gotta be like, wait,
we got it. Let me read this. It says Page constructed a full-scale model of his design, which shipped to the Louisiana Purchase Exposition of 1904 for display as a competition entry. The airship was stolen in transit and never recovered. So there's nothing. White people stole the shit. So here's what it says. This discouraged him and he did not continue for 40 years. Stop. Let me finish reading. He was granted his patent for his airship in April 10, 1906, just beating the Wright brothers' patent, which was granted in May 22nd, 1906. So apparently, what they're actually contrasting is what the
Wright brothers were the first.
Stop!
No, the Wright brothers were the first ones to take flight. They weren't the inventors of the first airplane. You fucking stop. They were the first ones to take flight. They were not the first inventor of airplanes.
I'm literally just reading. I'm just reading.
They were around for like fucking 60 years before the Wright brothers. You fucking dumb monkey. You're so fucking dumb. Like, you're just fucking ignorant. Like, the Wright brothers were the first ones to actually fucking fly. They weren't the inventors of fucking airplanes. We're the first fucking airmobile. Like, fucking, what's his name? The fucking inventor from the fucking shit. What was his name? What was fucking crazy and gay? Shit. Like, I mean, he had fucking like artwork of like fucking Da Vinci airplanes and shit.
Da Vinci.
Yeah, Da Vinci. I was fucking draw a blank. But like, fuck. Yeah, right. They're the first ones to fly.
Let me
They're the first ones to
we got it. Let me So, okay, so
hundreds of planes before them.
Okay, got you. So when it says the Wright brothers design was for the first airplane, you're saying this is incorrect?
That was able to fly. That somebody was successful.
That's not what this says.
No,
that's not what that says.
Else was just us. Everybody else said we're eating like fucking these helicopter-looking shit. They were like spin around and they just fucking like crashed and burnt up and caught on fire and people died and shit. Like nobody was able to actually get their shit off the ground and actually make like a successful flight. That's why they're fucking famous. There was like hundreds of fucking inventors before them. Like you can actually watch like these guys with these like gyroscopic looking fucking helicopter shit, and they went like fucking 10 feet off the ground, they crashed and fucking the people fucking died in the fucking aircraft. Like there was people doing it before them. They were just the first ones to be like, oh my god, they got off the ground, they actually successfully flew like a couple hundred feet and then landed and didn't fucking die. That's all they're like fuck. So okay,
Yeah,
it's like, you guys want to smoke thing, you want to come in and like steal everything, you fucking $5 Indians. Like fuck, we should be happy with the George Washington Culver, the Rubik's Cube, and there's dozens of other things that you could be happy about, but you don't have to fucking steal and appropriate shit like we're American shit. Simple rules are just oh god.
It's terrible. If we were so technologically gifted and everything else like that, why the fuck didn't we build Africa? Huh? Why didn't we build Asia and all that countries? It's always the same thing. If you look at Africa, one second, mate. If you look at Africa, it's hell. It's just shit. Like the people are like, yeah, pray for Sudan, pray for Congo, and pray for everything, and they don't even believe pray for Congo. And yet you have people like someone called Kagame, and he'll be like, yeah, but it's really Rwanda that's been causing the war for the last 30 years.
You don't know that, right?
And it's a terrible, terrible thing. You know that, right? It's Kagame. Paul Kagame has been the one that's been killing the people for the last 30 years. So for you to come here and be like, yeah, like white people doing this and everything else like that. If Africans are so good at building stuff, wait a second. If Africans are so good at building stuff, why the hell don't we build Africa?
Mr. Sheikh was kind enough to actually put in the chat mentions by black people. Only black Americans.
Don't blame it on white people.
No, I'm saying Mr. Sheikh was kind enough to put a bunch of inventions by black people in the chat.
I'm not talking about inventions. I'm talking about regular day everything. Africa.
Okay, as far as the African continent, it was broken up and colonized by 10 different European powers.
Colonization Wait a second.
Colonization destroyed those countries.
Hey, let me
blame it all.
Hold on, wait, I'm actually looking at let me read this, by the way. Because I do want to set the record straight for this flying. It wasn't for an airplane, it was for a flying machine. And so this is what is incorrect with what people got, right? I'm glad I looked this up. It says the patent, I'm on, by the way, nationalarchives.gov. It says the patent for the airplane, or what it was actually referred to as the flying machines, right, was a breakthrough in aviation that established the basis for aircraft control. This is the distinction here. So I'm glad we actually established this. And it actually goes, if you actually go to the National Archives, and it talks about this. So even though this claims, if you go to the archives, it claims it was the first one to do this, right, in terms of this aircraft and air machine. But it also acknowledges Charles, in this website, it also acknowledges the black man Charles Bridges. So I'm going to put this link in the chat so people can read this, because I'm not understanding why you acknowledge the black man if it has nothing to do with this. But I'm going to put this link in the chat. You guys can read this from the government archives yourself. It's fine.
No, it's actually so sad, because the funny thing is that you're like, yeah, we built the United States, we built A, B, and C, but yet when you look at Africa, Africa sucks. When you go to Africa, Black Rome is one of the most
colonization, tribal warfare. There's a ton of reasons for that.
But what about before colonization?
why they get so emotional because
Hold on. I take. So, wait, hold on. If you don't know what you're talking about, you just said talking down means causing one time. You don't know what you're talking about. So let me say this.
I do because
you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, so, I do because of the 30-year war. Paul Kagame has caused the war, and that's what's happening in the Congo. It's been happening ever since. Algeria is a fucking hellhole because of the terrorist problems and everything else like that. Africa is like that because we can't develop, we can't do shit. Like, it's enough time to stop blaming the white man. The white man, yeah, they fucked us over the generations and everything else like that. But right now, like, it's not time since like 1965, 1966 until now to blame the white man for all our problems.
What do you think about Ibrahim?
Are you forgetting about the ancient African? Are you forgetting about the ancient African cultures?
What do you think about Ibrahim?
The ancient African cultures of Egypt and
Egypt is a hellhole.
Ancient Egypt. I'm saying humanity started in Egypt, and ancient Egypt was so far more advanced than any culture at that time. Actually, ancient Egypt, ancient Nubia, the ancient Africans.
Nobody wants these people. These people are terrible people. One second. It has nothing to do with Canaanites and everything else like that. We don't want these African people. We don't want them. Nobody wants them. The Palestinians in Gaza, the Egyptians don't want them in the Sinai, Mount Sinai, where the Holy Bible started, right? Nobody wants them there. Nobody wants them in Sudan. Nobody wants them in South Sudan. Why? Because the Palestinians are
not talking long enough for me to hear what I'm saying. I am talking about ancient Egypt, ancient Nubia, with the pyramids, with the huge empires that existed 3,000 years ago when Europe was running around in loincloths and killing each other with spears. That's what I'm saying. The start of civilization was on the continent of Africa.
Nobody's listening to you, Meg. I don't even know why you call yourself Meg. It's so funny. It's disgusting. Actually, nobody even understands why you do that. But anyway.
Because it's a nickname. It's a nickname.
It's so disgusting and so funny. Like,
so tell us about the super soaker. The black guy invented that?
Yeah.
It's terrible. Like, I can't even understand. Like, she wants us to be like, yeah, we're the same people. We don't want to Arabize North Africa. Morocco was not Arabized. Tunisia was not Arabized. Egypt was not Arabized. West Sahara was not Arabized. So don't come and be like, yeah, this is the thing like Arabs want to do and everything else like that. We're not Arabs. We're not your people. We don't speak your language. There's a reason why Arabic is bad in South Sudan. It's not our main language. We want to get rid of Arabic, you know, because we don't want to be Arabized like people. We're the darkest people in the whole world. We're black. Nobody's blacker than us. Nobody's blacker than us. So don't come here and be like, yeah, we want to do all of this stuff, Meg. It's such a bullshit thing that you tell me. And just gaslight me. And it's horrible. It's horrible. What should people say? We don't want your Egyptian bullshit. If you Egyptians want to be Arab, go ahead and be Arab. But yeah, you have 30% of people that are Coptic and everything else like that. Yeah, you never talk about the Coptic people because for you, they don't even exist. You people are just horrible, terrible people.
Why don't people want to get credit? We don't get credit for what we did.
It's horrible because these Arabs are horrible people. Meg thinks she's an Arab. She's not even an Arab. She's probably like an Amazigh or probably someone else or better rights.
Oh my God, I don't think I'm an Arab. I'm not saying I'm an Arab. Jesus Christ, you're completely misreading me. Well, I should just. No.
What are you?
No.
What are you then?
I am mixed. No, Central Asian and American.
Then why you have an Algerian flag then?
I told you because she won the gold at the Olympics, and that's a massive achievement for Algeria.
and she was a man at the same
No,
time.
that's the boxer. That's the boxer.
She was a man at the same time.
No,
Why
that's
she stand for the United
that's
States?
the boxer.
Olympics?
That's the boxer who's a man. She killing people is a woman, female.
It's horrible.
Oh my gosh, she's a woman. She's a female gymnast.
You don't understand. You know what? Go ahead. Let me be courteous.
Yeah, you're a little too excited, Chef, right now.
No, I'm disgusted.
I know.
Fighting these people. These people are the ones that have to pick up my gun every 1 year, 2 years to shoot these people because these people they're just sick people. And they're just annoying. And they don't understand what they're dealing with. And they just keep coming over to my country. Right now, people are saying, like, pray for Saddam. Pray for what? Liberate Saddam. Liberate what? It's about Sudanese Muslims that are fighting other Sudanese Muslims. Like, fuck off. They're both Muslim people. My enemies are killing my enemies. While they're killing each other, we're blowing up their mosques. We're not Britain or the United Kingdom where we're building more mosques. We're just blowing up every mosque. Every mosque we see, now we're down to 7. Tomorrow we'll be down to 6. We're going to blow up that mosque up. We don't want it in the country. People are sick people. That's what they're talking about. It's just terrible. It's horrible people. Like, it's bad people. You don't understand. It's always the women that are the worst. And they both so horrible. And that's why I understand why you didn't give women the fair support. Because these women, when they fought for enemies of our state. Horrible people. And we're going to blow up the other mosque tomorrow. And then it's going to be like in 2 days. And President Trump knows all about it. And Nigeria's going to be a distraction. But
you're actually going to blow up a mosque tomorrow?
Of course we're going to blow up a mosque. We don't want any mosque in our country. It's horrible. Why do you want a mosque in your country? It's horrible.
You're not being hyperbolic, but you're actually going to put explosives on a mosque and blow it up.
Of course. You think I'm joking?
I didn't think you were serious. I didn't think you were being literal.
I'm being serious. We don't want any mosque in our country. White people became soft. We don't want any mosque in our country. We're going to blow this mosque up. The TNT is done today, and then we're going to blow it up tomorrow. So,
can you film it? Will you film it?
Then you're going to have your leftists and your propagandists be up to me, you know. If I was Jewish, yeah, I have the world media on top of me, but no Jews, no news. So we're going to do it without no Jews, no news.
But you're not going to kill anybody, right?
Nobody's going to die, but we're going to block the mosque. We don't want any mosque in South Sudan. They can go to the north.
Why don't you just repurpose the building for something else?
No, bro. It's satanic. What the hell you want to repurpose your mosque for what? A school care? Like a church? Fuck them. These people are Satanists. It's terrible. You know what Islam in your country? You Americans don't even understand the dangers of Islam that you have in your country. It's a horrible thing that you guys are going through. It's terrible. You have to get rid of Islam. Islam is more dangerous to your country than the Democratic Party. This is a fact.
Yeah, but you don't think all Muslims are bad, do you?
All Muslims are terrorists. All Muslims are bad people. And all Muslims, they will still obey their death. They're all bad people. Terrible people.
So you have to learn this. Say you're at Starbucks and there's a Muslim in front of you and she's trying to pay for her coffee and she's like 10 cents short. Would you give a dime? Would you give her a dime to pay for it?
No. You give an inch to these animals, they'll take over your country. Afghanistan used to be Buddhist. Pakistan used to be Buddhist. Thailand used to be Buddhist, 100%. And now you're dealing with these people, these animals. You cannot give an inch to Islam. Islam is a terrible, terrible religion. You can't deal with these people. Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. The only reason Morocco exists because Israel's like, yeah, we're friends with these people.
the Israelis are the only reason that the Moroccan government exists because we would have fought in a long time ago. We want to fight in Egypt. We want to fight in North Sudan. We want to fight in Somalia. We want to fight in Western Sahara. We know what Islam means, I think. We want like a week of this.
What do you think about this?
It's a horrible thing. We don't want these people in our continent.
Yeah, I want to hear what Meg thinks of what you just said.
She's shocked because she never understands it.
No, I understand what you're saying. That Islam has there's Arab empires. Yes, they did conquer a lot of territory, so they're one of the biggest colonizers. Yes, they're having a lot of problems with Islam. They're having a lot of problems with Islam movement, mostly kill other moderate Muslims. As far as saying that
no such thing as a moderate Muslim. Don't lie.
A blanket term saying that all of them are evil is so easy and so general and so just not true. It's like saying every Muslim is good. It's not.
All Muslims are evil people. We don't want them in any country.
Maybe terrible people. I understand that that South Sudan, where you have been terrorized by extremists.
Actually, the biggest terrorists, we shot them in the head because we don't jail these Islamic people.
You've been fighting with them. I get that. But inside a lot of countries, they live peacefully with everyone else. So
yeah, these countries are stupid like Israel. I can't imagine Israel after experiencing October 7 and arresting nuclear terrorists. I would have shot them on the spot. What do you have to talk about? These people are rapists, they're sick people, and they come across like to shoot them. These are terrible people. I don't understand why Israel is a soft country. It's very soft. They don't even kill their own terrorists. Horrible country. They need to kill people. You know? Why the hell are you holding 18,000, 2,000 terrorists, nuclear terrorists? You have to kill them. You have to have a horrible. Israel is a weak country. If it was in South Sudan, horrible. Horrible. They would be dead a long time ago. These people are terrible people. In South Sudan, we have a death penalty for anti-Semitism. We have a death penalty for white hatred. We shoot them on the spot. I don't understand why Algeria or Israel or the United States or you have all these policies of human rights or blah blah blah. We shoot them on the spot. I don't understand.
I don't think all Muslims are evil.
Muslims are evil people. Islam is an evil religion. You don't understand these people.
Hold on, A-Check. Let me
Nobody, wait a second. Don't cancel me.
No, that's fine. You're going to convolute it.
Leftist politics.
A-Check, this is Rich. Oh, it's Rich. Oh, it's 3X. It's 3X Rich. Oh, wow. Now you just realize who it is. Why do you do this every time, A-Check? I was just going to say, the religion of Islam is disgusting. There you go, A-Check. Now you're, oh, wow, Rich on the side. Oh, now I remember Rich. Oh, wow. It's like you have fucking amnesia.
No, I don't know.
41st dates.
I'm going to tell you.
Let's say Kasumkum. Let's say Kasumkum. So be busy doing that. The reality is the religion itself is evil and disgusting. The people themselves are not inherently evil and disgusting, but the religion causes them to be disgusting and evil. That's all I was going to say.
That's all.
The
religion of Islam.
Yes. It's what you guys. Muhammad is a piece of shit burning in the house.
I'll tell you what you don't.
Why are you letting this retard kill the room?
Because we always do.
These people are so bad.
It's like he has the fucking 51st dates bullshit. Like he'll be like, oh, I don't want your leftist ideology, and I'm like, this is Rich 3X, and he's like, oh, Rich, I love you, Rich. Oh.
I don't understand why it's always the women that just destroy every conversation. People were trying to talk.
Look at all the people who left their room.
It's horrible.
Historical, I don't understand why you told me with all club. Nobody was here talking to me.
Wait, Steiny's a good, clean woman, Jack. What are you talking about?
Well, it's just
Hey, Steiny.
yeah, I'm just gonna just
Agent report. You read from the same script every fucking room. We get it. You know,
historical.
don't you know what? Oh look, Trump. Like, shut up.
It's just so horrible. And the reason you're here because you have seen
Jack, why are you talking to a good, clean white woman like that, Jack? How dare you?
I don't care if she's white. I don't care if she's black.
She's not liberal.
I ain't no liberal.
She's not liberal.
I know she's not liberal, but she's so horrible. Like,
She's horrible. Yeah. She's horrible. Yeah.
no.
You're a whiny bitch, Agent. Whiny bitch.
You waking it up today, Jack. You literally got the quietest person off mic the best of your Jack.
These people are horrible people. You don't understand. These people are horrible people.
Steiny's a real nice guy, though. I enjoy him.
But these are terrible people. I don't understand. Because Shamwood ko sokong gabi. Ati mo na kaya men bebe. Ati ko na kaya kumite ko ito. Ati ko na kumite ang nakpan business ko ito. So ito within that ko ito. Ako mo siya kaya ko ito. Ito champion. Champion within it. Ko ito. Ko ito. And champion within it. It's a jungle dog. This is a terrible person. I don't understand why you.
She's so horrible.
People are horrible.
She's so horrible.
Rich, did you hear Achek talk about he's gonna blow up a mosque tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Oh, where is he gonna blow up the mosque? In Australia or Sudan? Where is he? Where is he? Back?
South Sudan.
Oh, so you're not in Australia?
South Sudan.
Wait, Beaver, you have to ask for clarification. Is there going to be people inside of it that might be doing controlled demolition?
No, he said no. He said it's just they already got the TNT set. He said,
oh, cool. Yeah, I don't mind that. As long as there's no people in it.
There's no people in it. Look, we don't want Muslims in our country. It's like you still need to be like, we have strong Jewish women and Amos and everything else. Like, you know why like this? Because people are so weak and soft. You should have actually there to marry like not to be
talking about it. I told you I wanted to carpet bomb Gaza. What the fuck are you talking about? Weak. I said you. You said Amos. You're retarded. You're doing the 51st date Adam Sandler shit, where you think this is the real Amos. It's not.
You're attacking the wrong guy.
No, you do this shit all the time. I come in a different account. Clearly, everybody on stage and in the audience is like, "Oh shit, that's Rich." But then I have to like break it down to you, like you're fucking what's her name in 51st Dates. Like I have to fucking sit you down and be like, Drew Barrymore, yeah. Like I have to sit Drew Barrymore down and be like, Drew, like we're really married and we have a kid and shit. Like I have to like do the 51st States fucking amnesia shit with A-Check every time.
Are you gonna yell out Allah Akbar?
No, he's gonna yell out Kasumkum.
True. We just support these people. I don't understand why Israel has like 2.5 million Arabs.
But honestly, Beaver, I don't hold it against A-Check because he has brain damage.
I don't want these people in Israel, honestly. You have like 2.5 million people in.
What do you care about?
It's a horrible.
He was actually a brain damage. He was one.
Just look. I don't understand why you get this. Just
wait. Were you in the 51st States right now? Beaver, he was blown up in a church in South Sudan.
I didn't know they gave him any brain.
Yeah, of course. These people are it's no point.
That's why he talks the way he does.
It's terrible.
Oh, I have to lose his money.
The 2.5 million people in Judea and Samaria. You have to.
He doesn't sound brain damaged to me, but if everyone's accent was
Did you have damage to your head during the explosion?
No. The thing is, it's always so funny when the leftists, liberals, and everything else, like, I'm also be like, yeah, I'm a leftist, I'm a liberal. But it's always the funniest case. My solution to all this tragedy is like, the liberals need to fuck off. Maybe they vote for Rwandani or whatever the fuck they do. But I don't even know how to say this. You have to put the people in Judea and Samaria, the people that want to live there. And it's horrible that you think that these people are going to be like, yeah, I'm going to be like a white person and everything else like this. And that's how you do ethnic cleansing. In South Sudan, we ethically cleanse, not ethically, because
Beaver, invite, hold on, H-Check, I'm bringing you something fun. Invite Rob up.
Already did.
I want Rob to come up so H-Check can start screaming it, because some comment.
If you go to
I'm not going to. H-Check, Rob says, why are white people a blessing to... He doesn't believe so.
What? You don't think white people are blessing the world?
I think there are some white people who will greatly contribute to the world.
I think it's so stupid. They created most of the things that you have now. Ambulances, air conditioning, the system. If white people didn't contribute to the world, why is it that the majority of the other world wants to come to white countries? Why is it always diversity in white countries, never in black countries, Rob? Why is it that white people don't want to come to black countries?
Well, probably because of the conditions that they're in.
Because
one could ask why do white people come to black countries in general?
There's no such thing as a white black. Wait a second, bro. There's no such thing as a white.
H-Check, which country in the continent of Africa would you say is good?
They all suck. There's no such thing as a white black country. The best countries in the whole world are white countries. You know why they always say like diversity? And it's always diversity to white countries. Why? Because the white countries are the best countries. Nobody is like being like, yeah, I want to go to South Sudan because I want to have a better life. And it's like, yeah, I want to go to Kenya, I want a better life. Or yeah, I want to go to Nigeria, I want a better life. White people they build the best societies. What part of that don't you get wrong?
I guess you could say that. White people conquered the world.
It's the truth. They built the world. And Africa sucks without them.
I say without Africa, they wouldn't have been able to do what they did. I'm not even talking about necessarily the transatlantic slave trade. I'm talking about the sheer resources they have.
Let's not talk about slavery.
No, that's why I said I'm not even talking about the transatlantic slave trade. We can talk about how the European nations all set together. I think it's the Balfour Convention or something, and how they all carved up Africa for a specific reason. You could say that Africa sucks because civilization, maybe democracy, or like the society that we exist in America doesn't exist in a lot of nations in Africa. You could say it sucks. I'm not sure, are you African? You sound like you from somewhere.
It sounds Sudanese.
No, I'm 100% African, and the reason why
I would respect your viewpoint even more because you are African. Now, one could say that what you're doing is self-hate,
No,
especially when you
know you attack me when I'm telling you the truth. Africa sucks, Rob.
Why does it suck?
And I'm unwealthy. Wait a second, bro. And I'm
Why does it suck? That's a fair question.
No, I'm telling you a question. I'm answering your question. I'm a wealthy African, and I'm telling you, Africa sucks at the moment. All of this stuff that was built, the sewer system, the toilet system, the plane system, everything else like that, it was built by white men. You can be like, yeah, I don't like white men, but they did the blueprint. And everybody,
it's about disliking white people.
No, like
did you see how I answered the question?
But the thing is,
the question. I said that there are white people.
What innovations have come out of the continent of Africa?
What innovations? Yeah. I'd have to sit down and really think about that.
Just one.
You can't feel
I'd have to sit down and think about that.
I mean, there's so many just points.
I never alleged that it was the innovation. I said it's the resources in Africa.
It's not about resources. Africa's
no, it's country. That's the reason. If it's not about resources, there will be no reason. There will be no reason for people to be in Africa. That aren't African.
No, don't lie.
They come to Africa for the resources.
No, don't lie. Africa has the most resources in the entire planet. It's not about the resource thing. It's about a skill thing. So you're telling me that why?
No, I'm saying the reason.
Wait a second.
No, he's saying that's why the white people go to Africa is because there's more sources there.
Exactly. True.
Yeah, he agrees with you.
I know for a fact. So I don't know what Africa could have developed to had colonialization not happened.
It's not about colonization.
He thinks societally through societal evolution, the reason that Africa hasn't progressed is because of colonization.
No, I'm saying I don't know.
No, I'm saying okay. Rob, hold on, HJ. See if you agree.
You can't tell me.
See if you agree with this statement. If white people didn't exist in Europe or Asia, if there was no white people, how would Africa have progressed? Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I said colonization. I didn't say that anything about white people not existing. I said
because of the resources.
I said I don't know what the effects of Africa would be without colonialization.
Okay, if they never colonized, what would
we all let him finish, please. What'd you say? What'd you say?
You have a shot now.
Well, I'm trying to be fair. I mean, y'all can't even let the guy complete a sentence.
I know. It's a really quick conversation. That's all.
We're having a conversation.
So this thing, it would be arrogant for me to say that how those people choose to live isn't progressive. Just because I'm American and I live in American society, it's easy for me to believe that the way we live is the way that all people should live in the world. So I think that's an arrogant position to take. Like if these people have survived for thousands of years doing things in the way that they've done it, who are we to tell them that their way isn't progressive just because they aren't necessarily building freeways?
Yeah, I know. Like that's why I say, like, why does the United States cut off all assistance to every single country in the entire world?
Because then America would cease to have the power that it has. The leverage that it has is the military being strategically placed all over the globe and being able to offer that aid. You know what that aid does? That aid allows us to come in.
Have you heard?
Have you heard this whole thing about like in Ukraine? It's been a big conversation about what's the word? Rare earth minerals. You feel me? We give you aid. You got to give us something in return. We give you guns. We give you food. We help give you some water. You got to give us something in return. So no, they're not going to stop. The government's not going to stop giving aid to the world. I mean, we could make some arguments, maybe they should, but they're not going to stop doing it.
You know, let me reply to you. I hate the fact that it's always like, yeah, like these countries are supposed to give us aid and everything else like that. And the black people are like, yeah, we don't want any aid from like white countries and everything else like that. And then they're like, yeah, we need the minerals and everything else like that for your iPhone that you have right now, or your Samsung that you have right now.
You have to go to them. You have to go to them.
And the thing is, no, and the thing is, it's terrible. You can't say like, yeah, I hate all white people, I want to attack white people, and then at the same time, you're like, yeah, I want something to happen. It's terrible.
I don't give a lot of credence to white people outside of them being human beings.
You can't even let people finish.
Outside of white people being human beings, I don't give credence to white people.
This is terrible. Why don't you don't give credence to white people? You're using a fucking iPhone. That's credit for a white person or a Samsung.
It was invented by Jews.
And they're doing the internet. Like,
yeah, the internet was invented by Jews. Cell phones, computer, microchips.
Guys,
all invented by Ashkenazi Jews.
One second. I hate how these people are. Yeah, you're using things that are not created by your people. Black people allegedly. It's terrible. Forget who actually
the way America works, I don't know if you're familiar with America. I don't know if you're familiar with how America works. People create things.
It's just a horrible thing. People, it's just what they put
them out in the market for you to consume.
You're not listening.
We have the right to consume what we want.
What are you dealing with? You're dealing with multiple things. And people are not dealing with it. It's a horrible thing that you're saying and everything else like that. You're not compromising with everything else like that. You're not. And then you just sit there and be like, yeah, I'm going to deal with this and everything else like that. And you're not. It's just horrible.
Hey, Jake, BB thinks you're Somalian with a low IQ.
He's South Sudanese.
You know, if I was Somalian, I'd actually shoot myself. I'm actually shooting myself. These people are so ugly, they're so terrible. And the women are clitless. They are clitless women. You know that? The women, they grow up, they don't even have a clitoris. That's why they rape so many white chicks when they go to Great Britain and they go to the United States. They rape women because the women don't even have clitorises. It's a horrible thing. This is why we shoot these people on sight. If you see a Somali man, he's never had sex in his entire life. What kind of people are taking off the clitoris of their own women? It's horrible people. I don't even understand what you're talking about. Horrible. It's horrible.
Did Pepe make this room? I wish he was still up.
These are terrible people. Really?
Somali people
are the West of the West.
Well, ask me, and I can answer what he.
But nah, you good, Beaver. We gonna work, man. I ain't gotta work tonight, so I got a little time to just bullshit.
Have you ever seen Hustle and Flow, the movie?
If you're about to tell me I sound like that, man, like I'm gonna tell you I'm from Houston, Texas.
It's a compliment.
I use the word man. It is what it is, you know.
Eric Howard in that movie was awesome. You remind me of how he would people talk.
Well, I mean, he's from Tennessee, I'm from Texas. You know, there's a difference in how we speak, but I get it because I say man. I get it. I've heard this conversation before. But outside of Hustle and Flow, when you as a white person, have you ever do you have pride in being white?
To be honest, not really. I mean, I never really cared, but
see, I be having these conversations with people, and I think white privilege exists, but I don't think it exists in what people define it as. I've evicted white people out of apartments when I worked as a leasing agent. I know a white boy can't come up to the leasing agency and say, hey, white, I can't pay my rent. But what I do think,
wait a second, why? I have a question. What do you mean white privilege exists? The best countries in the whole entire world are all run by white people. The worst countries are all run by black people. Don't come and be like, yeah, white privilege.
I'm talking to Beaver.
No, but I'm telling you the truth. Like, you can't be like the Beaver guy and be like, no, you can't.
Hey, check.
You're not a white man.
Hey, check.
You're not a white man.
Hey, check. I have a genuine question. Hey, check.
You're not a white man.
How long do you think this Kasumkum would last in South Sudan before he would give up and fly back to the U.S.?
Probably like 20 seconds.
Kasum.
Alright, we gotta let Rob finish.
I said Kasumkum.
I don't know what it is, but actually, I'm not from a third world country, so we'll be good with this. I'll take my ghetto over your hut any day. But what I'm saying, Beaver, I think the greatest privilege I have is the ability to be like individuals in your identity. Like it's not rooted in your skin color. It's rooted in who you are as an individual. Whereas, and I'm not gonna say this for every black person because there's plenty of black people on the app that you probably deal with that have more worldview like you do. But for the bulk of black people, our identity is our race. Then it's our individual person.
Oh, because you're a minority, that people identify you, so it's a black guy that's the one.
I mean,
they associate with you.
It could be because we're the minority, but I think it's because of how race has been structured and how race has been used in America. I think if we could ever get past racial disputes, we might be able to realize that white and black Americans got more in common, especially like white and black Americans that's not in the top 1 to 5 to 10% of income earners, got far more in common. But racial issues, which in my mind, race just means culture in America.
Well, if I grew up in Japan, if I went to say like the 4th grade in Japan, I'm sure the other classmates would say they would think of me as the white person before anything else. Because that would be rare.
Yeah, but we're not rare in America.
If you're in a white community,
we're treated that way whether we're in a white community, when we're in a black community, historically, maybe not today as much, but when we're in a black community, you still feel the brunt of that.
But if we were playing pickup basketball, you would see me as the white kid.
If you were the only white kid, yeah. And if it was a bunch of bald-headed black men and this little black dude with dreads, I'm gonna say that's the dreadhead kid.
It's terrible how you think about this stuff. It's horrible. And
I don't get to talk to white people a lot just on the regular. Like far as conversations like this, I'll be honest with you, I interact with white people at work. But as far as like at home in my neighborhood, there's not a lot of white people around us. And I'm not just clamoring to go to the all-white community and hang around them. But I will.
Do you resent white people at all? Just in general?
I resent? No, I don't. And if I do resent white people, it's I think white people work against their own interests, which ultimately hurts America sometimes. Like in the state of Texas. But I don't resent white people because I think white people are normal human beings. I don't think they're special. I don't think they're evil. I think they're human beings. I do my best when I encounter white people to try to treat them fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, as just humans.
What about Jews?
I deal with Jews. I do business with the kitchen that I'm about to open for my business is in the Jewish community in Houston. Like, so I don't.
So you treat everybody. I mean, you don't think of anybody based on me.
I will tell you this. Ask me how I feel about Zionists. Certain things, that's a different story.
Look, I'm a Zionist, bro. Like, I
sued him and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm a Zionist, so like what?
Wait, what did, hold on, let me ask you a question. What is Zionist? Hold on, A-Check.
I'm talking to Beaver.
I know, I'm asking A-Check the question. A-Check, what did the Israeli Zionists do for South Sudan?
100%. They helped us. In 1967, it was my grandfather. In 1995, it was my father. And in 2013, it was...
How do the Israeli Zionists feel about South Sudanese people?
I don't know. The right wing, 100% is good people. Left wing, I'm allergic to left wing.
No, I'm saying the government of Israel. How was the interaction? Hold on. How was the interaction between the South Sudanese government and the Israeli government? Is my question.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's good. I was there recently. It's like very, very good.
Man, shout out Lou Dang, man.
It's good. It's good, bro. Like, I'm a proud Zionist, so like, they'll be like,
look,
I don't like
it. Get back.
I don't like it, Zionist.
Rob, do you remember New Bowl? The center
from a New Bowl. Have you seen his son?
Yeah, his son can shoot three.
His son was an outlet. They said they believe Manute Bol might have been playing in his 40s when he was in the NBA. They don't know how old he was.
Maybe on mind.
He was. What would I do for this?
I'm studying this one.
Pepe wouldn't have. Now look, let me check this.
I lost all that.
I don't like Pepe. Me and Pepe don't like each other. We found common ground over the last few months.
I don't understand why these people that are like, yeah, fuck Zionists, especially in Nigeria.
We don't want to get them too much. We talking about America, man. We don't want to talk about traitors.
No. It's true.
I don't hate any groups. No, I don't hate black people, Jews, any racial group, Muslims, anything. The only people I hate are leftists. That's it.
I hate
leftists. They're terrible people.
What exactly is a leftist? Is that a Democrat?
Socialist.
Progressive, social justice warrior, Democrat.
Just say Norman.
Huh? Norm's not he's not a leftist.
Hey, could Charlie Kirk be described as a social justice warrior?
No, because all the black slots were like celebrating his death. Oh, we don't want these people. Nobody wants these people.
Why not?
He was Did you see these horrible fat slots with the like beard? These are horrible people. These are terrible people. And Charlie Kirk, you know what Charlie Kirk said? He said, you can tell. Wait a second.
Charlie Kirk said, this shit back and forth between a black and a white American.
It's terrible.
Yeah, I remember
Charlie Kirk said, you can tell a lot by a person. How they react when a person dies, and he ended up dying because he left.
With all due respect, I saw a lot of mockery of Big Floyd, man. Shout out Big Floyd, man. They about to tear down his community he from.
Who?
George Floyd.
The hell are you talking about, Rob?
He looked like Steven Jackson. Remember Steven Jackson for the
That's why Steven Jackson said that was his brother. Like, I've actually been around them together.
But you gotta admit, George Floyd, it was not a good representation.
I'm not gonna admit anything. Let me tell you something. I actually knew him. Let me tell you this, Beaver. I actually knew him. The community he's from. I'm not from Third Ward, but I'm tightly knit with Third Ward. I went to college in Third Ward. I am not here to say that Big Floyd was a social justice warrior. Big Floyd didn't deserve to die like he did.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, did he not put a gun to a pregnant woman's belly?
Anything outside of that, you wouldn't have known anything about that man had he not got killed. That's true. You would know absolutely nothing. See, so when you try to make a comparison to like a Charlie Kirk, but I don't gain no pleasure and shitting on his death. That's a father. I think about his kids and shit. I'm a father. You feel me? I didn't like shit that he stood for. But I ain't like that sight. So I'm not a fan of political violence in America. It don't work.
Yeah, but I think Charlie Kirk added, he added value to the world. I don't know if Big Floyd did. I don't know.
Big Floyd added value to the people around him, and how you can tell is because the effect he's having on the people around him. Y'all didn't see that. No, my bad, man. Go ahead, bro.
I was going to get into it real quick because I appreciate the dialogue y'all having. I'm trying to add to it. And my question though to you people would be, what is the need to associate or put Charlie Kirk and George Floyd on the same level as if George Floyd was ever a representative for black people? You know
I wasn't doing Rob's on that brought up Kirk. I didn't bring up Kirk.
Okay, so I must have misunderstood. But I've even seen that a lot on social media where people will use George Floyd and like disrespect George Floyd as if he means something to black people as a whole. You know what I'm saying? When it was really just some BLM shit that made it. I don't want to go down.
So this is the thing. He did mean something to black people where he's from. Unfortunately, his death,
it was politicized.
Visible. It was visible. So whether it was politicized or not, people saw it.
Yeah, it was on videotape, and it was
people saw it. And people, fuck the politicized aspect of it. People saw that in a time that it was just kind of the perfect storm for that event to come to play. It was other things that happened in that same time period that had it been recorded, maybe it would have did the same thing. But that particular
being defiant for 9 minutes where people were yelling at him to get off. He can't breathe, get off his neck in this house.
This is what I want people to understand.
I'll show you guys. I've been charged.
Why people are upset at police brutality, and I get that people say, well, man, y'all don't do this when such and such killed such and such. Well, such and such that killed such and such wasn't a sworn. You didn't swear an oath to serve and protect the people. So assuming that you've killed somebody, I'm not talking about you defending your life and somebody that was actually threatened. I'm talking about the officers that actually committed a crime and committed murder. When that happens, that's a total distrust of law for a community that already has a mistrust of the justice system in general. And most of their interaction with the justice system are the police who are on the streets. They don't get a chance to interact with the DA, with the judges, unless they actually go to jail.
I would have convicted him on manslaughter, but not first or whatever he thought. I thought he was negligent in getting Floyd the help he needed for what happened.
And I put it like this: what would Big Floyd have got if he had did that?
If he did that to a cop, yeah, he would have gotten murder for sure.
So that's how I feel. If you were a cop, you were sworn an oath, serve and protect your community, and you actually murder somebody, I don't give a fuck. Man, you should get a capital crime.
Well, it's not him because he was a servant of the state, or he was taught that need procedure or whatever. But
someone says that I can't breathe, and you have them in a subservient position, and you have backup, and wasn't he handcuffed?
Yeah, he held it for too long. Yeah,
he was handcuffed.
He could have got off. He was in the police car though, and he had 4 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in him and methamphetamine.
That may be true. That may be true.
That's true.
That may be true. That may be true. But it's without a doubt that man had his knee on that man's back.
You think he killed him purposely or by accident?
I don't care for the purpose.
The law cares because that's the difference.
But put the law aside real quick and just use your empathy. Like when you saw the situation, you could tell that was an abuse of power, right?
Yeah, it was
talking about the legal consequences.
Right, but now
whatever he got, it wasn't enough.
We're still human beings, though, right?
We're still human beings, but was it accident or intentional?
But listen,
there's a doesn't matter.
You gotta listen to
Norm. If I go to a party and me and some guys get into a fight and I start shooting and Norm way over on the other side of the building gets shot, although my intention was to shoot that guy, I accidentally killed him.
That gun is a crime. So dealing with Floyd is not a crime. That was his job.
That's a good point. But he went beyond his job.
But Rob, even if you kill Norm by accident, your intent to Norm doesn't matter. The law does punish it differently. It matters.
And we could say that his intent wasn't to kill him, but his intent wasn't to hurt him. Wasn't to help him. He did call the
but it doesn't matter. There's different statutes.
His intent wasn't to help him. He was subdued. Multiple law enforcement people have condemned his action, not simply because he died. They condemned his.
It got to be a point that we still arguing the nuances, splitting hairs of a murder 5 years ago. Like, it got to be a larger point that I'm missing. You know what I'm saying?
I actually kind of forgot the Charlie Kirk point I made because that dude interrupted. So we could really get off this.
I don't even know how it came up. I don't remember.
I kind of forgot too, man. But point of what we were discussing, man, is just how the view of being American is different for a lot of us. I don't see America like you see it either. I would like to. I know that me coming from the environment that I came from, I still benefit. You know what I'm saying? I have an understanding of how this shit work a little bit more than maybe the average person from my environment. Like, I know that we benefit from a lot of this shit that we kind of hate. The whole militarization of the world, all of that shit, the military spending, we benefit from that shit.
Where did you grow up? What do you mean?
Amongst people who these conversations ain't had. Feel me? If you around the people that I grew up around, I'm not saying this and saying that I'm different than people. I am saying that these conversations ain't had. My friends generally don't want to have these conversations. The environment we from are more about survival conversations. How we gonna figure out a way to get some money. Trauma conversations. What happened?
Yeah, but I'm saying like you people, especially leftists, you just want to kill people, and you just were like, I want to do everything A, B, and Z with y'all.
And left stuff is dangerous rhetoric for the United States. You be pushing.
When you talk about left is dangerous, like you shot President Trump twice. You try to kill Charlie Kirk, and it's like, why? Like,
I didn't shoot anybody.
I don't understand why you people lead this.
You want me to American? Man, I'd rather talk to
It's true. The thing is, you just talking. You're like, I'm gonna do everything A, B, and C, and everything else like that. But not what
I would rather talk to Norm, and I don't like Norm.
Go ahead and talk to Norm. People are just so bad.
I might have found somebody worse than Marvel.
I think a lot of people come to Clubhouse.
It's easy to find somebody worse than me. The trouble is to find somebody better.
I might have liked you when you did your filming for the NAACP.
I didn't do it for them. They recognized me after.
When they recognized you, that's what I meant to say.
It's the right thing to do.
I like Norm. He's one of my favorite people now, except when it comes to Israel. It's hard to stomach Norm, but I like him other than that.
That's why I don't like Norm. I think he's a traitor.
Traitor to who?
To America. I think he puts Israel before America.
Is that true, Norm?
No, he just made it up.
Will you say the Pledge of Allegiance to America right now?
Of course, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Do you only pledge allegiance to America and no other country?
I was liberty and justice. I said that thing every morning when I would get up at school. Unlike you.
you
Do
got.
you pledge allegiance to America and America only?
Yeah.
Well, David, if you would have done this months ago, you would have been.
Nobody asked me.
I remember asking you.
Huh?
I know I asked you a few times in the chat.
When did you ask me?
To say the pledge of the allegiance.
Never
Pledge
asked.
allegiance.
Never
Do
asked.
you think that really matters, though?
I
See,
swear.
I can say the pledge of allegiance.
Never asked.
My
No, I
daughter
wouldn't
did.
do it, though. We refuse.
No, you never.
Oh,
We never had this
do it.
conversation, B.
You know, I swear to God, maybe you didn't see it in the chat, but I told it. I did it a few times. I asked you to say it.
I can't help you.
So you are a traitor.
He just said the pledge of allegiance. I can't. I say that he has America first now.
I don't know, man. I know a lot of people who know the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, he used to make it my head.
You don't know it, do you, Rob?
I never went to school in America. I only did it for 41 years. I never lived anywhere else but America.
Where'd you go to school?
My family in America for at least 250, 300 years.
But where'd you go to school?
I went to school in Houston, Texas.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't go to school.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
No, he was being facetious.
Yes.
You never said the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm American as the Pledge of Allegiance is.
So why don't you learn it?
I also know the Texas State Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Allegiance, something.
They made us say it in grade school every morning on the intercom.
Same here, Beaver. Same here, Beaver.
Ain't my country, 'tis of thee.
So Rob, you do know the Pledge of Allegiance? Or you don't?
Yes, I know it, Norm.
Alright. I thought I just asked you if you said you did.
Yes, I know.
I don't even know if I could say what is I pledge allegiance to the flag of America,
United States of America,
and
one nation, which is
under God, something indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
One nation indivisible. At the time,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
oh man.
There you go. He's not even American.
Wait a minute, I'm American.
You're a completionist.
Yeah, this isn't the real almost. This is the better almost.
Is this Carl?
I'm not a bus driver in Israel.
Is this Carl?
No.
I like y'all back and forth. He shits on me.
Hey, Norm, my basketball team has the first Jewish player to play in the history of the SEC.
What school
Who is it? Does he wear yarmulke?
No, his last name's Berg, and it's the University of Tennessee basketball team.
I think they have an Orthodox player in the NBA now.
I got a little love for Tennessee. I know it's like a real UT. I like Rick Barnes. I always will.
Yeah, Rick Barnes is a good coach.
I always will. I'm a UT guy. My basketball program is going to be probably down this year, but I'm adopting U of H for the season.
Oh yeah, they knocked us out last year. They blew it in the finals. Houston.
Yeah. I'm mad that Kansas and BYU, they play them on the road, so I'm not going to get to see them. Are you a real college basketball fan or just a Tennessee fan?
No, I'm a big fan.
So have you seen these young boys at BYU and Kansas?
Kansas is always loaded, but I don't know about BYU this year. Are they good?
So look, it's the two players I'm talking about. They're going to more than likely these are going to be first two picks in the draft. Maybe Carlos Boozer son and Duke.
That kid fucking killed us in the scrimmage. His son.
Yeah.
I've never seen him rebounds in his show.
Hey, y'all got a freshman too though. He might start a little slow. What's his name? Nathan.
He's like half Ethiopian, half black maybe, or he's some weird heritage.
He can hoop though. He can hoop like 6'10", kind of play like a guard.
Yeah, he'll be a top 3 pick.
No, I think he'll be top 4 to 7. Only way he's a top 3 pick is if he has a unbelievable year or one of them 3 players just kind of flatline. But nah, BYU, they got a kid named AJ Devanster. He probably gonna be the #1 pick.
or white?
Black dude. And then Kansas got this dude named Darren Peterson. Now, I don't think he played like Kobe, as I've seen him play, but I understand the Kobe comparisons, and I think it's going to be more so because he's skilled and he work hard. But yeah, it's going to be a hell of a year for college basketball.
The freshman class is incredible.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the best since 2007. Kevin Durant and them came out.
You see, like, Barnes never does shit in the tournament, though. He has like the worst tournament record ever.
Yeah, so you familiar with TJ Ford?
Yeah, he made the Final Four with Barnes. Was it Augustine?
All right,
no, Aldridge. Marcus Aldridge.
Nah, that was. Did he play with? I don't think he played with LaMarcus Aldridge, and if he did, LaMarcus was a freshman. Nah, LaMarcus came after him because LaMarcus played with what's my boy, DJ.
Yeah, I'm thinking of August. I'm thinking of somebody else, but yeah, I remember TJ Ford, point guard.
Alright, so one of my close friends was a McDonald's All-American the same year TJ was. Now he ended up leaving my high school his senior year to go to one of them prep schools. He was a teacher. His name was Carlos Hurt. He played at Louisville, and he was kind of a wild dude, so he got kicked off the team from Patino. But him and TJ
was wild himself.
Yeah, this was my boy was tripping. No, I ain't going front. And he know it. Like he admits it. But he got a podcast nonetheless. And you know, you ever seen a little player from Duke named Daniel Ewing?
I remember him, yeah.
Alright, so Daniel Ewing and TJ Ford were backcourt mates in high school. They won back-to-back state championships. Really 3 straight. But Daniel Ewing was talking about how TJ changed UT basketball, and he was making comments about Rick Barnes and just how he's good at recruiting, but it's something he melts down in a moment.
He does. He's kind of an asshole, dude.
Man, he is. He is. What college coach is it, man? You know, all that money they make. Should you do a podcast? What it's gonna be about? It's gonna be boring. Fuck no.
Did you know Randy Moss? Did you know he played with Jason Williams?
Jason Williams. Yeah, I knew that. Man, I ain't like I could hoop. I got a letterman in high school for running track though. But I wouldn't know like star athlete or nothing like that. But I've been around a lot of my mom's best friend is Sean Lewis' mom.
Can you admit that blacks are genetically superior athletes than whites?
If I tell you the truth,
isn't it obvious?
I think it's obvious more than just athletics.
Well, I think athletics is the biggest gap genetically. I think the blacks are so far superior athletically than whites.
Because I know a lot of black folks who ain't athletic. I think we look at like NBA players, we look at NFL players and how we like dominate those sports. You know what I'm saying? Kind of want to equate that to all the black folks. But
it's all about averages, but your foot speed and explosiveness is far superior.
Could be that we're a superior genetic human.
I wouldn't go that far.
Just saying.
I just think different population groups have different attributes.
I told my son this. This might come off racist, but I don't really give a fuck. I'm in a room that's about that big. It's a racist room. So he was at a high school, first 2 years, in predominantly black school, but he wasn't zoned to the school. He was in a magnet program there. So then he started going to this secondary school. He goes to 2 schools, but because he was going to the secondary school, he's disqualified from the magnet program, so he has to go to his home school. Now, his home school is a better performing school, and where he would be ranked at this school, he'd be 70th in his class as opposed to 6th at the other school. But like I told him, at this school, these kids probably ain't smarter than you, but they come from cultures that push them way harder. I don't even think all white folks push their kids like Indian kids and like, like Asian, like Chinese.
They don't. They do not. You're correct.
There are some white people who do, but nah, they don't push their kids like that. That's why it's so easy for those people to even outperform white folks.
I remember being like in the accelerated math, like in middle school and high school, like AP math or whatever. Like you're in the accelerated, and I remember there was like Asians in there with me and some Indians, and they were all stressed out, and they always did the homework, and I never did the homework. I just didn't care. But they were so worried about what their parents thought that they had to fucking do the homework every night, and I just thought it was sad because like who cares? Like, but they would freak out if they didn't get an A on the test, and they'd spend like 2 hours on it.
Look, so I seen it up close and personal, Beaver. Like the community I grew up in is the most diverse community in Texas. All right, so I grew up around, especially in school, not necessarily living around, in school. I went to school with a lot of Asians, a lot of like Indians, Pakistani kids, and I'm talking about elementary school. They was like that. Their parents was on their ass. It's a few Arab that. There's a few black parents that's like that. There's a few white parents that's like that. But all in all, American parents, if you grew up in the time period we grew up in, white and black kids, their parents was working. They wasn't able to just monitor them like that. So, say I was
your school mate? Did you get a lot of white people and black people?
Well, nah, so like when I moved to the neighborhood, by the end of 3rd, 4th grade, it was still white people there. I would have said in '94, it was probably about 40% black. Well, I wouldn't even say 40. I'd say about 35, 30. About 40% white, and about 25% Hispanic, and then the Asians. Then by the time I got to 6th grade, which was like 95, 96, I say the white population had dwindled down to about 10%, and now it's at about 7% of my neighborhood. My neighborhood is predominantly black and Hispanic, but the Asians dominate our neighborhood politically. So it's a street, about an 8-mile stretch. They used to have Vietnamese signs and shit on them, but we got that shit taken down. But yeah, so.
You brought home a white girl. What was your parents of care?
I mean, like my family was a little different. They were like it's interracial people in my family, so we're a little more like liberal in that sense. It's just like the type of white girl that if I had brought home like a nerdy ass, like a valley girl or like one of the super white girls, she probably wouldn't feel comfortable in my family. But if it was like I ain't even saying one of the white girls that try to act like this, but if it was just a white girl that's just, chill in herself, I think she could make it in my family. Would you ever date a black woman, Beaver?
Yeah, I found her attractive.
You don't find black women attractive?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I would date any race if I found them attractive.
I find white white women attractive, but it's like I don't see me being able to really date one at this stage of my life. I got 3 kids. I don't know how I feel about dating a white woman, and I got 3 kids. And I'm gonna say this: if I did date a white woman, she would probably be one of them white women that act more like us. Keep it a bean with you.
Say that last part again. She acts like what?
You know what that means? They act more like black folks. You know what that means?
Oh, okay.
And I don't even want to say act. I know some white folks. I got a homeboy, and it's really 3 brothers, some gangsters, was in the penitentiary going to war with the white gangs type shit. The kids is half black. Everything about these white boys is black, other than them being white. I don't think they acting black, but I do think depending on the environment you grow up in and your household, like, yeah, man, you gonna be more adjacent culturally to that. I got a little cousin, man, you'll think this nigga white. Straight up and down in his own viewpoint. But he only been around white folks. But what else he supposed to be like? What else he supposed to be like?
Does whiteness disgust you at some point?
No, it don't, babe. I'm interested in it because I'm like, how do y'all not know that it's a thing? Like, just in the way y'all communicate. Language. I don't think it's out of line to say somebody's talking white or talking black. We know what that means.
I think it's hilarious when black guys do their white voice.
Yeah, I got a white voice I gotta use at work and shit.
No, I mean like when you're making fun of us, like you're doing it like extra to make fun of us. Like Dave Chappelle or Woody, gee whiz, you know, like they say that these white sayings.
I like when y'all able to pull off a good black joke. I think it's funny when they're done right. Because y'all observe too. I mean, we share this space in America. We share language. We share media. We the same age group. We all watch the same TV in the 90s. You might not be a big rap fan, but you know rap music. I might not be a big rock fan, but I know rock music.
Yeah, but I couldn't pull it off though. You have to be able to pull off the delivery.
What do you mean we share it when it benefits us? Nigga, this is our country. I'm just as much as American as any white boy. I think we're old reparations and I didn't say that I don't benefit from being an American.
He might be intoxicated. Just lives in London.
Yeah. I hate when people bring up the reparations conversation because they don't get it. But yeah, nah, man, we on some deal shit, man. We don't never have these kind of conversations. So I'm gonna smoke a little more weed.
What's the number one thing that white people do that irritates you?
Deny history.
The one thing that irritates me in the damn smoke alarm thing, I see how these, I notice on this app that a lot of times white people, they don't change their smoke alarm battery, they like beeps. I'm like, how the fuck do you stand that? How could you live with that in the background?
I think that's like a social media phenomenon. If anybody grew up with a black mama, ain't no way in hell no motherfucking smoke alarm is gonna be allowed to go off. some young ass girls that don't know shit. But yeah, but like, I mean, I don't know. If it's something that annoys me, I don't like that y'all got them blue varicose veins in the back of y'all legs.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
When y'all get older, that used to make me disgusting as a kid. Like, ugh, why they look like that? I mean, like I say, I look at white people. Like, in some ways, I admire certain white people. I do admire how white people are able to, like, compartmentalize, like their business and, their feelings. I don't know if that's always a good thing, but it's admirable. I think sometimes, like, the lack of humanity is the difference. I'm not saying that y'all ain't human or nothing like that, but in the approach to things, there'd be a large difference.
I think we're probably about the same age. Like 40. Yeah, same here. So there was that. I remember as a kid, I watched a show and I remember thinking, why are people like me at school with these people? And it was the Wayans Brothers show. What's it called? Where they
are you talking about the Living Color? Or are you talking about the Wayans? I mean, the show with Sean and Marlon.
I was going to say Living Color, but it was a show with the two Wayans brothers, and they always dressed full. And I remember thinking, like,
that was Sean and Marlon. That was just a Wayans show.
The opening song was like, "We're happy and we're colored."
Yeah, that's Sean and Marlon. That's Sean and Marlon. Yeah.
Okay, I remember watching them. Like, well, these guys are cool. Why aren't white people cool like this? Like when I was probably like 8 or 9.
I mean, I used to look at like Ultimate Warrior and white folks like that. I know. I'm serious. Like, I watched politics from an early age. That shit was interesting to me. C-SPAN became a thing. I like watching it. I don't know why. So I guess like, I don't know. I never admired like white people like that. I had some white teachers that I thought was cool, but nah.
Okay, in 5th grade when they read off the OJ verdict, were you happy or was your mom and dad pissed or were they happy?
I mean, shit, I don't even remember neither one of my parents' reactions. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do remember some adults being happy. I remember being kids, we was running around the apartments yelling OJ free. But we were kids. And I don't fuck with OJ because they interrupted the Rockets in the Knicks game.
Yeah, I remember that
bullshit. That was our first chance. I ain't fuck with that shit. But yeah, I mean, I knew some adults that was happy, and then as I got older, being in the barbershop, that's when you heard that kind of conversation.
My dad was pissed. He like videotaped every day of that trial and watched the tapes. And I remember getting on the school bus and the bus driver said he was innocent. And I remember thinking my dad's gonna be pissed.
I remember them wheeling in the fucking that little cart thing that they had the TV on.
Yeah.
And they wheeled it in and brought it up to like the front of the room. And they like turned lights down and played it and shit. And then they said, if the glove does not fit, he must have quit. And then they said like they acquitted him. And all the fucking black kids in the entire fucking class just jumped up and started screaming and laughing and cheering and running around. And I'm like, oh, are they serious? Like, I remember thinking to myself, like, are they seriously like happy that like somebody's getting off with murder? Like, I'm like fucking 11 years old or something. And I'm like, this is fucking wild. They're literally happy that this guy murdered somebody and got off just because he's.
So what it was, man, people didn't think that a black man could win a trial.
Oh no, they all knew he was guilty. They wanted him to get off on.
They didn't think he could win, so
they hated the LAPD for all the racial shit that happened in the past.
This was like Kentucky. This wasn't even like like fucking California or something. Like, but yeah, it was just and you would ask people like, do you think he was really guilty? And they go, oh well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
internet. My best friend was black, and he came over. He was eating dinner, and he was like, "OJ's innocent." And my dad was getting ready to burst at the seams, and my mom had to tell him to calm down. She's like, "Just let it go." And he was pissed because he was like, "God damn it, he was not fucking innocent."
Yeah, everybody knew he was guilty. They just wanted him off.
Well, I think the black community actually thought he was innocent, though.
I mean, it's the same thing that like comedians do for fucking what's his name, the fucking faggot redhead. What the fuck's his name? The one that we used to beat off and shit. He would beat off in front of women and shit like that. Yeah, like Louis C.K. You'll hear all the comedians like try to justify his actions for being like a fucking weird, sexual, fucking offending piece of shit. You know, and they'll be like, well, technically, you know, I mean, that's just Louis C.K. That's just his personality. And
loving OJ was though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like comedians do the same thing with Louis C.K. and like people do that with it's just fucking disgusting. Like, you know, it'd be the equivalent of somebody saying, well, you know, yeah, I mean my best friend, yeah, he raped a fucking 13, 14-year-old girl and went to prison for 10 years, but you know, he did his time. It's like, no, like we should take that person out and shoot them. Like I just don't understand how people can like give fucking passes for people because they're friends with them or because they're partners.
If that was legal, do you think you would have the nuts to kill somebody?
To shoot a pedophile? Yeah, 110%.
You think you could sleep with killing somebody?
Yes.
I could if it was defense, but I mean, I've never been in that situation, but
I ain't never killed nobody. I know a lot of killers, and I see the things that they experience internally. I know
he killed somebody, and he said the first time he killed someone, he had to throw up. He was like,
real question, when you say killing, are you saying like a killing or murdering?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I've never murdered anyone.
They did. You know what I'm saying? Like, they did. Like, so I got a real close homeboy, man. We all make music together. And good dude, man. Never was on no street shit, none of that type shit. Went to a studio to go meet with the person because they sold weed up there. So he went to go get some weed. Some dudes happened to know that was a weed spot. He just happened to be there at the right place at the right time. And they ended up running up on him in the spot. Somehow he got one of their guns and killed both of them. And my dog ain't been the same since. You feel me? He did what he had to do to protect his life, which I think anybody if given the opportunity in that situation would do the same thing. But my point is living with it. Whether it was a pedophile, whether it was somebody that was worth it or not, everybody that I know that's killed somebody, man, whether it was self-defense or whatever, they have trouble sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, people deal with it differently. I've known people that have killed people that have fucking blown their brains out, drank themselves to death. I've also known other people that have killed people and understand that it's either them or the other person. So you just have to do what you have to do.
Man, I know a couple dudes, man, and they not in the free world no more, thankfully. I used to think that these boys was what could be described as serial killers. Like, that's how I felt, feel me? And I would be very cautious in my interactions with these boys. I've known them all my life. They actually never been a threat towards me or my family, but I knew what they was on. I knew how they felt.
Oh yeah, my dad's got a buddy. They carpet bombed the road to Baghdad, and afterwards they went out and got pizza. I mean, but those guys specifically, those guys have had thermonuclear weapons in their planes and shit like that, and made bomb runs and stuff like that. I mean, they never dropped anything, obviously, but at the same time,
they specifically target sociopaths or people that are borderline sociopathic. So, I mean, they find people that they could go out and kill, literally 1,000 people on the road to Baghdad, and they just be like, oh, let's go get some spaghetti afterwards,
Yeah, because even in that, you feel like what you're doing is a righteous cause, man.
No, for him, it's not killing insurgents or righteousness, or it's just a duty. It's a job. Like it's for him, it's no different than you saying, "Hey, it's no different than you saying, "Hey, you're a garbage man, and go over and get the trash can and like load it up into the trash can, into the trash truck." Like it's just a job. He doesn't think of it in anything other than just an action. That's all it is. Like it's not like duty and country and all that kind of shit. I mean, part of it is, I guess, because that's what he signed up for. But for him, it's just like it's nothing. It was literally nothing to him. It doesn't affect him. He doesn't think about it. Even when you ask him, you're like, "Hey, do you like feel sorry or bad or that?" Knowing that a couple thousand people died from your fucking plane and shit, that you pushed the button and literally carpet bombed the road to Baghdad. And he's like, "No, why would I?" Like it doesn't even cross his mind. Like he doesn't sit around and think about it.
Man, my godfather has a best friend from where they originally from. They not from, well, he ain't from Houston. And his best friend don't live out here in Memphis, but I done met him a few times. And I didn't know this when I was young, obviously, but he used to be the hitman. And I got a chance to really pick his brain about 10 years ago. Man, I'm telling y'all, it's some interesting shit in this world, not in a good way, man. Like humans is capable of. We know we can destroy this earth.
Yeah, to that guy that you're talking about, and my dad's best friend, to them it's like changing an alternator. Like, hey, can you help me change an alternator? And they're like, yeah, of course, let's get it done real quick. And there's no thought afterwards, like thinking about the alternator. It's done. You don't care.
There's no doubt in my mind that I could kill somebody. Feel me? Like self-defense 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. Not on no weird like fetish shit, but revenge. I'm glad I'm 41. You know what I'm saying? One of my best friends got killed 2.5 years, now 3 years ago almost. If I was young when we experienced that, the revenge factor would have played a role in my life. You feel me? At 38, with 3 kids, that was hard though. You know what I'm saying? To know that we knew more than we could really do. You know what I'm saying? And
I've never understood killing as an act of revenge, killing the person that you're mad at. If I wanted revenge, I would want them to live. I would want to cut off their limbs or something so they have to live a life of suffering. Like killing them wouldn't really do anything for me.
All right, so what it is, man, I think it got to do with number one, your level of intelligence when it comes to revenge. If you acting strictly off, and let me not even say level of intelligence, but just emotional intelligence. If you acting strictly off rage in your revenge, you're not thinking about that type of shit either. But if you got the same rage, but you calm in your rage, you can think like that. Why y'all think I know y'all the Republicans love to say, "Oh, Chicago, this and that." Why y'all think that shit goes on, man? These are young boys. Beaver, imagine your best friend get killed when you 14. Not saying that you gonna go do something about it, but imagine that happening. And then imagine your cousin get killed. And then your partner, he might not be your best friend, but y'all been cool since 2nd grade. Every day you see this man in the apartments. And these dudes from them apartments over there killed, and they killing people. that you love, at some point they start retaliating. Like I literally witnessed, and when I say witness, I mean witness the progression, the beginning, the peak. I'm witnessing the kind of decline in this war. These two neighborhoods, actually where George Floyd is from, in the area that's maybe 5 minutes from them. Since about 2007, they say it's been about 60, 70 murders between these two speakers, like over this situation. I seen it from the beginning. I know the players involved in it. And I'm telling y'all, it's not something that you can rationalize if you're not. And I can't even rationalize it. But I understand it a little more. Like today, it's a trauma. If you're a soldier at war and somebody kill your man, you're gonna want to go kill them.
But would you rather do something that makes them like suffer instead of killing them?
But they do those things. That's why people's mama house gets shot up. That's why your cousin gets shot, your daddy gets shot. They do those things happen all the time. Collateral damage. So it's like, but again, when you're talking about a lot of this violence that we see in inner city America, you're talking about young men, and that's not absolving them. You know what you're doing with the gun, but your emotions at that age, yeah, man. That's why y'all as Republicans need to stop defunding shit. We spend a lot of money on bullshit, man. Fund these programs so these communities at least have something for these kids that haven't gotten into that shit.
Are you not a fan of Donald Trump?
Do I seem like I would be?
I don't know. He won over a lot of black males last election. I don't know.
I hope I don't come off as one of the ones that he won over. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. The mere thought of him being the president disgusts me.
Well, how come?
I just don't think that is like his approach to being the president. The first term I didn't like it. He was like, but this term is deplorable to me, man. He's essentially saying that he's only governing for 50% of the, or whatever percent of Republicans are. He's governing for the people who voted for him. And that's not how this works. I think that he represents things that are a threat to democracy. Do I think that he's going to ruin our country to the point of like that? I hope not. I would like to think that that's not going to happen. But I think this is the first time, at least in my life, and as I know of history, I think this is the first time that we've had a president that's even a thought. And I feel like even if you support him, you should support him at an arm's length. Donald Trump.
Who are we talking about?
Hey, BB, how you doing?
I'm not
He
sure.
just asked me, was
How are you doing? Who is it we used to support?
He just asked me, was I a Trump supporter?
Maybe do you like Trump? I guess that's a no. Yeah, I like Trump.
No, I think an absent of a better option. Yeah, I think it's like it's the. You know, I was listening to his conversations like from 20, 30 years ago. He was so eloquent and so well spoken. It's like somehow along the way you kind of think like, what happened? I don't know if he's had a stroke or whatever, but for some reason, the things he was able to somehow like, message through, or what is it called?
Articulate.
Well, it's not about us. Because that's just pure rhetoric. But like there was messages. So there was like some kind of level of belief what he believed in, that when he was like in his younger age, he was very capable of getting them through. I don't know, but also it's like when you think about it, it's like what kind of fucking leader in the world has been more hounded, harassed, like degraded, like more than fucking him, and like he was elected by the people. So I don't know if something along the way, or he's just given up, or whatever has happened. I'm not sure. It was even like us thinking about whatever happened in New York at the moment, or what's been going on in London. Why do we have someone like Sadiq Khan? It's like, why would New Yorkers like vote for a guy who's like in his 30s, like the fucking biggest financial center in the world? I mean, this is what fucking New York depends on.
It's the Trump effect.
No.
It's the Trump effect. No, it's literally the Trump effect. No, it does. It does.
I think he's right. I think it does. There has to be some effect, right?
It's the idea of getting an outsider to come in, somebody who's not from this.
It's also like, I'm sorry, but where are our fucking capable politicians? It's like someone like Obama. He's the most fucking unpopular person. How many times has he how many times has he been what's it called, so many times this fucking family has been told by the American people, no, we don't trust you, we don't want you. And then still, it's like, it's the only thing. Where is the capable fucking opposition? But I feel like it's kind of like, it's building up and it's kind of like waking up. It's the same in Britain. It's almost like a joke. It's, seriously, it's like, it's not that this fucking dimwit guy got elected. It was just in absence of any of a better opposition.
Why do you describe him as a dimwit?
Because he doesn't even understand himself that he doesn't deserve that fucking position.
We just going how this works.
But that is.
If we just going by how this works.
So that is a low IQ thing. It's like even someone like AOC or like that Ilhan. It's like, this is a country. You have all the fucking opportunities to do. And it's like Sadiq Khan. You have all the opportunities, but because you just know it's not sustainable. It's not gonna. You're not benefiting. Actually, in the long run, what you're exactly doing is exactly proving exactly why you don't work. You're gonna fuck it up, and you're gonna make the people who are purely voting for you, but even the ones who are not. So somehow, it's all deserved. It all makes sense. But you gotta be a fucking dimwit to just fucking. And then on top of it, like the way he was like standing there and like, you know, taking in this kind of like as if it was some fucking victory and he's changing. It's like I was thinking I'm so embarrassed on your behalf because no, embarrassed in the sense that because like this guy doesn't deserve anything other than like
why are you saying he doesn't deserve this?
Because he's not honest.
What do you know? I mean, I'm not that familiar with him.
That's not my point. And I don't give a
So I'm asking, in the conversation, when you're saying these things and people are listening,
somehow,
we're just asking to get some clarity.
I don't give a fuck what you think. You know, the more you cheer for someone like that, the more I probably
I don't think he's
would
truthful.
find solace in the way that a guy like that gets elected. But it's
Because apparently the people of New York, the majority of the voters who came out of New York voted for him. That seems to be what's happening.
But it's...
They seem to like the things that he's saying.
No. So it's kind of like someone like Kim Kardashian, right? People convincing her that somehow she should think that she is like has anything to do with like Elizabeth Taylor, and the more people are like it sort of like, you know, applaud for her, and the more it's kind of like there are people who will stand back and who will be waiting for that time, and somehow, and so but you know, these things matter, and that's all I ask.
Well, I don't understand how
Should I open a bottle of... Anyway.
If you have too much to drink.
It's just the fucking audacity.
Wait, if you eat too much to drink, she doesn't understand what that means.
You're in one of those pubs?
Oh God, she's a fucking morning drinker, day drinker, night drinker, overnight drinker.
She drinks wine?
Anything and everything that contains alcohol.
Hand sanitizer?
Yeah, hand sanitizer, Listerine, she don't care. She's jonesing.
Wine drinkers are often worse.
I think the problem is she doesn't ever have time to actually jones for it because she's just stage drunk. We all look down on Persians. The Irish.
She's Persian.
Yeah, she ran from the IRGC because she got caught at a party or some shit. She had to flee Iraq. They were gonna hang her from a crane, yeah.
But also, what's the point of these rooms if you don't even know what direction you're aiming at? That's why you're all like, by the way.
We're just having a conversation amongst Americans. Just having a conversation amongst Americans who come from different backgrounds.
No, we don't come from a different background, do you?
And bitch ass John Kitover is probably recording this.
No, why don't
He
you
can sue your whole
John is always here with us, even in spirit.
I don't have to say adds any value because here.
I'm gonna sue you, John. Baby, you're in London somewhere.
Dumb motherfucker, you gotta have money to sue someone. That means you gotta hire an attorney and file a lawsuit for defamation or slander. And you ain't got shit because you shop at the corner store and you drink motherfucking chocolate milk and you ain't got no motherfucking money, Rob Gulati. Big ass talker. You ain't got no shit. I'll wait for your motherfucking deposition for your motherfucking papers. Put it in the
I didn't even know you had a voice, John.
Big talker.
You have a
Got no
voice.
money. Corner store, get yourself a chocolate milk, mother.
Luckily, I don't like chocolate milk, so it's kind of disgusting. Like your voice.
Get yourself a Yahoo. A Yahoo.
I really love love John, by the way. And
John, he's black. He's really lactose intolerant.
Him and I never agreed
never
on
heard of
topics.
I just don't
And
like
he knows a little bit more about like certain type of like philosophy or like, you know, Marcus.
Is John black or a fake
He
white
reads
boy?
more books than I do, but like when it comes to like politics, it's like how come some people are aligned, even though they can come from like different spectrums? But maybe because they respect the same books, the same kind of level of understanding, academia, whatever. So you could be a Jew, you could be Muslim, you could be like British, you could be American.
You're
But
great.
you can still
You're
be
great.
honest about what is right and wrong. Because if you adhere to these systems, how could you be dishonest?
You can be honest, even though the system isn't honest. What are you talking about? I'll give a big shout out to Pepe for putting together another extremely wasteful room. Pepe loves to hear his own voice. He goes on and on and on, talking about nothing, screaming the N-word indiscriminately. I can't believe YouTube doesn't take my videos down because of Pepe. Pepe could bring the whole campaign down with one N-word, but YouTube doesn't seem to care. Why? Because it's so prolifically used on YouTube by N-words, they can't stop it because people say the N-word on YouTube every single millisecond, that they allow indiscriminate racist usage of the N-word.
But John, can we like start like working together instead of against each other? We're not blacks here, okay? This is like, what is it? Like white or white crime? I thought we were supposed to be smarter than. Oh yeah, I do agree with you. It's like Pepe. It's like, what's the point of your rooms? What is it? It's like you need attention.
He wants to get his dopamine up because he's so depressed, so pathetic. The other day, he said he doesn't even care if he dies, meaning that he's a depressed homicidal.
That's not what I
He's
said.
suicidal. Pepe is
Because I
suicidal.
listened to some of his, I listened to, well, you've got to extract, and I can see where it's coming from, but then whatever. What did you talk about?
That was the point, is that it's total waste of time. I don't listen to Pepe anymore when he speaks, but I do put him on my YouTube live streams.
Well, maybe it's better to somehow, like, not judge and listen again. Because, how far do you live from New York?
Judging, it's just about making fun. Pepe has a traumatic brain injury from years of boxing, getting his head smashed in by 230-pound sluggers. His IQ's down, his EQ's down. His Tourette syndrome and N-word syndrome is up. Pepe is fucked.
Damn, Pepe.
Well, I think he's funny. Just leave him alone. And by the way, I think I'm funny, and I think you're funny, and I think everybody's funny, even fucking Rich. I mean, with his 250 different accounts. So it's like, let's not go around attacking each other because I think we have bigger fish to fry.
Belle, how are you doing this evening, you beautiful young woman? Bibi is a burnt-up old alcoholic. Bibi, how old are you now?
Well, I'm rich enough for it not to matter.
You just buy a new body and have your soul put in as if you're some like kind of Egyptian goddess or something.
To be honest, I haven't really had that much work done, but yeah, whatever you want to think, it's fine with me, Alec.
You've been on here forever, because I remember, what was your other profile years ago?
It's always been the same.
Always, really? Because we've been talking for years. What was that, Beaver?
Oh, that's what kind of work has she done?
What kind of work has she had done? Yeah, what have you had done? Facelift, breast implants, buttocks lift, rhinoplasty. nasty.
Nothing in the face ever, by the way. That's all natural. That's Persian genes. Teeth, nose, eyebrows, eyes, hair, and chins, and everything else.
Plastic.
No, like seriously, it's like some people think it's like, oh, it's like a myth about like Middle Eastern women. They do. Well, to be honest, like very many from my country, and even the Jews or even Italians or whatever, it's like, women need to have their noses done. But it's all mine. So, also, by the way, like within my peers and all my friends and girlfriends or whatever, I mean, we should make a podcast about this. I have one girlfriend, and she's Jewish, by the way. She's my best friend. I mean, the things she's had fucking done, she's married now to a Jewish guy, but the fucking things she has had done, you wouldn't even, like, know that you could even have those things done. So, yeah, no. It's a... How did I allow John Edmonds to take over the conversation? Okay, so if nobody else is talking, but I don't know if I should share or I should not share. So it's like my kind of like, what's it called? Like my judgment on the Irish. So it's like, my neighbors are Irish. I don't mind them. They're very nice. They're a little bit annoying. They make too much noise. It's like, it's kind of people who do you live in a pigsty? It's like, why don't you just close the door like a refined person? Oh no, just slam the door. But that's fine. They have a little kid. And so for me, like Irish people, and by the way, shall I continue or shall I? So also, what does it matter what I think? So, so anyway, and then also you have like, I don't know that many Irish people. It's like I have plenty of Italian friends, French, even like bloody Nigerians or Germans, whatever. So it's like, I live in London, so I come across plenty of people. No Sudanese. But Irish is not like exactly the people you come across, right? And then maybe you do. And then we were having drinks. I was like, should I continue? No, because I don't want to just like, okay, so I can't remember. No, because and then we started talking about like you have like North. Well, anyways, no, I think it's like I'll have this conversation. But
what kind of work are you talking about?
Oh no.
That your friend has done that you think of.
Plastic surgery is the only thing you're thinking of. So okay. Well, anyway, how could you relay this within a conversation to people who probably would not even be interested, but also probably not have the foundation to understand it? And also, it's like, who cares? But it's like better than fucking having like attitude, like talking about like whatever the fuck. Or it would be like KK, like rah, rah, rah. Or it could be whoever the fuck who was here before. But then also, alright, okay, give me 2 seconds and I'll get it together. And I'll tell you my entire the whole synopsis of my takeaway from, my evening. I mean, I could be like a Carrie Bradshaw. I should be like going around. It's like one day you meet like, this person or that person, but something else that's like, anyways. It's not because I'm being insecure about it. It's also about like, who gives a fuck? But to me, it was very interesting because I never thought about the Irish in this way, right? You think about the Irish, you think about, oh yeah, you've got the Northern Ireland, who's like, whatever they're doing, and then you got like the other ones who like fucking like blew up half the fucking royal family in Britain, and then you got like some guy like running around, in his 60s, 70s, like Sinn Féin, just like, as a woman. Like, I haven't been my bonnet about like guys like this. It's like, how do you go around and play like with countries and countries' people? It's like IRGC or you're like Putin, or it could be like Sinn Féin or whatever. It really like, it irks me because I'm thinking like a woman leader would never fucking do that. It's like we'll find fucking the most like human way to deal with things. It's like, why are these fucking apish men like allowed to run around and do whatever? It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? It's like Putin. It's like you think this country belongs to you. You think like these people are like your fucking servants and it's all about you, you fucking monkey. Because you don't understand, you were lucky to be in a position where you maybe should have had like, one or two runs and you should have like passed it on. And in the meantime, you held your fucking country to ransom and you hijacked a fucking country that could have been so great, which history has proven, like through literature, to whatever they had. But then you got played like from here, left, and center. And then you still fucking there and you still fucking being played. And even within you being fucking played, you're still even such a fucking monkey. You are still killing your own people and everything else that you work for. And in the meantime, it's like, who are you benefiting? And I'm sorry, a woman would never behave like that.
They like Putin in Russia. Don't they?
I mean, it's just that I get very angry,
If you were right, you either wrong.
Yeah, obviously.
Rich was being serious about the reason.
What are you talking about?
Rich said that you were caught partying in Iran and you had to flee. Because they would kill you.
What? Something that Rich says?
He just said it. He said it 10 minutes ago and you didn't dispute it.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I didn't even grow up there, but anyway, so Rich running around, yeah, but then why do you have people like Rich, right? It's like he doesn't do any benefit to like even fucking the Jewish people. It's like, he's harassing like someone like Boycott or like Amos or it's what was it, Beaver the faggot? But also so much misinformation. And it's the same with like Ed. But also, I don't really care about what goes on this app. Okay, so one thing is like, I don't like coming on here and like screaming and shouting at people, which I have been doing. And sometimes it's fun, but it's actually, when you think about it, it's like, what's fun about it? It's like, why are you engaging? It's like, I'm thinking about why have I been going into a tourism room for the past like 2-3 years? Okay, so because I like to get drunk and it's always happening. And if you're coming home and you've been out and you may be high or you're drunk, whatever, it's like, okay, so 3, 7, 8, 12, whatever, any time of day, the room is still going. And somehow it's fun. And, it's not like going into Andrew's room. It's like fucking Andrew's room. It's like, when I think about it, I'm like, you guys are fucking psychotic. You're talking about the same fucking shit for like 4 or 5 years non-stop, day in and day out. They're gonna be fucking more crazy than like your even lions or concretes or whatever.
Is God real? Is God real? He has the same topic every day.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is, it's like a personal, like, what is it? I don't know. So it's like someone like Andrew has to be, because there are like some paid agents on this app. I can get that from his point of view. But it's like, I don't understand. How many different fucking ways can you prove a point? And they all keep getting like dragged. So anyway, but that used to be flop. And then, yeah, so chillism is like, okay, so you, but then it, anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. But anyway, this app, I don't know. So it's like even you guys, it's like, okay, so Pepe or whoever, like whatever, so it's like even like the Jewish people, or if it's Amir, it's like, does it actually like, does it benefit anything? It's like fucking stupid people on here. When I first came on here, like, which I actually did quite late after COVID, was like a lot of like scientific rooms, and but even those people were like slightly crazy. But yeah, so why do I come on here?
Are you really drunk the whole time, or is that just like an act?
Do I sound drunk?
Not really, not right now, but other times I couldn't tell if you were acting like that, or is that just how you are normally?
How am I?
I don't know. Everybody says you're an alcoholic drunk. Like, I don't know.
Okay, so I'm an alcoholic drunk, but then Pepe is like screaming like profanities.
I'm not saying
it's my competition. Whatever I am, it's like, you know, I don't know.
You don't know if you're an alcoholic?
No. Well, even if I said to you I'm not, like, would it even matter? It's like, would you believe me? Because the only times I come on here is probably if I had a drink, because if I haven't,
I believe you.
I would probably be doing different things. But yeah, I mean, I am drinking. I do drink, sometimes too much, but besides the point. What does that have to do with it? Yes, but it does have to do with it that sometimes it is, you know, you engage in conversations that not necessarily is benefiting anyone. Yeah, I have to agree with that. So it's like if you're more coherent, you're like, okay, now we're gonna engage in conversations that do matter. But then who else is engaging in conversations that matter on this app? So
nobody.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Is London turning into a shithole for real?
Well, I don't know. London is, well, I think the whole world is kind of in for some kind of, I mean, it's like we just fucking, like, 5 years ago, we had, you know, the whole world came to a standstill.
But now you can get arrested in London if you say something offensive, right?
I think they kind of like, you know, they had to slow down enough.
Like, couldn't Pepe go to jail for the stuff he says on here?
No, if he's American, no.
No, I mean if he lived in London.
No, if he is not doing it under his own name, then no. Because then you're not liable for anything. You know?
Are refugees taking over London? Like if you walk down the street, will Muslims attack you?
You're not very good at keeping a conversation going, right? Yeah, but okay, so what is going on, but what has been going on in Europe for a while, it's like, okay, so I'm a Persian. I live in the UK. You know, I like Western values. I like them because they adhere to what somehow, like intrinsically, the way we are as a people, which was somehow hijacked, at some point. So, majority of people like me, we would like to see that, come back to where it needs to be. But in the meantime, it's also about like smart people, or it's smart people. It's like you're smart. It's like if I'm a Middle Eastern living in Europe, right? Why am I living here? Why am I not living in my country? Well, I don't live there because I don't love my country. I don't love my culture because I'm very proud. I don't live there because I don't like, there are certain things I cannot live with. And then so, and that's also a problem, but, that's also a European Union problem. But it's kind of like a little bit too late to cry, it's kind of like cry over spilled milk about this. But so how do we go from here? It's like the West has been in a lot of people who, for some reason, but then also that's just not enough, because you can't just fully just blame it on, okay, let's say, oh, it's all the Muslims' fault. So it's like all the Muslims in Europe, in London, in New York, it's their fault. No, you need to understand your own people first, actually, because it's like the Western culture that's kind of like imploding within itself. Because this is what I was trying to tell this black guy, but like, how are you gonna convince those people? And even like this fucking Zoran, it's like the way he's like standing, and it's like, you're a fucking joke. You don't even understand how much of a scarecrow or how much of a puppet you are for something. Firstly, how could you ever fucking run against people who have like 50 years of experience or like 20 years of experience? You never had a fucking job. It's not even fucking your country. It's like you have to be. So it's like you would never see a Persian person do that, by the way, right? There are some levels of, so we have to work, and like within sort of the Western world, you have to start coming to terms with what kind of a people are we going to have to now work with, because that's also becoming complicated. Because in the meantime, like this guy is, and and then he's married some like Syrian girl who looks like a fucking, it's like, oh, her mother is a doctor and whatever, and then he's sitting there eating with his hands, and you're just thinking, it's like, do you understand the history of this country? Do you know what it stands for? And how much that by you not ruining it, it is going to benefit the fucking shithole you come from in the first place? But even with his fucking, like, movie-making mother, or his fucking, like, Columbian University professor of a Marxist communist dad, you just know that these are just the people that is, because they will never understand. And it's like, and then there'll be like Middle Eastern people, but how is a Western, but also mostly, it's not the left wouldn't need people like me, or people who are somehow pro, because like as an Iranian, I was talking to this Irish guy earlier about this. It's like, okay, so as an Iranian, we have gone through the whole system of having to deal with, okay, what did the Brits do to us? What did the Americans do? What did the French do? But like, we somehow came through it, and even the fucking Israelis. And it's like, no, listen, it's like, we did this to ourselves, and we all on the same side, and we now become smarter for it, and we have the same goal, which is something. But that's not what the left needs, right? Because it's like you go and tell someone like Buttercup, they'll be like, oh, Buttercup, seriously, you're promoting something, but, like the country like Iran, who is firstly, the terrorism within the country that's maintaining itself against its own people, but also ruining Palestine at the same time. It's like, I don't know, can you get through to someone like that? Or does someone like that know exactly what is going on? Or sometimes, so I was thinking through someone like Buttercup, it's just like, I feel a lot of vulnerability, and I feel like a lot of like, I don't know if you could get, because then you would have people like the Pipers or like, the hardcore Marxist or communist who would be coming from a more sort of malignant approach where, like, I don't give a fuck, it's like anti-Israel, whatever, where there's some kind of awareness of, where they don't even benefit any side or whatever. But then in the meantime, you have like someone like this fucking monkey guy, like standing on stage and like, we have managed something. It's like you look at it and, but for now, this is what the world is asking for. And I think the best we can do is just give it to them, but also with an awareness that somehow it's
Think about it anymore, baby. Did you lose your
Listen, there's no other way that you could possibly convince, like, we come this, it's come this far that it is what it is, that it has to run its course. And I'm just thinking, because then also, it's like, maybe that's my way of thinking. It's like, maybe nobody else will think of it this way, but whatever it is, it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable because, I mean, you have to be, so I look at this guy today, whatever, he got elected. The way he's behaving, I can only see it from two perspectives. It's like he's either like very shameless and he has an anti-Western agenda that, by the way, I don't even think he's that smart enough to even be capable of, like, or it's just a case of like, just certain like negatives coming together. This is nothing, and this is not hate, by the way. Because like the guy is like 30 years old. It's like the fucking financial center of the world, right? So this is why, like, we've been warned against like TikToks, but obviously it's too late. Like, this is the fucking financial center of the world when it comes to capitalism. How did that get infiltrated? And how did the people buy into it? So you have two options. You're like, okay, well, you're gonna maybe listen. Maybe you're doing something wrong. Well, that's not what it is, because it's like a hostile attack, right? The guy has never had a fucking job before. It's like, to be honest, if he was listening to this conversation, like the only thing I could say to him is like don't you fucking have any shame? But then also, don't you think there are other people who are not stupid? There are other people like me, also somehow from the same part of the world as you, and with far more knowledge, far more fucking history, and far more insight than where the fuck do you come from? You fucking from Uganda, or you fucking from Somalia, or you fucking from Mexico. And the thing is, because whatever that leftist Marxism is doing, it can never do it to foundational people. Just aren't you just a fucking joke and a slave all over again? Because it's not because you're smart. It's just because it is fulfilling its own fucking narrative, and you're the only fucking smart fucking donkey who is available enough and stupid enough and narcissistic enough. And what a fucking achievement. Well, anyway, I lost the words. So it's not a battle between Muslims or whites or whatever. It's just that there are other people out here also paying attention, and yeah. Yeah, so okay, but someone like this guy, I don't know. Well, whatever, you know. Oh, Alpha, I cannot believe you and I could ever agree on anything. No, so it's not a Jewish, it's not like a Muslim, it's not a white thing. It's a foundational thing, but it's I don't know. Can you come out and explain it better than I can?
Think about it subjectively. Technically, you can say white people come to North America, they're into Native Americans, so they would qualify as the first immigrants. But if we're talking about, like, in my eyes, the establishment of the U.S., like when the U.S. became an actual country, then the first immigrant technically is black people. It wasn't U.S., brother. It was America. Turn around. That's where all the nations that was gathered back then, they used to come trade instead of buying. It was trade. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. You didn't have whatever you had that was worth something. I had something that was worth to you. So we made trades. Same thing goes for any other coastline. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't work. We wasn't working with Europeans. They didn't have what we could go straight to Africa without the white men in the middle. We go straight there, get our resources, go, gotta come back home. Right? Now, when Luther killed a father and our males, let's play Cowboys Indians if anybody remember them days of sitting next to their granddaddy or their great-grandfather. Those is us, really. You know what I'm saying? Mexico all through that way. North, East, West, South Americans. North America, Central, all through the way. So what I'm saying is Cowboys Indians, right? They played, the Indians were the aggressors, they didn't want this, they didn't want that. Let's say this, if I see something going down in my household wrong on my land, and I come check you, at first I let you. Then you start doing other things, you know, that thanks for giving us a piece of your land, then we can live on, all that type of shit, right? Remember that Thanksgiving? Okay, now, that right there, let's leave right there. No, let's stop right there. What I'm saying is, they come in your house, on your land, all of a sudden, at night, they get used to you during the day, but at night, because you know they thirsty as hell, they like the women, they see what's going on, they go in through your villages, they learn your language, all that. Then they kidnap the women, kill the men off, enslave the women and the children, right? They send the children off into a whole nother country, no matter north, east, west, south of the world, right? But they say, now since we here, this is our land. This is our home. We fought and we died for this land, right? They say they want a piece of your reparations. They want a piece of your land, your lifestyle, your bloodline, whatever you get, we won't have. But I want to ask a question though now. Who has a hand, who acknowledge where is our treasure box for our ancestors? Because remember we was talking about, what was that, the Walmart, whatever, Target, with all our supplies and everything that's supposed to be for us, right? They've been building stores off of our money since the beginning there, right? They've been building stores, getting richer and richer, right? I'm trying to ask them, who is in office in the government as a black person, people, who know anything about our money? Because the money that we're supposed to have now, that ain't it. It's way more than that. Because I
to see it. If we, why is it a white man having control of our ancestors' treasure box? That's what I'm not getting. Why we ain't got control of yours? Somebody is cheating. Because every time, if you can look at it now, every time we die, where does that money go to? To the treasure box. Do it go into our treasure box if we die, or do it go into everybody's treasure box, or into the European American treasure box? So, to say this, if we don't get another black male president in office, a strong man, if he been in the military, he knows how shit moves. That's a man who know the army. He know how to acknowledge the truth. I can't say a woman because, hey, I want to put a woman, I can trick you out your position anyway. I can trick you to do anything. Then you gonna do it anyway. So that's it. But because it's power behind what I said, what I can do. That's why I said that. But if we can get a strong-minded military man who been and done that, and he know what's going on in office again, to reverse that Obama, all that bullshit that he did with the LGBT bullshit. Come on, nah. Yeah, got you. Because who we think gonna run? Like, is it what's her name? What I'm saying is that LGBT bullshit is too close to the black man's house. You teach my kids something that I ain't even taught them. You see what I'm saying? Now you have a woman thinking that it's okay that we gotta love them, they human. No, they confused minds. They been raised by women who don't give a fuck about a man. So you better get on out here with that dude. Drive that on down the road, buddy. Get in your pickup truck and hit it. Drive. Hell no. So you telling me kids don't?
I know everybody has to be asleep. You're right, Quinn, or everybody's sober. So will the sober people please come up on stage? Because I can't. It's 3 o'clock in the morning where I am, and I'm not gonna be going. Sober people, please raise your hand and come up on stage, please. Thank you very much. And has no reflection of the 420 and any kind of. He was in Mexico. We were Indians.
The women that's why I say I can't talk to women. I can talk
nonsensical. Can't talk to women. He was raised by one. He can't talk to.
Dude, this is childhood trauma, Joseph. So you guys, I don't know. Unless you remove him, you're just gonna have to deal with his trauma dumping.
Now I'm asking y'all, what is it Jezebel's spirit? Because I know y'all women keep saying what? So that must be Jezebel who laughed. You first of all, how can you say that kind of stuff, brother? It really don't make no sense. You understand what I'm saying? You just don't make sense.
I give you the grace of not responding to your dumbass comment, to be honest.
You were transgender, my boy, so I wouldn't want to talk.
Sure, you're just pressed that my voice is deeper than yours and I'm a woman. It's okay, you'll get over it.
They going to transgender.
And it's kind of late for me to try to make traffic tonight. What y'all, Ashton, you got the mic. Ashton got the mic.
All I'm trying to say is this. That guy was absolutely loony. Stood up here and blame women. There's some dudes blaming women, saying that it's the reason that folks are soft, all that. No, don't put that on women. Don't say that people are gay because of women or all this kind of stuff. You know, men have a part in building a household as well. You can't just solely put stuff on the back of females to build a household. It takes two. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes people like that guy, whoever the hell that was speaking, he must have forgotten that look, brother, you birthed from a female, but you want to sit up here and denigrate women. Boy, I couldn't be around nobody like that because we be fighting in the parking lot, like literally be fighting.
Hey, well, I think that one
That chick is actually a woman, though. She got a baddie type of voice, though.
Thank you so much, Rashawn.
Yo, can I follow you on IG? What's up, bitch?
No, okay. Thank you, though. Thank you for your service.
Hold up.
I'm just complimenting her. It's crazy what I do, but we all do it.
Okay, you're gonna have to go mute.
Maybe I'll look at you.
What we're going to do, welcome to the 420. It is literally 3 o'clock in the morning, and we're not supporting any of the crazy shit that comes out of people's mouths at this time of night. So, you can, y'all, if you didn't get a chance to pay your cable bill because you're not getting your money because you're laid off or whatever, just consider this a late night bad Netflix miniseries that's going to be over soon. I have never heard so much crazy shit come out of one submission, just all over the fucking place with it, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, if you haven't paid your cable bill and you don't have YouTube Premium, just consider yourself in the way back section of TV with the two antennas that you set on top and put the foil on it. That's where we are right about now. So this is pure entertainment. Don't take none of this shit seriously. And if you get offended, you're more than welcome to leave. But please join the club before you leave, because tomorrow morning we're going to be with Dr. Carr. And we're going to actually start at 7 a.m. and we're going to get some real knowledge and information, and we will be fed. That will be the reflection of the 420. This tonight here is coonery, clownery, and gotta get another C word. Help me out with another C word, sister wife.
What was the first two? What was the first?
Coonery, clownery, and
Confuckery.
Yes,
the confused and the fuckery.
I repeat the same way. Confuckery.
You be on the same
wavelength. Shit. So we immigrate. I'm not gonna even play into it, but I'm not gonna ever be able to forget what I just heard. If I can even unhear it. That was some crazy shit. He's cooking. He's cooking all right over an open fucking flame.
He couldn't cook hot dog water, okay?
Go right ahead, you guys. Enjoy.
I want to women, that's the one thing that I think a man could do is blame females for their downfall and not look at themselves. My folks one time looked in the mirror and said, "You're responsible for yourself in that mirror. You don't blame us for your downfall. Pick yourselves up." That's some fucked up shit for you to block me as.
People, sir. I don't block you. Still love to block people. You're not threatening enough for me to block you at this point.
Imagine you just meeting yourself.
Let that man speak, man. Let's go.
Okay, JD, you're in the driver's seat. I'm taking my seatbelt off and literally rolling out you in high speed. I'm just go right ahead.
The confusion and the fuckery.
You got 1 minute of bullshit. Ready, set, go.
He can't find the button.
Fuck. Hey, I tried, brother. I tried to step up for the men and give you a voice, but.
What about Isaac? Isaac was about to say something.
I wasn't gonna say shit to what was being talked about earlier. I wanted to speak to the title.
Go for it.
Black conservative values have been ignored for decades. So when that came along, it's no brainer that a lot of black people just went to that because it was about the only political movement that was even saying anything about conservative values. So you ignore a demand, you get bought out. That's just human society in general.
So what did they sell you? Well, I mean, Republicans have always been conservative. I mean, not have always, but in your lifetime. So what did they sell you on specifically?
It wasn't a specification. They spoke to conservative values that most Black Americans actually care for. So
you're not saying anything. I mean, you're just saying they speak. I mean, what specifically?
They sold them a proximity to whiteness. He's just only gonna say the quiet part out loud.
Because Republicans,
That's not what I said.
they ran.
But that is what conservative values are, and if you do your history on the history of your movement, that is exactly what they were selling you.
Before your man, I gave you opportunity to stop. It's boom, it's I boom, this bitch then. Fucking shut up.
I'm so pressed.
Well, I'll speak on it. I'll say as far as to the question of black man don't represent black folks, and as far as historically black conservatism versus black liberal ideology, going back to Booker T. Washington and W. Du Bois, I would really say in the long run, black conservatism would have won out. I think under black conservatism, the Negro was upwardly mobile, family formation, upwardly mobile literacy and business formation, and the building of social clubs and banks and different institutions. Moral, you had a lot of moral capital, principle, values, standards of behavior that dominated the black community. I was saying under black liberal ideology, you watched the fall of the Negro's family, the fall of the community, the fall of values, complete dependence on government and white society. So I think if you kind of line those two up and you see, well, what got better outcomes or what value you had as a community, I do find that black conservatism, under the Booker T. Washingtons and Isaiah Thomas Montgomerys and a lot of those guys, was winning to have more value overall.
Well, first of all, so we got to get more men like Booker T. Washington, and the ones you admitted during the Harlem Renaissance, y'all don't exist anymore. Like period. So why we need to listen to this when we ain't got men who can even represent the black family?
Dumbass bitches trying to keep lean out of me. Hey, True. Shut up, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Alfonso, that's a perfect example. If you play tic-tac-toe and go up above where truth hurts, this is the kind of thing we have representing that community. He just called me a bitch and don't even know me. You guys, please, nobody's taking you seriously.
But are the same people who ask for solidarity from those same women? What?
Bitch, you still dumb too. You dumb.
At least I can write a complete cogent sentence. I've been reading your sentences all night, Truth.
Generational people. Alright, Truth. We had enough of you, bro. Man, I can't wait to kill y'all, man.
Yeah, that's too far, bro.
We gonna have to get something else out for you, brother.
You're just talking about Booker T. Washington and all the other words during the Harlem Renaissance. This is what we are right now, Alfonso.
Use your phone in your pocket. You put it in your pocket.
I wasn't necessarily talking about a mission. I was just saying that a lot of times when you have people within the quote-unquote black community that see the value in black conservative thought and gradualism and free enterprise and kind of putting down the victim thing and weaponized grievance. You have people that maybe sellouts or a host of negative things, even going back to Martin Luther King. But I just think that now you have people that are kind of seeing the value, the long-term value in a black conservative and principle and kind of moral type of capital that you had under that. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying.
But do you think
fall in that soliloquy? I mean, right? I don't even take you guys seriously. You got people, black men in here. 1 minute, one's talking about Martin Luther King and all the other greats, and then you got the other one above him calling us bitches. My head is on a swivel. My neck is about to pop off from being jerked back and forth because y'all don't know what the fuck and how you want to even represent your own community because we got work to do here. our men are not men. They're not in a leadership position. They don't respect women. But we gonna talk about fucking. We ain't got no Booker T. Washingtons and Frederick Douglasses anymore. We just got people who love to call black women bitches. That's what we got.
Yeah, and I also want to make a distinction that when you're talking about this, it's not. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't let no man call me a bitch to my face. I'm serious. Because a lot of men, they try to bully women and all this stuff. Some Republican men. I told a dude one time, I said, brother, and you coming to me sitting down on the chair, let's stand up outside out here. I don't give a damn. If a man swing on me, all 6'3", 200 and some pounds of me, I'm coming. I ain't no way, brother. The way you talking, you'll meet a female that can match you. There are some that can actually match you, brother. You gotta be cool now.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, like black MAGA, conservative, Republican, the conservatism that you're talking about, Alfonso, these are all different things. So to speak to the question, I mean, like you still haven't really spoken to it. Because black MAGA is not the same as black conservatism. And I think a lot of black conservatives would tell you that it's not the same.
Well, and that's true. I understand that it is true to a certain degree, but I think more so as a cousin ideology, like when people were talking about maybe Trump and his constituency that wants to get rid of or deport different people. And sometimes I tell people, I said, well, everything isn't necessarily racist. Think about it, like certain things are just a common sense approach. When you talk about, the United States being built, based on a certain religion, a certain core value system, a certain government, and it was built on a, Western Protestant, type of faith and, belief system. So when you bring over other people, they also, a group of people also bring their outcomes in society. So I guess with the Trumps and his people, they just want to keep the culture and keep how America was good. It made the success it is. Just keep that, in place. Because when you bring over people, they also bring over their outcomes in society.
Yeah, but Trump is also a part of the people who were brought over. His family are immigrants, and so is his wife, right? His son is an anchor baby. Like, what are we talking about? So it's this guy who, excuse me 1 second, it's this guy who is really effective at selling the narrative that he himself is not the thing that he wants you to hate, first of all, which is, you can hate him or love him, is genius. Basically fully pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, right? But more so than that, it's not just about things being racist, quote unquote, or too woke or whatever, right? Many presidents before him deported people, had full plans, thousands of people at a time. But how you navigate that publicly and how emboldened you are to beat your chest about the thing you are doing that looks outwardly inhumane is the thing that determines whether or not you are a racist, right? Your administration is racist, right? And what he's done is engaged a full-scale, ethnic cleansing, but it doesn't look like that because no one thinks about things that way in America, right? It's not just the Hispanic people or people of Spanish descent or people who speak Spanish. We all know that, right? So why would you want to get rid of all of these people while simultaneously talking about America first, but not really fully explaining what America first means? It means white, right? It means of European descent first, right? It means European money first, legacies of European descent first, right? And like I said in the chat, the gag is that everybody with the hyphens, right? The Polish Americans, the Jewish Americans, the Hispanic Americans, Chicano Americans, African Americans, the hyphenated Americans believed that they were American too when he was talking to them.
That's true. But my point is that I hear what you're saying, but my point is that certain groups of people, they get certain outcomes, right? And I think that you have to judge the
the effectiveness of a culture based on demonstrated ability and their outcomes in building and maintaining society. So if the standard of life that you have in a certain place is produced or led by a certain group of people, I think the common sense approach would be to let these people lead because they get the best outcomes, in elements of a society. So if it was built based on a Western Protestant type of faith in society, then that's the people you go with.
Right. So you maintain that you feel like even though those certain types of people, whatever demographic you want to use, rigs the game, right? Significantly limits anybody's ability to even enter the field that the race is being run on, right? And has very little experience. Now I'm bringing it up to speed to 2025, right? Our president who can't fully read, I don't know if you guys knew that, dude is fully illiterate, right? So you're saying that the person with not the most experience or who is capable, right, but who can rig the game is the one that should be the leader.
Well, no, I do think that you have to have, certain, like I say, certain, you have certain laws in place to, make the system work in a fair and a balanced manner. But I'm just saying that at the end of the day, you just have to go with demonstrated ability. And some people would have the better ability to be able to maintain society.
Right, so what you're talking about is meritocracy. And so, like, in a true meritocracy, that would be great. I agree with you. It would be super dope if we could do that. However, the system that we live under has been crippled for some people, right, to the extent where their merits, should they even gain them, don't even matter, right? They're starting not just at the zero line, right? While these people are already running, they're starting at a deficit, right? 10% less, 25% less, 100, 400, 600 years less, right? So then to talk about meritocracy is just, it's intellectually dishonest, right?
Well, I mean, but see, is this starting behind? Is 2025, is it based on the system now, or is it just based on bad culture?
Well, I mean, it can be based on both, right? Two things can be true. So it can be fully the intentions of the state to absolutely cripple the working class and any classes beneath it so that they never even think to aspire to be greater so they don't supplant themselves and lose their seats of power, right?
Mm-hmm.
While simultaneously people accepting the circumstances of their environments and leading into the things that will indicate survival longer, right? Whether it be selling drugs, stealing, begging your parents to bus you out if you know about those things, or whatever the thing is, right? But both things can be true, and both things are true.
I would say those things that you speak of are things that came up under a liberal Marxist ideology, a far left ideology. I feel like when you had more of the conservative type of thinking, or the gradualism, the self-development, and these different type of principles that came with that ideology, those things that you speak of weren't as prevalent. It wasn't about the weaponized grievance or certain things that came from the manifesto of communists, but about self-development and just getting behind the wheel and making the best of your situation.
Okay, let's take your premise on then. At those times, name a decade, name anyone, name a series of decades, right?
Mm-hmm.
At those times, was there a structure in place for people who were being underserved or disadvantaged to report accurately things that they didn't get and could and needed, and then get them? Be honest.
No, man.
Right. Okay. So it would look like something is entirely perfect if no one can report the wrong or the harm, right? And if those same people are writing history books, they write all the newspapers, most of the newspapers, 98% of the newspapers, right? They give you your news, right? They're reporting to you that everything is fine, that we are winning, we, right? But they're not including the people who are not included in the we, that all those we's know that are not included, right? And this is not to just lay it on all of the foundational white people, right? The Mayflower homies. Because what they do is over time they absorb anybody who is useful to their narrative so that they cannot join together with the people who are underserved, right? So to pull it forward to 2025, now the system is structured in a way that has crippled so many people over time with that architecture being built off the backs of Black people, brown people, and the indigenous, that now the poor white trash who once thought that they were the better white men are complaining, right? The super poor white teacher lady who once thought she was above it and fully bought into feminism while being the sole beneficiary of a frail system like that is now complaining, right? So now we got a problem.
Well, I think, okay, to take it back to your other point, okay, when you say that maybe somebody else is controlling the historical narrative or somebody else is writing the story, but I think that, you know, with all things, you have to have a feasible start point, right? So if a person starts at one place and then you look at where they're at 90 years, 95 years later, and they've been on an upward incline, you know, we can say through literacy, through information, through all these elements, that these people have been on an upward incline despite certain things in the law, despite certain social practices that are negative to these people, we can still say that, well that's working. So it's not a thing of somebody else.
I mean, you can pretend that it's working, but if you analyze it accurately, what you're looking at is the mobility of all, right? So, like, let's take all the Black people, the brown people, the indigenous, and the white, right? And all of the people who are included in white, right? That they take on over time. So the Italians, the Polish, the German, and the Jewish, right? Who once were chastised and castigated as, you know, not a part of them. Okay, cool. They're all white now. So you're saying everybody's moving. Some people are moving a little bit slower. It's a really nice thing to say that, but it's also a misnomer, right? Because when we analyze the events of history and the actions of the state accurately, the other people who are significantly disadvantaged historically are moving slowly up a ladder, a wooden one, right? Cool. It's movement. You can see this as positive. But if you see that the people who build the structure are moving up an escalator that's traveling quickly, or a skyway, or maybe even an airplane, and then you say we're all moving and that's positive, is it?
Well, I think when you talk about that time, it is upwardly mobile. Again, like if I bring in millions of people, see again, some people's upward mobility was all homegrown, so they weren't getting millions of people from any other place to help, you know, boost up their society. It's just, you know, their hard work, you know, their I guess you would say investment into development, you know, and elements that I named before, upwardly mobile. And again, 100 years, you know, isn't is a drop of a dime, is a drop of penny in the development of the people. So that's why I think that sometimes we don't understand gradualism, how that works. That even if you're moving slow is still a development. It's still allowing you to develop. It's still allowing you to be able to compete in the world of free people. So again, comparing somebody who's bringing in all these groups of people and people that have a long history of business and entrepreneurship and industry, it's like you can't really compare the two. You know what I mean? And like I said before, like if you're not gonna take L's, then you weren't really fit for freedom in the first place.
But that's not up to you to determine, right? So there's a living document that we have in this country called the Constitution that implies or pretends or sells people the myth that everybody has access to that, right? And what we're contending with now is that not being true, right? What we've contended with for the last 100 years is that not being true. For you to and sorry if this sounds aggressive, but for you to minimize right, and talk about gradualism when this is the same America. You can talk about any other country, this might be true, but this is the same America that went from those same ladders and stairs that I was talking about to those escalators, skyscrapers, the planes and the buildings, minimizing a television or creating one and shrinking it down to the size of a pocket, going to the moon. And if you don't believe that that happened, right, these are still the same people that started with fucking nothing, went through a Great Depression, and now like potentially the first trillionaire recognized on the planet. I'm so sorry, I cannot buy into your idea of gradualism when everything around us has indicated that that's not how things happen for America, right? For some people. So the gag is that people keep trying to sell the marginalized groups in this country the idea that it should be gradual for them when it hasn't been gradual for everybody, well, the dominant class, right?
No,
do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, but like I said,
do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, again,
I'm not asking if you agree. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you're saying. But I'm just saying that everybody wasn't fit. That's all. Like everybody wasn't fit in every way. So different cultures just get different outcomes. So
what do you mean fit?
Well, I'm saying that as far as how do I say this? Like that everybody wasn't fit or didn't have the same cultural outcomes or the same cultural tools to get the results of the next person.
Yes. So, you're just not completing the rest of the sentence. By design is the rest of that sentence.
Well, no, I don't have as I guess as strong a tongue as you, but I'm saying
that's okay.
Yeah, like so as far as certain people, they have maybe certain cultural attributes, right? And I talked about how.
What do you mean?
Meaning that certain people might have a long history of we say business acumen, where you've been over generations, you've developed your development in certain elements of your culture are more advanced than others. So you're going to get a better outcome because you're a more developed people or a more developed culture. You have things that you do better. So you can't really get the same outcomes or equality because you just have a better culture. You do things better.
So you're just talking about America in general versus the rest of the world that might be less developed, or are you talking about within America?
I'm saying even within America.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Ashton? You were muffled a little bit.
Yeah, is he talking about the industrialized parts of the United States, how we kind of came into the Industrial Revolution and progressed, or are you talking about a time way before that, brother? What are you saying when you say progression of a culture or whatever the world? What are you saying?
Well, no, I said we was simply speaking to, okay, when you talked about, I said I'm a bigger believer in gradualism. And she was saying, well, gradualism was sold to the marginalized groups, but it wasn't. Everybody else progressed at a certain speed. But I said that the people that progressed at a certain speed more likely had a better culture. They had a more developed culture. They did things better than others who started from a certain cultural perspective. It didn't allow them to get those outcomes.
What cultures would that be that have progression? China is, their culture's been around for, I don't know, we'll just say eons. They're very progressive, right? I mean, that's a culture, seriously. India, as far as, just on that continent, there's how they're a little bit progressive, but not industrialized. Cultures that's been around for a very long time, they seem to be able to endure and those kinds of things. So I would look for cultures that have been around eons. America's still young. I'm not saying that our country hasn't progressed or learned or whatever, but there are cultures that I think America certainly could learn from. I think China and other countries that function like it, they will always endure because they don't have these structural meaning elections like we. They You know what I mean? They have a, dictator, or whatever you want to call those folks. They stay in power. Whereas America, we have elections. We're young, right? We're young compared to a lot of nations on this earth. So when it comes to culture, you might want to look at some of the oldest, places on this earth, including in Africa. Those periods, that time predates China itself. So I would say start with Africa if you're talking about cultures that, help literally shape society. And Africa helped bore a lot of society as we know it and spread out from there. I'd start there, brother. Africa.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I just was talking about right. No, I understand what you said. I just was speaking more so like, the Booker T. Washington view,
So within America.
Right. I was just more supposed to speaking on, Booker T. Washington's views and things. And, why maybe some people kind of prefer the cousin doctrine of black MAGA and these different type of things, but as far as me being able to paint the picture in your mind where you can see what I'm saying, it's a little difficult for me, but I just see people that kind of maybe wanted things to be equal, but don't want the equal responsibility.
Yeah, no, but communities and societies are not about equality. For any of the scientists in the room, you understand this. For anybody who's not a scientist, I'm gonna make it really easy to understand. This is for you too, Alfonso. The idea of equality is for one thing to be absorbed into another, right? For one thing to mimic or become equal to the homeostasis of the larger thing. And I don't think anybody really is talking about equality. It's like a blanket term, right? But equity isn't, right? Equity is value. And if you write a doctrine that says, that changes over time, of course, right? To mean all white men, then all men, then women too, who are no longer property, then the slaves, then immigrants, then, you know what I mean? If you're writing that thing, and this is the law of the land, right? Then you can't suddenly argue against it when you want to make concessions for your friend. Or your friends, or your constituency, or your party, or whatever, right? It has to be, we do have equal value, we do have structure, right? What I'm trying to get you to understand is, and the reason why I said initially when you came up here that you weren't saying the quiet part out loud, which is that conservatism sells marginalized groups proximity to whiteness. Whiteness means a lot of things, right? Whiteness isn't just like your skin color, it's how you're treated, right? It's how you're treated in school, business, by the police. It's your access to wealth. It's your access to appropriate and adequate contextual education and the legacy that comes from those things, right? So your ability to network and things like this, social capital, right? But it's also aspirational, right? Do you know what aspirational capital is? Alfonso, this is not a quiz. I'm just asking for context. Do you know? Right. Okay. So for anybody in the room who doesn't know, aspirational capital is the belief that you can, right? So you can't believe that you're the president if you never see anybody who looks like you. You can't believe that you will be a film director if you never see anybody who looks like you. You won't believe that you can get out of the hood and don't know anybody who ever has, right? And you don't believe that you can travel around the world if everybody around you is making fun of you for wanting a passport, right? You can diversify that idea to mean a great many things, but there's a part of America, the dominant class, right? I don't want to just keep harping on white people because, like I said, they absorbed many people who they didn't once consider white, right? So the dominant class has always had access to that really essential thing, the belief that you can be more, right? And the country can't even make good on the idea that everybody should have access to that. And especially in 2025, we have an administration that is so vehemently toxic in its desire to knock the idea of aspiration out of people who they don't want along with them, right? that they'll sell it to you as poison. And this is how you get voted in, right? Sell them some sneakers, tell them you'll take care of their gas, right? You'll get rid of all the immigrants who are taking your jobs, but notice that he never talked about creating new ones. I mean, whatever level of harm anybody is willing to endure is the only thing that will ever determine what happens after this. And I hope people are strapped in, because it's going to get real grave.
So you're saying that the current administration is, how would I say, I guess you say using hate speech or using certain white supremacist ideologies to, you say, mentally defeat other groups of people that don't fit into that demographic. That's your point of view.
Yeah, to destabilize community amongst the people who see themselves as a part of the fabric of this country. It's a really important motivation for success if your platform is America first, right? And that's not to, I know there were a couple patriots in here, former service members. This is not to take away from people who believe in America first, and they think that this is something else. This is when Donald Trump and his cronies talk about America first, people need to know that they are not talking about you if your parents were immigrants, if you are brown, if you speak more than one language, if you came here to seek a better life. At any point in time, anybody in your family fucking tree. If you do not shine in the sun, they glow white, they don't mean you. That is the America first that they're talking about.
Okay, and again, I mean, so you don't find maybe a common sense approach of maybe keeping the culture that a successful nation was built around in place. You don't find it to be a common sense approach?
No, I don't think it's common sense if that culture is rooted in the destabilization of communities and humanity to your own republic. No, I do not. And I think, and further, I will say this, if it had not been the constant intention of political leaders over time, and they had invested in having the conversation that needed to happen in this country maybe 70 years ago that people were trying to start, we might not even fucking be here right now, right? But here we are, repeating the mistakes, but yeah.
Probably wouldn't be singing songs, We Shall Overcome and all this other stuff, because at the end of the day, we probably wouldn't have started organizations like the Black Panthers or things like that to help beat back the Caucasians who essentially tried to cause trouble in the Black community, and Black folks found themselves literally having to protect themselves, essentially be their own police. And so in this country, when people are having to live like that because of various issues, and in this country, I would say redlining is, has been an issue, and things like that divide people, whether that's physical lines, political lines, or fill in the blank. There's always something or some reason that people will try to find to divide folks, and one of the greatest ones still is trying to divide people based on their skin color and all this other stuff, because you see it in the tactics and the way that ICE agents and other departments, there were other departments there too, not just ICE, but it's embarrassing, you know what I mean? And our country continues to be divided. Seriously, our country, it feels like right now, is more divided more now than ever. Maybe there's times in history where it was for other reasons, but right now, in this current time, it is really a lot of folks on edge and those kinds of things. And when we find ourselves divided, a divided house within itself shall not stand. In America, if it doesn't get uprighted, it probably will be a country that will not continue to stand, or at least be what we see it is today. Dismiss.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I speak like this because I care. I love the country that I live in. I love the state that I'm from. I love the people that I've met here from all over the world who, think America was its great savior and believed in the dreams that we were all sold that are a lie. I love all of this. I love everything I can do here. But that doesn't, all of that love and all that, belief in this place doesn't mean that you can't be critical. And I feel like some people, especially like people in Black MAGA, are like doing this game where they're being willfully ignorant of the abusive relationship they are in with this country.
I mean, but like, I understand what you're saying, but it's like, okay, are you in an abusive relationship based on the system, or are you in an abusive relationship based on your own cultural values?
People are in an abusive relationship based on the system. Like, if that is not clear to you at this point, I don't know where you've been, I don't know what you've been reading, I don't know what school you went to, but it is like really, really apparent. It's so apparent that they can now use it functionally as like talking points in a positive perspective.
I understand your perspective. I respect that. I just find, my research and understanding of maybe certain things that are going on now, being from Detroit, Michigan, and looking at my surroundings. That again, it's like, to me, no matter what type of legislation you might fight for, or what type of government, or funding, or these different programs that, if you don't have a culture of value, or if you don't invest in entrepreneurship, ownership, thrift, and have a strong moral capital, invest in family, none of those things will really fix you. So, but I like I said, the people that believe in the systematic racism, or believe in weaponized grievance, I don't have an issue with it. I just find that the people that was on the red side, so to speak, had the better long term goal. They had the better long.
What was that? What was that long term goal? Give me three.
Well, as far as family formation, if you look at that time during the antebellum.
No, I'm talking about now.
You said talking about now?
Yeah.
Could you clarify for me?
Yeah, so you said that people who exist on the conservative side or are, in the Republican camp seem to have, like, the better ideas for the progress for the country, right?
Oh, okay, for the country as a whole?
Well, I mean, that's what you said. Is not what you meant?
I was talking more Black conservatism versus Black liberalism.
Okay, so, yeah, for the progress of Black people in America, cool. So give me three from 2025. In the last election cycle, what were the things?
I think that Republicans are trying to help Black folks. I know you can't be sitting on that rock and don't let that rock roll down the hill. Pick it up and start over. There is no way, brother. Pick that rock up, start over at the top. Ain't no way on the door. No way.
Well, I mean, as far as the, to me, with, again, cousin doctrine, but mostly, family formation, I think that's a very big, probably, if not the most major thing the Negro needs to work on, is the repair family.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop you. I didn't ask you what you think. I'm saying you made a statement talking about a particular party's intentions and the things that they were speaking to that grabbed Black MAGA or Black Republicans or conservatives. So I'm asking you to give me three things that any one politician ran on who is either Black or spoke to Black conservatives that you bought into that makes you say that statement. Just three.
Anybody?
Well, I'm saying, what particular wisdom, like what particular black conservative.
In the world, brother, are you picking to align with this statement? Brother, look here, we're going to start over from the top. It is too early.
Everybody's an individual. Everybody's an individual. You have many black Republicans. Some Scott, you got. So I'm saying, like, it's, no disrespect talking about this. But I'm saying, as far as, like, who are you referring to? Because Angela Scott King.
Well, I mean, I didn't make the statement. So typically when you're having a debate and somebody makes a claim and they are asked to corroborate that claim, right? The burden of proof is upon you to give me the evidence of your claim. That's all I'm asking for. So give me the three things from any one political leader who is speaking to Black MAGA or Black Republicans that you just said you believed in. That's all I'm asking for.
Like I said, when I came originally, I did say, I did say originally, I put in the chat, like, that's why I talk about Booker T. Washington, different type of people. Like I said, I wasn't saying, I said, as far as people that are in the cousin doctrine of Black MAG. So, you said it was MAGA, Black MAGA, and what you're talking about is different. But I just said that the people that identify with that, I said all these things earlier, but, let me see,
people, Lord Jesus, brother, one of the people, Lord Jesus, that identify with the statement that you made. So if there are Black folk on the double that identify with whether they spoke to Black issues in the Republican Party, do we have a list of Republican people that spoke to Black folks, whether on TV, whatever, and uttered stuff to try to help the Black community? You have anybody, that's what I'm trying to help you out. You have anybody there in your mind. Seriously.
Yeah, you have Angela Scott King. You have people that's out there that are speaking to Black issues. I think that it's more maybe less governmental programs and more domestic issues, things that you can fix internally, or these different type of things. Yeah. So you have people out there.
I'm not quite sure. I'm so sorry. Did someone want to speak?
Go ahead, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah. So I was just going to say, I'm not quite sure. I'm having trouble understanding whether or not you occupy the position of the claim that you just made. So let me just address some things for clarity. Like, do you consider yourself Black MAGA or sympathetic to Black conservatism?
Well, no. I say more so legal with Black conservatism. The historical Black conservative, the Booker T. Washington, I think.
Right, got that.
People.
Right. Okay. So historical Black conservatism. Currently in 2025, are you a registered voter?
Yeah, I'm a registered voter.
And what party did you register with? Feel free not to answer if that's personal to you.
Oh, no. I haven't voted in a while.
You haven't voted?
Yeah.
Alfonso. I feel betrayed.
Well, no. I work overseas, so I actually, the situation, I have a situation going on.
Okay. Okay. Great. So you don't vote, but when you have conversations with your loved ones, do you guys typically, or do you promote to them ideas that would be associated with conservatism?
Oh, yes.
Like critiques of the welfare state, free market capitalism, colorblind policies, things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm really confused as to why you can't give me any like bullet points of the things you believe in, despite believing in them and proselytizing them to people you care about. I think that's toxic and pretty harmful.
Well, I mean, like I said, it just depends on what you look at as toxic and harmful. You know what I mean?
Being misinformed and proselytizing is toxic and harmful.
You know, I'm just saying, I mentioned Washington, right? Detroit, Michigan, the community votes a certain way, and you have certain outcomes based on black ideology and liberal policy. So if I see the place that I grew up, born and grew up in, is went to a nothing burger, now you have a community that doesn't have a lot of value. It's a lot of culture to getting a lot of good outcomes for the people partaking, then I would naturally question, okay, well maybe this isn't working. You know, maybe the outcomes we're getting is because we're voting a certain way, we think a certain way, and we're looking for certain things instead of self-help and self-development.
So do you know that like a part of your civic responsibility as a voter is to inform yourself?
Yes.
Do you know that? Right. Okay, cool. So you've brought up Michigan a couple times, I think 3 times here. And I think that it is really interesting and please investigate this if you care, for real, right? That things that happen over time can be fixed in one election or an election cycle or maybe even a decade, right? It's particularly precarious for the place that you live in, that you would align yourself with the very same party that like sold out all of the jobs in your area, brought in other people to like destroy your water and land. I mean, like these were Republicans who didn't want to follow rules back in like the 80s that were going to save lives and like not scorch the earth or air, right? They outsourced all your jobs in Detroit to another country. You want to guess which country that was? China, as a penalty. Yeah, it was China. As a penalty, specifically China though, as a penalty, right? They were penalizing China by, scorching their earth and their air, right? So like if you do that investment in educating yourself and how things got that way, it would be impossible for you to align yourself with people like this, because these are the people who did that.
Well, I mean, again, that's your. So
No, this is history. You want links?
Okay, so you're saying, let's go before we talk about the how. You have to talk about moral capital. You have to talk about you got to talk about certain things that at least keep you stable. If having money doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna have a stable community.
Have a real stable community when jobs are gone and factories turn literally into nothing.
Understandable.
And Republicans were the ones who, made all that stuff go bye-bye. But you can't stand behind that kind of stuff when your community is in ruins, brother. You gotta get that upright when the water is in horrible conditions, because you have policies for Republicans wanting to roll back policies that help protect people from lead poisoning, EPA rules, and all this other stuff that I've looked up. It's the Republicans that want to roll back safety and meat regulations and all this other stuff that you may not think about every day you turn your water on or each time you plug in something. There's a regulation behind that. My folks always told me to think about that. There's a regulation behind everything that's built or that you do. When the Republicans sit here and cut back on certain regulations, brother, people lose their lives, and companies like OSHA have to come in and inspect that. We may not have OSHA because Republicans want to get rid of that too. What a crap! I hope you can't sit there and be continuing to vote.
Okay, so I'm just going to wrap up this portion of the conversation. I think it's been predominantly dedicated to our candor, and it might be time for something a little more jovial. But Alfonso, I've spent this time on you, time and incalculable human currency that never comes back to you. I spent this time on you because I care. I care about my people, and I care about the place that we live in. And so, like, if you also care, right? I'm just gonna give you two things. One is a thing to watch, one is a thing to read, right? The thing to watch is called Exterminate All the Brutes. It's available on like every streaming platform. And unless you are in China somewhere, which it may be restricted, or maybe Russia, you can probably access it. It'll give you a very dense history of some of the things that you're talking about. And the thing to read is called The Color of Law. This is probably the single most important book to understand the way that you're thinking. I'm not asking you to change your perspective. I'm not asking you to change your alignment politically. I'm just asking you to change the abyss of knowledge that seems to be absent in the things that you're saying. Because it's going to be really hard to continue to have conversations like this and people to take you seriously if there is no real foundation for your ideas, which there seems not to be. But thank you for the exchange.
Okay, thank you too.
Fun.
Sorry guys, I know I got nerdy real quick.
It was fun. I mean, it's a fun conversation, and it's something that I think should be talked about. And anything dealing with affecting somebody's life, whether that's pollution, racism, or etc., people's lives, even at this time, some folks aren't eating. So those are things to talk about as well, and I certainly appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks guys for having me.
Go? Oh man, okay. Well, it was certainly fun talking to you. I certainly appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of folks in this room probably have to go because it is 3:00 Central, Dallas Fort Worth. It's kind of early in the morning, depending on where you're at. Hey, everybody.
What a wild statement. The black community will always be. I'm sorry. Sorry, Connie.
Should I go in this room? Because I don't think anybody's up.
Probably.
Alrighty.
Hello, it's Ramona.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and boom Lisa's room. Thank y'all for to Lisa Sports Family Room. Guess you'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.
hours in this morning to be a new
roast beef curtains. Get my gist? Because they were shamed and tell them that they're down their parts, start looking ugly at their children. That's why a lot of women are choosing C-section. But we don't talk about that. It's a vanity thing now.
I don't want to disagree with you, Dottie, but because like I got kids too, and both times my wife had to have C-section was because of like she opted because of the pain, like she couldn't deal with the natural birth pain, and I don't want to say disagree with her, but I try to encourage her to go through with the regular pain, but I know her and a lot of her friends are like, fuck you. Yeah, definitely, Mike. She was like, fuck off, motherfucker. But I know a lot. Well, I can speak to the woman that I know that went through it. A lot of them was, if it wasn't emergent, they couldn't deal with the pain. But maybe, I'm not a woman. So.
Yeah, our first kid was natural. It broke my wife's pelvic bone, and she had to get stitched up down there. And we were in the hospital for 6 days after the birth. The next 2 kids were C-sections. We were gone within like fucking 12 hours. Boom. And she's like, what the fuck? Why'd y'all make me get a natural birth the first time? And then one lady was like, well, it's good that you go through at least one of them. I was like, what the fuck, yeah? Fuck off.
And the narrative that women choose not to breastfeed is very hurtful. But okay.
All my wife's off. Breastfeed all my kids. Well, she started pumping, but it was breastfeed.
My first baby, he was 4 pounds, 12 ounces. He was really small. Damn. And I couldn't breastfeed. Like, the nutrients wasn't, like, I was drinking water. Yeah. I was drinking water. What was I supposed to do? Talk to my lactician, and nothing was working. So they put me on formula. Now, my second baby, I breastfed. And I commend any woman who breastfeeds because it takes a lot to breastfeed, where you have to constantly drink water, eat, make sure you're eating at all hours of the day, make sure you're getting rest. It's tiring. So
it's draining. It's draining.
It's very draining. So when women decide, I'm just gonna do formula, okay, I'm not gonna bash you because listen, it's a lot. And for any man should talk about women's body and what they do with babies. You're not going through the same things that women goes through. That's just simple. You never will. Now, if science proves that men can have babies, I would get my husband pregnant. That's it.
Okay.
If it ever happens, I would do that. And be like, you know what? You carry the baby, you breastfeed the baby. That's it.
Fuck that. Sounds awful. I had no greater respect for my wife than after she was pregnant and had the baby. So I was like, God damn. Especially the first one, because it was natural. And like, if y'all ever been through a natural birth, bro, like you're sitting there in the room, bro, and the fucking doctor, they come in, the midwife comes in, they're like, all right, let's go. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'll have to scrub up or anything? Like, nope. Stand there, you're holding her leg, bro, and then 1 second, there's no baby, and the next second, boom, there's a fucking baby. You're like, whoa. The most humbling experience. C-section, you're behind the curve, you don't see shit. The most humbling experience in life. Bro, when I saw my first daughter come out, because like I was right there, man. Because again, C-section, you're behind the curtain, you don't see shit, right? I'm sitting there with my wife's head, right? You don't really see the baby come out. But with the natural birth, boom, it was like it changed everything. And that's the thing, right? Like women become mothers when they get pregnant. Dudes become fathers when the baby's born. And it's like, whoa. Like I had no greater respect. I was like, you grew a fucking life and then gave birth to it. And then now, like breastfeeding, like, yeah, that was easy for me. Baby's crying, I give it to her. I mean, she starts breastfeeding, I'm sitting there. But yeah, like you can tell, it drained the shit out of her. I had no more respect for my wife than when she had the kids. It's like, yeah, I don't want no part of that.
And I would say that's why I'm pro-life. No, sorry, pro-choice. Pro-choice because forcing a woman to give birth, that's like signing her death certificate. Because, yeah, it takes a lot. Pregnancy, where I lost 50 pounds during my pregnancy. And, yeah, that's my pro-choice. I was like, I wouldn't force that on nobody.
I'm in the middle of that. I'm gonna
get elected abortions after like the third, like the second, third year.
No. I don't. Whoa, if it's like 4 weeks in, okay, cool.
Right.
Once you start to get the second and third, that's murder. And the baby is breathing.
Right.
Now 4 weeks, the baby hasn't even formed yet. That I don't support that, or I don't support women who constantly get abortions. Come on.
There's that one test. It's like 20 weeks. I forget what time. It's like 20 weeks. I used to put weeks on it, but it's that one test. That you go to the test and now like it's after the heartbeat test. I try making sure that all the organs are growing where they're supposed to be growing, making sure there's no birth defects, and then boom, like that last final test where everything's fine. And after that moment, when everything's fine, you don't get to like just choose to have an abortion anymore, bro. Like, come on now. Like, you do it in the first month, first 2 months, like okay, whatever.
But if it's life or death, where they'd be like, oh, we have to take this baby out or you're gonna die.
100%.
I support that.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, go ahead, do what you gotta do, but you've been like almost done and you just decided, I don't want the baby anymore. Whoa.
I don't see how we can't all agree on that. Elected abortions after like 5 months, you can't do that.
I didn't know people did that. What the fuck? I thought the cutoff was like 6 weeks.
That's what they're trying to do, 6 weeks, which is way too early. Like 6 weeks is crazy.
Well, I'm like, 6 weeks.
It's like a month. It's like a month and a half. Like what we talk about.
So I'm like, okay, cool. You decide 6 weeks. You don't want the child. Okay, cool. Anything past that, give it up for us.
Yeah, I forget that test. I don't know what it's called. It's like around the 20-week mark. 20 weeks is like fucking 4.5 months. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you're pregnant for 4.5 months, and all of a sudden you're like, I don't want to be pregnant more. Like, what are we doing?
And can it cause like infertility? Doing that, like, sever your chances of ever having a kid again?
I don't know about that. I don't know, but like you said, like if it comes into like you're 3 months in and they find out that the lungs are growing on the outside of the chest, and if the baby's born, it's gonna die within like two hours. Like, yeah, I understand that. Like, I keep it 3 months in. That's unfortunate. That sucks. Like, okay. But aborting a healthy baby at like the 4-month mark, like that's fucking nuts. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah.
That's where I stop.
Oh, I did not know that. I did not know the women were doing that.
Yeah, that's where I would stop at that. Because again, right, you can't just outlaw abortion. What about the couple who wears a condom trying to be safe and something happens? Like, they were actually trying to do it the right way and they ended up getting pregnant like that. That girl shouldn't be fucking. They shouldn't be having to have a baby. It definitely rape.
I was on birth control and I got pregnant. So.
Yeah, they told my wife she couldn't have kids. They were like, yeah, your uterus can't have kids. Her older sister can't have kids. So like, you can't have kids. So we got birth control, and then we both have our fucking first kid. And now 3 kids later.
Kudos to your wife.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. I got 3 girls, dude. I'm paying for past tense, but man, girls are matching. It's so cool.
My first baby,
awesome.
It was a scheduled C-section with my first, and then I actually went into labor with my second, and I commend women who do natural. I was like, the contractions alone makes you just want to punch somebody in the face. Like, now, natural birth, hell no. I would never do it.
Yeah, it didn't look fun. Like, my wife's sitting there having contractions. I'm in the room, like, fucking watching fucking Hoffa on my computer. And then she had contractions. I'm like, yo, what the fuck, right? And then the lady told me, she's like, no, you're only fucking 7 fucking dilated, 7 centimeters, whatever. Gotta wait a little bit. I said, fuck. And then I'm just sitting there, like, okay, this fucking sucks for you. I would never want to go through that. Don't fucking wish that on me. It's pretty amazing. Like, y'all grow humans. Like, it's fucking nuts. Like, if you really think about it, that's fucking crazy. This is why I hate when people say that conservatives are Republicans hate women's rights. We love fucking women's rights. But we fucking all we want to do is protect women's rights.
No, that doesn't make sense though. Because if you want to control whether or not somebody goes through with a pregnancy, that's not respect. That's like dominance. That's like And I just don't, that's not respect at all.
I just told you what it is. We don't want elected abortions after the third trimester. We understand there should be abortions. Even Trump said that. Trump's like, life of the mother, health, rape, incest, and health of the mother. Trump's like, yeah, I'm cool with that. But there should be no elected abortions when everything is going fine. Everyone's healthy.
Wait, Trump wanted to abolish the thing altogether. It wasn't like...
No, Trump kicked it back to the States.
Women were getting raped to get pregnant. He didn't care about that. There was no exception for it.
No.
Hospitals were legit turning women away.
Trump's always said rape, incest, and life of the mother. What he did was the Roe v. Wade thing. Was he kicked it back to the states where the states make the decisions now. So yeah, there are states that are like the 6 weeks and shit like that, which is nuts. But even that, there's like 11 states that have codified Roe v. Wade. So there's still like you can still get abortion wherever you want. But yeah, I agree. There are states that are doing wild shit. But Trump's always been like, look, life of the mother, rape and incest, of course abortion should be allowed. He's like, but there should be no elected abortions after a certain time where fucking everyone's healthy. That's nuts. You can't just be pregnant for fucking 5.5 months and then get an abortion. It's fucking crazy. It's not okay. And I think we should all agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, like, for me, I can only speak on myself personally and what I believe and what I would do myself. There's certain things that I wouldn't do, but I would never be in the mindset to determine that thing regarding another person when it comes to literally their sovereignty, their body, and creating a format of life in it. Now, however they choose to deal with that on a moral plane, because I have moral views about it, but it's just not my place. It's not something that I would ever feel comfortable enforcing on another person. And then there's just the element too that people naturally all the time self-abort. Like you can just drink Cersei or like it's certain food.
Back in the day, they used to stick a hanger up there. Did they have that?
No, see that's unnatural. That caused a lot of women bled out from stuff like that. But I'm saying that there are actual normal foods that you can eat, bitters and herbs that would lead to an abortion, or but it's just like it's really not my place. Like I just think that's an aspect that when it comes to a governing body shouldn't really be touched, because you wouldn't want somebody to force you to do anything on a physical level like that, especially when it came to like my child.
I would say, again, like pro-choice. I just didn't know women were aborting babies that far in. I don't agree with that. The baby is most definitely alive, breathing. At 5 months, I'm pretty sure their organs is put together. Where, I don't support that. So, thank you. Please. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, I don't support that. But back to, what?
I mean, before the whole debacle about the abortions, like, what was going on normally? Like, what was the standard normally?
Andrew, what does that mean, buddy? Andrew, what does that mean, buddy? Talk to us. What does that mean? Zor. Oh, come on.
I just meant in the aspect of, like y'all were talking about 5 months plus, like that was that like something that was like going on a lot, or
I thought it was 6 weeks. Up to 6 weeks where doctors would deny you after 6 weeks. I didn't know that doctors were literally doing it at 5 months. That's crazy as fuck. Why would you even want to do that? I don't respect that.
Hey, Money.
Points for doing that?
Hey, Money, are you Caribbean, Money?
American and Jamaican. But I gotta take a phone call.
I can tell. When you said Cersei, I knew you was Caribbean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when she said Cersei, I knew she was Caribbean.
But I would say, what was I gonna say? There's bigger fish to fry than kids of illegal parents. That's all I'm saying. Where it's like I feel like the rich need to be taxed more. There's no reason why the more you make, the more they take. That's fucking ridiculous. And it's only for people that are not rich. That's the thing about it. Where it should be the more they make, the more they take from rich people. Why am I getting taxed more than rich people? And I don't even make a quarter. What? You're okay. But yeah, there's more bigger fish to fry, or public schools where teachers are quitting because they're not getting paid. And there's multiple reasons why they quit. Where kids nowadays is bad as hell. Kids are raising kids. I don't support teen pregnancy. I don't give a fuck what the circumstances are. People glorify it too much. Where why are you 16 getting pregnant? Why are you even fucking at 16? But that ain't no it. So yeah, kids are raising kids. Yeah, people are just not giving a fuck anymore about education. Where I want to see more black doctors, more black lawyers, more black everything. I love to see it. I love to see black people win. So there's that. I just think it's bigger fish to fry. Then immigration. Who gives a fuck? They're not doing the jobs that they're going to do.
Yo, what up, y'all? Shout out to all of y'all. I hope y'all all having a great morning. I mean, shit just started, but it's not that much of us on the stage. Anybody in the audience want to pull up? We could definitely do that. Right? Make sure y'all pull up, get your shit off us early, but definitely still want to hear a great conversation. Alright, I'm here. Anybody on the stage, you want to take the floor, go ahead. I'm gonna send out some invites in the audience and feel free to pull up. Alright, let's get it.
Yeah, I heard. I played a bit of Mom Donnie's acceptance speech when he won, and then I played what Trump said. So y'all peeped the title up top, right? Trump versus Mom Donnie. Now, Trump is from New York. Mom Donnie, he was born in Uganda, but like his parents. Well, his mom is I think his mom is like a filmmaker, and his dad is like like author or like a political scientist, right? Now, don't quote me all the way on that. I don't know if his dad is like a political scientist, but the same way y'all was looking into Kamala's dad, y'all should like look into his dad. Like his dad has a interesting background, and his mom too. But I forgot who it was that said that he was pretty much like an aristocrat. But I'm just like, whoa, what about all the other people in politics that come from money, that have I don't want to say like a similar background, but y'all, like, there's a lot of shit with this guy that other people have done it, or, other people have done similar things or whatever, and he's getting a fight. Now, when it comes to him being like, Muslim and his religious beliefs, I don't think there's anything in the Constitution that says, oh, you're Muslim, so you can't run for a seat. Like, there's nothing that says that. But also, New York, when it comes to, him being a Democrat socialist, New York is, typically like a Democrat state. And, when it comes to like Democrats, socialism and like having a democracy, they kind of go hand in hand. And then they bring us to the second part of the title: socialism versus democracy. And just being on Clubhouse and just like online, I realized that 95% of the people that talk about these things, they kind of just like pigeonhole them to like an American lens. But if we're gonna do that, and we go back to like the founding fathers, they didn't have no idea of socialism. What I read, it was a mix of both, right? It was a mix of liberal values and it was a mix of conservative values. So now, in the modern age, the fact that people put socialism and capitalism and like communism, all these things against each other, they all share a relationship with one another, y'all. You know what I mean? Like, people acting like they super anti-socialist, and even people in like our community is using these terms. And it's like, yo, bro, you're on social media, bro. Like, what do you call that? Right? You're conservative, but even the conservatives, they still gotta get on social media to find people.
Support the firefighters, support the military. Yeah, it's all socialism.
Yeah, but exactly, right? But there's nothing wrong with that though. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But when people like botch it and make it seem like they don't share relationships with each other, like that's not true, right? The founding fathers, they had a mix of all types of values, and they put them all together, and that's what America is about. Like, the shit is not like one form of governance. It's multiple things that come together. But everybody in the room, y'all feel free to pull up. It's early morning. But yeah, y'all, this room is great, right? Just wanted to build and chime in. But yo, Water, what's going on with you, man?
What's up? Nah, yeah, I was just seeing what y'all was talking about. I'm hearing a lot about the universal basic income. Elon Musk was on Rogan and trying to coin a phrase called universal high income. So I think that's the new look. is we just haven't really demanded a clear number. So that's what I'm thinking about is universal basic income. What does that look like? What does that sound like in 2025? Yeah, how do we get there?
So say that last part again, my bro.
Yeah, how do we get to universal basic income in 2025? Because inflation, they're willing to cut social services, so it's like you have to plan ahead. We're not getting paid to charge these cell phones, we're not getting paid to use these apps, yet we're going to work for them every day, right? So I don't believe in working for fucking free, and that's one of the number one reasons I feel we should be addressing that as much as representing women in government.
Yeah, shit like universal income. I remember the first person to put that on the table was Andrew Yang.
Yeah,
him
and somebody else, right? I don't know if
it was mainly him. Yeah, it was mainly him. But it's funny, bro. It's like Trump will come out and say some shit, and then after Trump says it, then the Democrats they'll use it and say it, and they won't say, yo, Trump was talking about this shit last year. What happened with the TikTok thing. But I'm only saying that because universal income, that's some real communist. I think that's super communist. But
he will want to take credit for it, but he won't do anything to get it fucking done.
Yeah, but why would they do that?
Because the reason is we would have more money than him if we all had basic income, because that motherfucker's using our tax dollars to pay for his goddamn lawyer fees, right? So
what are you talking about?
Huh? We're asking for economics from the wrong motherfucking person. This fool has gone bankrupt more times than not. And I'm talking about this president he's in no position to talk about finances or economics, let alone, another he's got.
Well, I don't know, man. People was talking about the tariffs and how horrible they was gonna be, and the tariffs brought in the tariffs brought in a $1 billion trade surplus.
Oh yeah. Who's feeling the good end of that? Not the working class. That's the point. The voters, the politicians and the government must always fear the voters, never vice versa. And that's the play he's only been doing. He's lying every time he gets the mic, making false promises and trying to scare us. So it's the same shit, different day.
They all do that, man. They all play around with fear and shit. Especially on the campaign trail. We seen Cuomo do it. I think people been kind of banking off Islamophobia. But my thing with the media is I've seen it with the immigration shit. That's why when I hear people kind of just talk about it, I'll be like, all right, let's see if they still passionate about this shit next week. Because with the immigration around the political election cycle, that's when niggas was wilding out with it. But afterward, when it wasn't in the news cycle, I see everybody focus on just whatever is in the news cycle. And people will be so gung-ho swearing that they're not influenced by media. And I'm like, wait, you niggas is only talking about shit when it's breaking news, or when it's something that's in the media cycle. So the people be 100% influenced by media. And I know that because even with the socialism and the capitalism conversation, people swear that they're against socialism. Meanwhile, they're on social media, and then I'm like, all right, so how do you like how are you doing your thing? Like, you have to socialize. Like, you get what I'm saying? I was like, it's a bunch of kind of weird shit that's going on right now. We got people that's like taking a lot of terms, a lot of political terms out of context, right? And then when you actually look into a lot of the things people are saying, it's super duper wrong. And they're only saying it because it's in the media cycle, y'all. You know, so once again, things like immigration and a lot of these, like immigration is probably like isn't. I don't know if it's still a big ticket issue, but you know, like when it comes to those big ticket issues, that's where I realize that you get like the same wings of the same bird kind of shit. You know, like with big issues, yes, the Democrats and Republicans, they're gonna see eye to eye, and I don't know, maybe you know that's once again big ticket issues, right? So something like Mom Donnie, and you know, just I done heard people say, man, look, what if they called him like an angel to the Democrat Party, and I'm like, well, I understand why they say that, right? But when people, you see the same way how people was only talking about immigration and shit like that, during the election cycle because they hit the button on it. That's what they're doing with Mamdani being Muslim. That's what they're doing, and I'm saying, like even like the Sharia law shit. It's like y'all like it's niggas that never really looked into Sharia law. What you said? Yo, Philly, you just said something? Oh no, you go, Philly. So yeah, with the Sharia law shit,
you're doing that thing that you just complained about, Lex.
What you said?
You are complaining words. You're doing the same thing that you're complaining about.
All right, so tell me how. Show me how exactly how I did that.
Well, you just did it. You compared socializing human interaction with socialism.
Well, do you just want to like respond, like, cause I know you didn't process any. Like, do you hear what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is this: you keep saying that you keep trying to your many people call what Mandati want to do communism. You keep saying that it's
shut your bitch ass up. Like, cause you know, you know, I already know like a lot of people don't process, and I didn't even right now with how I'm talking. I'm making sure that I'm not like I'm actually trying to. I'm like, yo, bro, y'all don't listen, bro. Like, especially when y'all have political biases, bro. Like, y'all are like music fans. Like, you know what I realized? Music fans have the lowest IQ. Like, especially when you constantly just listen to music all day. Like, that's why, like, think about your friends that's younger or some shit. Like, you can't tell them nothing about music. You know what I mean? And it's because they be hypnotized. It's like you political niggas. Like, you know, y'all are like the Christian kookies on Clubhouse, right? You know, like it's the same thing. You know, so like you didn't process nothing I said. And then like I'm like that, you know, that's the number one shit that's annoying. Like I hate when people kind of just run their mouth and they don't process anything and they're just loud and wrong. That's why I moved you down. You know, and it's early as hell. You know, but like I'm saying, people that have political biases, it's just like entertainers or people that are music fans because you niggas be hypnotized, right? It's like Trump. Yes, there's Trump derangement syndrome, But then, like, when it comes to other people, y'all can't tell me that there's not a Mamdani derangement syndrome going on. And it goes in there before he even gets a chance. Because you niggas are fucking racist, and I see what people are saying, like, about that MAGA shit. Like, you niggas be dead ass racist. And, like, I don't have a problem with kind of putting things to the side, because I do think Trump is a pretty dope dude. But y'all niggas will, like, because y'all just have a gung-ho political bias, y'all will turn certain shit off. And that's why people be repeating shit, because it's like, yo, like, how could you deny this? You know what I mean? Like, when it was Trump and Netanyahu at the table, like, Netanyahu, he's a gangster. But when people say shit like, yo, Netanyahu got Trump like this, like, bro, I played the audio last night. As much as I fuck with DT, I'm like, no, this Netanyahu nigga is a gangster. Like, this nigga is a very confident dude. Like, I was like, look, man, the shit that how he just Trump knew what time it is with him. Y'all can't tell me anything. I don't care how much of a Trump supporter you are. Like, y'all, I think a lot of y'all are just like racist. Like, y'all racist as hell. Y'all don't like people from other religious denominations. And I know damn sure y'all don't like New York. Like, y'all don't like New Yorkers at all. Like, I see how y'all react to when people from New York talk on this app. Y'all don't be processing what's said. But you know what I mean? And yeah, like, that's the number one way to get moved the fuck down. And, well, by me at least, especially when I'm really trying to be diplomatic with my words. And that's the problem. A lot of you MAGA niggas, y'all don't process shit when people talk to y'all. That's why y'all align right hand in hand with the manosphere shit. Like, niggas that, like, I don't know, if it's like it's a lack of emotional compassion, but it leads to rich asshole shit. And some of you niggas is not making $100,000 plus a year, $1 million a year, and shit like that. That's when you start getting taxed. Like, with Mamdani, he's saying if you even get like digital receipts, if you operate in New York, if you have a warehouse in New York, if your business even has a presence in New York, then you're gonna have to pay that corporate tax, right? So I don't think there's anything wrong with it. He just matching New Jersey's, right? All he's doing is matching what New Jersey's doing. But once again, I understand why people say that thing about the democratic socialism. I get it, right? But I'm also saying that you gotta be able to cut shit down the line. And I'm noticing that a lot of people that rock with Trump, like even like the black people that rock with Trump, like it's like, yo, you'll say something and you'll point it out to people, and then like just the way that they program to deflect, it's like, yo, Trump could do that. You get what I'm saying? Like, Trump got the swag to do that, but I'm like, bro, it's like regular niggas on Clubhouse that's not in no aristocratic class trying to do the Trump deflection on Trump's behalf. I'm like, bro, let's be honest, bro. Niggas is not getting paid to do that kind of shit, bro. Right? So I'm saying that, like, yeah, we gotta cut the bullshit. You get what I'm saying? Because, like, I can't do that. Like, you gotta be able to call shit out. And, like, I definitely, like I said, I rock with a lot of the things that Trump is doing. But I realize, like, you gotta be careful with some of these niggas, because these niggas are still racist. You niggas are still, like, bigots a little bit, and it comes out with this Mamdani thing. Now, check this out. If he drops the ball, we could caucus about this shit, yo. We could caucus about this shit for a minute, but don't just jump out the gate and point fingers at shit. So when I was even talking about the Sharia law, the ultimate thing that we gotta, and I came up with this myself, right? We gotta ask, does Sharia law align with the democratic values of a republic? And then when I looked into Sharia law a little bit, and look, y'all, niggas not no political scientist, right? I'm definitely not trying to be that. But, just piecing things together, there's aspects of it that does, but it mostly doesn't. Because then, like, they kind of get, Allah, I'm all for Allah, but then we've been separated, religion, church, and state, and all of these things. And I know of studying astrology that politics and, politics and religion, you got to be very careful when you mix those things. Because you see, just like how people get delusional with music, with their favorite music artists, people get delusional with their favorite politics, guys. And I know, yeah, like that. But at the same time, that's what I do see a lot with Trump supporters, bro.
Oh yeah, that's the case of. I think we've never seen it as much as we've seen it with this motherfucking WWE wrestler.
Yeah, but at the same time, Trump be on some good things though. Like
that's like
the way that he came, the way that he kind of like he came, bro. It's shit that America needed that stance.
I think he needs it because he's got to remember, white people didn't. Like he's just a snitch. He's a fag. It's the only reason why he stayed afloat all these years, been bailed out by bank after bank. Is he'll snitch on everybody. So once you understand how pathetic he is, you understand his expiration date.
Yeah, bro. But now you kind of just filibustering. Like, what do you mean by that?
How am I filibustering?
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, what you're saying just now? Repeat what you just said.
Alright, let's go more specific. Who the fuck makes a casino go bankrupt? You gotta literally lock the doors on a casino to fuck up a casino. You know what I'm saying? Like,
have you been looking into Atlantic City right now?
The dumbest politician, the dumbest criminal, the dumbest mob boss, if you ever even want to.
Yeah, who agrees that Trump is a stupid mob boss?
Negative.
Alright, but you see, bro, like bro, now let me say this, right? My thing with MAGA supporters is certain shit, like one of the people that Trump appointed on his staff, or on the, no, I don't think it was the cabinet, it was on the staff or something. But they said that the descendants of slaves should be paying descendants of slave masters. And I don't remember who said that, but they were like on like a main part of the Trump campaign somewhere. Like when it comes to the MAGA supporters and shit, right? How do y'all like defend shit like that? And like I really kind of saw this shit because Money, she it was like a article that I saw. You get what I'm saying? But I'm like, yo, like after I read that, I'm like, bro, bro, how do you defend this kind of shit? Well, other than that, I could get over shit like that, right? And I know people like, oh my God, he's racist, and I'm like, all right, look, I could get over that kind of shit. Like, there's a part of me, I don't really give a fuck, bro, right? Because I know, like, in America, the way that you trump racism, the secret sauce, is you gotta be that damn good at whatever you doing, or you gotta be born, like into money, or you gotta be smart. Like you gotta be intelligent. Like if you look at George Washington Carver, the white people worshipped him like a god because he was so smart. So like Yeah, I'm saying people they always want to shit on education, but that's how you increase your value. You educate yourself and make yourself a valuable member of society. You're not gonna get there by complaining about racism and all these weird, goofy social tropes that when you get good at something, you can't be denied. It don't matter if someone's racist or not. So what I realize is that America hates poor people and America hates idiots. So it just so happens sometimes that there be like a relationship there because you could tell somebody, hey yo, you should do this, or you should sign up for this, or if you take 6 months and learn this, you can make this amount of money. And then when you look a year from there, they're not doing what you recommended 2 years before. So like this should be a decision. Y'all can't tell me that aspects of that shit is not a choice, especially in the age of information. Like there be a little delay with shit like that. You know, it's like come on, like, and we're in America too. You get what I mean? On top of that, yes, I get opportunity and all of these things might be scarce in certain places or scarce, however the fuck. But it doesn't matter what y'all chopping it down to. Like we live in a free market. You can educate yourself and learn something. Like once again, George Washington Carver, like use him as a perfect example, right? He was so intelligent that like even now for the corporate world, they started like 200 industries off that black man, right? So if we got more of that, you can't tell black people anything. But then that's an education, right? So y'all do the math. But the only thing that I'm saying is that I could get over, for all the reasons that I said, right? And you know, I also being from New York, like, you know, New York is pretty multicultural. It's one of the multicultural hubs of America. So maybe like the way I feel like about racism as like a social engineering thing, which it definitely is, yes, people from other parts of America, they might say, no, bro, based on my environmental programming, racism matters like this. Like, it's hard for me to get jobs. It's hard for me to do that. But in New York, it's not like that, right? So this, you see how like I could view that situation from another person's body or like another person's emotional perspective, right? That's just me. But I don't see other Trump supporters do that, or even people. A lot of you niggas is not from New York. Like, do y'all understand like how crazy like the public transportation is in New York? And I'm saying like y'all are bringing all of this, the common socialism, the democratic socialists, like the shit, the online media propaganda, clubhouse programming, and you niggas don't know shit about New York. Like, do y'all understand like how hard niggas gotta knock down these niggas' doors for them to fix roads? And then like if you drive your car over that shit is fucking up your car, right? And it takes them months, sometimes years to fix these things. The public transportation, that shit is horrible. Like it's horrible. Like I don't think y'all understand. And last night I asked y'all, all right, y'all don't like Mamdani, y'all don't like a lot of the Democrat socialist shit. Trump called them a communist, but like, what about the roads that need to get fixed? What about the inefficient public transportation system that they keep raising the price on? And even like I'm gonna pass it to you. Even with the rent-free shit, Trump was talking about addressing the affordability crisis. Y'all didn't say what y'all said about the affordability crisis about Mamdani with the rent freeze. Like bro, like this shit shows me all the subtle cases of prejudice and just social deflection that people do. So I'm saying this. Once again, you got Trump derangement syndrome, and then you got some other shit Like you got some other shit, and we're gonna see it with people like Mom Donnie. And by the way, right, he's younger. He's a younger dude. You could tell he studied Barack Obama. You could tell he studied Trump. You could tell like all of this shit. Now I'm saying, and I'm gonna mute, and I'm gonna land here. If he fucks this shit up, then like 100%. You get what I mean? And like with all of the things that I hear some of the economists talking about, it's going to be polarizing because the support for him is polarizing, and a lot of money has been leaving the city, like Sean Winning said. And shout out Sean. But if this shit works out well, then I think the same way Trump be shutting people up, we gonna have to do that with Mom Donnie. You know what I mean? And I definitely got some more thoughts on this, but I'm gonna give the mic a break. Y'all in the audience, feel free to come up. You know, let's get it popping. Early morning positive vibes. I'm gonna chill back for a second. Hey, yo, Water, what was you about to say?
There you go. It's that simple. It's not a matter of if you're gonna fuck up. It's a matter of when you're gonna fumble the ball. Because that's what men do when they do a woman's job. This isn't a complicated administration of a woman's gig, and it's more reason why if he sees the writing on the wall, you're gonna prop up qualified women to hold everybody accountable. So if they will run his name through the mud, because we know how politics work. That was just pretty much it. That and how they talk about on this app, Grant Cardone, people that know him and shit, like how easy to have to with Trump. I'm gonna land it right here. So he was pretty much saying the plan is for their family to stay in office long enough so their son's old enough to be president. So they don't give a shit about anything but placing safe bets and taking credit for what we've been doing. So yeah, that's all I really gotta say on that. But he gonna fuck it up. Watch. He gonna fumble. It's too much responsibility for one dude.
Are you rooting for him to fuck up?
No, I'm rooting for representation of 51% of this country, which is women, to be represented. I'm not rooting for any one politician, any one party, because we all know it's racist as fuck. And the plan is to keep us silent and poor. And depopulated at that point if we let them get away with this.
Yeah, but there's this thing like, unless someone is using force or unless they're in like an unorthodox economic situation, if they're low IQ, then they're poor. So yeah, like it's not the same no more where you could be low IQ and you could go like, you know, unless you're like unless you're doing like handyman kind of shit, or just like, or I don't know what to call it, you know, like handyman stuff, odd jobs here and there. It's like you're gonna have to have like a solid IQ, especially in today's modern world, to like function.
Well, to not be taken advantage of, I agree with that, but you don't have to be high IQ to be.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you do.
You got ChatGPT now. You got all kinds of AI.
Yeah, but even with ChatGPT, I could tell when someone is reading the information and they're not processing it.
No, that's a fact. I'm not saying it's going to replace originality or soul. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, you can flip hamburgers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can start businesses. There's a lot of different avenues now where, say you were physically disabled, now you're not so much in terms of the, economic world.
What I'm saying is that in today's world, being just not using information means that you're poor, because the poor people are not using information, bro. You could not use information 20, 30, 40 years ago and be good. But if you're not using information
in the age of information, it's gonna, yes, bro. The people that are, I guess, like rich in this modern world, they utilize information way more differently than people who are poor. People that wait and come up with 1,000 fucking reasons to why they can't do some shit. That means that's poor shit now.
That's true, and it applies on the macro as well, because like we was talking about with universal basic income, they're saying fuck basic, it should be high. What are we talking about? What's basic these days? I think that doesn't make any sense. So I mean, shit, even with that money, you're gonna have to be intellectually involved. You're gonna have to be responsible, accountable with that money to flip it, or else you're just gonna be at the same, food stamp rate as everybody else. But it's necessary because nobody has a plan like you talk about. Who's gonna fix the roads? I mean, pot. You know what I'm saying? Legalized cannabis can fund a lot of that shit. But if we don't have smart people running this bitch off, I mean, we're just going to be handing the keys to our children's future over. Like, we're just going to be falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, but then that's where people, they throw shit in, like even with education, I'm like, bro, we are